Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Brown Rowley. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your face should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, just when they out it. Your own blood, ain't no family no more. They do you badly for sure. Try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the wars within. How much time do you spend? Try to balance your sin, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win. We know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat tears, you put that love on it. Your best years were just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry. Can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive. Do what it takes to survive. What is truth? What is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake. They don't know what to decide. Wrong choice meet your demise. Keep that between you and I. You realize some people you gon' let go. You visualize the things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. And from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light, it was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light, it was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Come on to the building, y'all. Did I put the thingies in a comment? Yeah, bang. Today, let me put us on the side. Y'all don't have to cam up if y'all don't want to, by the way. Y'all can cam down.
I just cammed down for now.
Okay, no problem. Hey, Queen Black, you want to cam down as well, or you want to stay cammed up? You have the option to cam down. You want to cam down, or you want to stay cammed up? Yes, ma'am. You have the option to cam down or stay cammed up, whatever you want to do, sister. You can't hear me? Can you hear me, Boogie? Boogie?
Yeah, I hear you.
You hear me? Queen Black, can you hear me? Queen Black, can you hear me?
I hear you. I hear you.
Humble, can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Now I can hear you.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Queen Black?
Yeah. I don't think she hears us.
No, I think she's looking for like her headphones.
I think she's adjusting.
Yeah. Right. No, I cannot. Well, Hey, well, she can't hear us, so I'm gonna put her in the back. I'm gonna just put her in the back, okay? And then when she come back, she'll be able to come back. Can you hear me, brother Boogie?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, all right, all right. Let's get this thing started. We got two viewers in the building. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's share this live. Tap the screen. Share live. Hey, look, this make me feel at home, bro. I'm about to say share the bean, share the lives in the bean. Um, Today we have some special guests. My family over from BIGO Black Nations. Y'all see that background right there, done by no other than the boss man himself, brother A1. Okay, we got sister fill my cup to the panel. Sister fill my cup to the panel. So y'all see that background done by no other than the boss man himself, brother A1. Um, can you hear Sister Queen? Sister Queen, can you hear us? Thumbs up if you can hear us. I don't think she can hear us.
Put something in the chat.
Yeah, okay, so she dropped off. Okay, she'll probably be back. All right. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, so we just yep. So she'll be back. Um, so back to it. Uh let's get it. So, um, actually, before I really get into any of this, let me go right on ahead. If y'all are on any other device other than a phone, what you can do is you can go to your phone real fast, and which I'm about to do now. I'm gonna go pop this in. All right, hold on. I'm about to just share this to everybody from my side. All right, here we go. While we wait for Sister Queen to get situated.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear us now, sister? Can you hear us now, sister?
We hear her, but she don't hear us.
Right. Um, all right. Whenever you're ready, sister. Whenever you're ready, take your time.
So what the fuck I did?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can't hear y'all.
Oh, so that's the problem. You can't hear us. I can hear you, but you can't hear me. Okay. You got you got earphones in? You got earphones in your ears? You got earphones in, Queen? Is she typing in the back? Oh, you know what I can do? You know what I can do? I can do this. Okay, she dropped down too. Ah man. Okay, what's up? What's up, y'all? Come on in here. Come on in here. Hey, listen, that's what we trying to get Sister Queen. We trying to get Sister Queen right up here, bro. We trying to get her right. For some reason, I guess she can't hear us or something. We gonna move on though. Um, so again, we're hosting with our Black Nation family today. From BIGO. Uh, actually, we're gonna be featuring the brother Boogie Nights right here. If you want to cam up, Brody, so the people can see you, brother Boogie. So this brother right here is an amazing DJ. He gonna spin some tables for us today. Um, and in between him spinning tables, you know what I'm saying, we gonna have some good intellectual conversations. He gonna when he DJ, he also talk to the crowd while he DJ. It should be very entertaining. Um, I don't know. I'm gonna put you on a big screen real quick, Boogie. Okay, so all right. Brother A1 is up here. So he don't have his Cash App up here right now. But we gonna work on that another time. Of course they're gonna come back. We got Sister Fill My Cup. What's up, Pam Mutilation? Hold on 1 second. All right.
Okay,
So
I
Sister
can hear
Fill
you
My
now.
Cup. Oh, yeah. I don't think we can hear her. I don't think I'm gonna put her on mute. Can you hear us, Queen?
Yes.
Okay, you can hear us now. Okay. And we got found a queen in the building. Finally, we got her. Her ears working. Why A1 ain't up here? Are you up here, A1? You up here? All right. We got Pan. I'm gonna drop Pan down just for right now, for the sake of just what the panel was about. You're gonna be in the back, though, Pan. We're gonna let you up a little later, bro. I just want to get through this real fast. So we have Sister Fill My Cup, who's also of Black Nation. We got Brother
You can
Boogie.
drop me down.
Drop you down, Sister Fill My Cup.
Yes.
All right. So we got Sister Queen Black over here, who's also Black Nation. And what what Boogie Nights is going to do for us is he's going to DJ. We're also, me and Sister Queen Black is going to go into some conversations about what is Black Nation. Um, what are some of the things that Black Nation represent and stand for? How is Black Nation out here helping out people in our communities? We're gonna go into the whole nine. But before we get into anything, okay. So she dropped out. Before we get into anything, brother Boogie, you got anything you want to add? Brother Boogie? Can you hear me, brother Boogie?
He muted himself.
Oh, he muted himself. Can you
Or is he
hear me?
frozen? It looked like he frozen almost. No, he ain't frozen.
All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right. So before we get it in with you turning your tables or whatnot, we're gonna put you on the big screen. All right. Before we do that, do you have anything you want to add, brother Boogie?
Hold on, wait a minute.
Huh? Hey yo, Sister Fill My Cup, are you in the back? Let me get out of here. Oh, it's nice. I always do that, and I don't be meaning to do that. All right, Sister Fill My Cup, are you there?
Yeah, he said that he has to come back because it says his whole thing off.
Okay. Sister Queen Black, are you there?
Yeah.
All right, all right. So we're gonna again start this thing over. I just want y'all to see the amazing background that my brother A1 put together for us tonight. Black Nation, we in the building. Um, Sister Queen Black. I was just giving a breakdown of what our conversations was going to feature tonight. You know, a little bit about what the Black Nation is, um, how the Black Nation operate. You know, where do they operate? You know, what is BIGO? You know, a lot of people who's going to be in the comments tonight what is going to want to know the answer to those questions. So, you know, we can have conversations about things of that nature. Sister Fill My Cup is also on a panel representation of Black Nation. So you know, we're gonna have those conversations with you as well, Sister Fill My Cup. Is that all right with y'all, sisters?
Oh,
Yes.
I'm just here to listen right now because I'm about to run out. And Boogie said he's trying to get back in, but they won't let him back in, so he's trying to figure it out.
All right. So until Boogie gets back in here, Sister Queen, can you explain to us what Black Nation is?
Yes. Black Nation is a family that we started on BIGO Live about 6 years ago. Um, we are a business oriented family. Uh, we network. Um, we teach each other. We support one another on and off of BIGO Live. Um, we have authors, singers, painters, um, people from different walks of life in our family. We're a very diverse family.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely, most definitely. Um, what made you and Brother King Black come up with the concept of the Black Nation family?
Um, that is a question for King. King came up with Black Nation. Um, just simply put, a nation of African American people. Um, yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. Um, what is BIGO, and how do people reach us over there on BIGO?
BIGO is a live streaming app. You can go to your Google Play Store um, and download BIGO Live. But it's a live streaming app. Uh, People just showcase their different content, talent.
Crazy, I can't even get in.
Um,
What's going on with the Wi-Fi shit? Fucking me up right now.
Nah, you here, Brody? We can hear you. Can you hear me? You can hear me, Boogie?
No, can you? That's crazy. My phone is acting retarded. My phone is acting retarded.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hold on one second. Mute that.
Yeah, he needs some headphones. That's what it is.
Yeah, you need some headphones. Um, you good? Oh, he muted. You good? You good, Boogie? Oh, he muted again. All right, he over there getting situated with that. Um, what are some of the talents, Sister Queen Black, that one can find within such an amazing family such as ours called the Black Nation over there on BIGO? I can't hear you, sister. You went out. I can't hear you. Can she hear me? Oh, is she even talking to me? I think she is. I can't hear her if you talk. I can't hear you, sister, if you talking. No, I can't hear you. Nope. Can you hear me? All right. Sister, fill my cup. Oh, she did say she was just about to leave the house. I can't even call her. I do know some of this is my family, y'all. So I do know some of the um I do know some of the talents we have. We have DJs such as DJ Boogie Nights right here. You know, once he get his equipment and stuff together, you know, we'll be able to hear some of what he do. We got some other DJs in the realms in the works. Um, we have my auntie Bless Jules, you know, who's an amazing panelist. She's an amazing host. She come up with great topics. Um, we have Sister Lock B, you know, she do jewelry and whatnot. So we have a couple people in the family that do some things and that you know that actually contribute to the community and things of that nature. So you know there is a good family when you go over there and you catch them in their own element. You know, hey, they be rocking and rolling. They was rocking and rolling earlier today. What's up, child? Rolling earlier today with the PKs. You know, Queen got her PK and I think it was Fill My Cup who also had the PK today. You know, so you know everything. Oh, you back?
Okay.
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the last thing I was saying was we have a writer who has authored 8 books. Um, his name is Polygyny King. Um, you can check his books out at myheritage.com. Um, we also have DJs. We have comedians in our family. Um, teachers. I am one of the educators. Uh, yeah, that's about it.
Okay, okay. Um, what is some of the biggest content that Black Nation produces over on BIGO?
We have talent shows,
Mm-hmm.
um, but mainly King and I both teach BIGO. We teach the business side of the app, how to make money, how to
Right.
invest. Um, so that is mainly King and I's content.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, okay. Um, and so y'all teach people how to make money on the app, right? On the app.
Yes.
How would you describe the economic system of BIGO?
Um, so mainly broadcasters um, depend on gifters and or commenters to send gifts, um, and then in turn you get paid per gift when it all totals up at the end of the month. Um, that's that's how you get paid.
Okay, okay. I was so like on BIGO. we have a Bing system and a diamond system, right? And so
Yes.
you spend your diamonds to convert your diamonds, and when you spend your diamonds, so one diamond equals 4 Bings, right?
No. So 8 beans equals 2 diamonds.
Right. So which one diamond would equal 4 Bings if 8 Bings equal 2 diamonds.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And so do you think that this is a sufficient system for an app or sufficient economic system for an app? We see other apps like TikTok use this exact same system. What's up, brother Richard? What's up, brother Richard? Thanks for coming through. We appreciate your support, Brody. Go ahead, sister. I apologize.
I think that it could be better. I think the conversion rate should go back to what it used to be. They recently changed the conversion rate. Um, it was a lot better, got paid a lot more. Um, but it seems to change pretty much every year.
Mm-hmm.
The conversion rate gets a little bit lower every year.
Most definitely. Hey, y'all, real fast, we're gonna have a word from our sponsors. Let's get into it, y'all.
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goons gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a pair of red dimes in the box you in. Don't matter, paradigms, the clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the clash of the tigers. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the titans.
We are back, y'all. And tonight, or today rather, we have Sister Fill My Cup and Sister Queen Black here with us today. What is Sister Queen Black? What would you say the standard that the Black Nation family set for other communities on BIGO?
Can you be more specific?
Far as like, how we operate, how we come together in unison, how we're always on one accord, how we strong, steadfast, and stay together, things of that nature. Um, how does that environment shape one's experience on BIGO?
Um, it creates um, a sense of unity and togetherness.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think that also separates us from other families, because there's not a lot of families that's like us, where we are involved with each other on and off the app. It's more than just business. Um, we support each other off the app as well.
Right, right. Okay, most definitely, most definitely. Hey, yo, the background is most definitely fire. Hold on one second. Let's give a shout out once again. Let me cam up. Let's give a shout out once again to the brother boss man. You know, the brother boss man A1 for this fire background that he produced for us. Black Nation, we waking up. You see us right here. Titans up. You already know how we coming. We uplifting our melanated community. We putting it down. Let me hold on. I'm gonna calm down, but I'm gonna continue talking y'all real fast. So this is an amazing family, y'all. This is an amazing family. Very diverse. You know what I'm saying? The people, right? The personalities you get to meet in this family is amazing. My auntie bless Jules. I already know from personal experience that if you go through anything in life, you can come to her and she'll handle the situation with you, stern and firm, but never against you. She lets you know that she's here to walk you through it, to hold your hand, things of that nature. Um, this family has allotted me the opportunity to actually sit down and work with diverse creators, from DJs as we waiting for the brother Boogie to get back to, other content creators to even being on some people panels who's hard Christian. You see what I'm saying? And so this family right here is when it comes to positivity and melanated unity, I most definitely, this family is one of the best that do it over there on BIGO. Um, One of the things that impresses me the most is the financial or the economic um rotation that this family upkeeps, right? One thing what they say about ballers, ain't no pockets over here broke. So that's one thing that they pride themselves on. And Queen found a Queen Black, and found a King Black. That is one thing to get into, is how to circulate your money on BIGO and how to make it work for you and not how to work for your money. That, uh, that helps a lot with the melanated uh perspective on BIGO, because it allows us opportunities to make money while doing what we do, right? This we love to do. We love to be on a camera. We love to talk to one another. We love to, you know, get into it and get into some good topics. Um, the thing is, we also want to be seen while doing so. You see what I'm saying? We also want other people to be able to come and say, "Oh wow, that was a good job." You know, hey, I seen you the other night on that panel. You know, what's up, sister? Fill my cup, sister. Fill my cup in the building. Let's get it. Let's get it, sister. Fill my cup. Okay, I love that smile. I love that smile. And so again, this is an amazing family. And if y'all ever had a chance to get over to BIGO, most definitely check myself out, brother Humble Mystic. You know, over there I'm a part of the Black Nation family. So is Sister Fill My Cup, so is Sister Founder Queen, and brother co-founder Boogie. This is an advertisement of tonight of brother co-founder Boogie. He do have his own YouTube platform and he's trying to get it up and started. All he need is 50 subscribers to get it up and started. We know that's light work. You know, you know what we do over here. That's light work, you know. Once again, I want to shout out to the people in the comments. Thank y'all for y'all engagement. You know, without y'all engagement, there would be no us. You know, y'all make up the totality of what we do. And so my brother Boogie here, once again, he started his own. He need 50 subscribers. You know, go check the brother out. He's an amazing DJ, as we are going to see whenever he's ready. You know, we're going to sit back, catch some jams. In the midst of the jams, you know, me and Sister Queen Black is going to have some powerful conversations that's going to unify our people and bring more awareness to how bring more awareness to what sort of things we can improve on in our communities today to help us tomorrow, right? And also another good one is, what can the younger generation learn from the older generation to allow us to keep our dignity while moving forward into the future, right? These are some great topics that we deal with in the Black Nation family. And you know, we're gonna get into some of that, you know, while brother Boogie is, you know, in between his breaks or when he's taking breaks and things of that nature. Hey, brother Boogie, how you doing over there, Brody?
I'm alright, but it keeps kicking me out.
Is it kicking you out now?
I don't know. They messing with my Wi-Fi out here, so it keeps kicking me out.
Okay. Do you actually, you know, we could turn this into an open panel and then you can DJ another time if you don't. Do you think you'll be able to DJ?
No, I don't want to take the chance, and then when I get started, it shuts me off.
Okay. Well, we can most definitely turn it into an open panel. I could throw a topic up here. We can get into a topic, and you know, we can sit and we can chill and we can continue to have an amazing time. How about that?
I'm good as long as it keeps me in here.
Okay. Well, brother A1, if you in the building, are you on your phone, brother A1?
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
All right. Hold on one second. Let me drop this topic. Look at that. Let me drop this link. Hey, let me drop this link real quick, bro. Now, before I drop this link, family, I do want y'all to know we deal with intellectuals over here. We deal with science, philosophy. We deal with religion, and everybody that comes up swear they got the answer, right? So it get a little spicy in the ring. We do pride ourselves on conductivity, right? How we conduct ourselves show a lot about the stock that we comes from, right? And so we're going to conduct ourselves no matter which way the conversations turn. We're going to make sure, you know, this is a positive experience. And there it is. I dropped it in the comments. But while we doing that, let's get a word from our sponsors.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating, you're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
All right, and we are back at it. I opened up that link, y'all. Come on up here, hop on in the box. Y'all know what's up. I think I shared a lot. Let me share some more to the people in the backgrounds. Hey, today was a good day. What's that Ice Cube song? Today was a good day. How y'all feeling on the panel? How y'all feeling? How you feeling, Queen?
You want me to drop that link for the open panel?
I thought I did drop the link. It ain't in the comments.
Oh, I did. It is in the comments. I just saw it. I'm gonna drop it again. What's the topic? What are we talking about? Black nation? Do black people need their own nation?
Yep. Do we as melanated people need our own nation? That's what the topic is. Let's get into it.
How do you feel?
Man, hey, listen, you know I'm standing 10 toes down, man. You already know we need our own stuff. You know how I'm coming, man. What's his name with it? What's the dude that was the Black Panther dude? Dang, I can't remember his name.
Which one you talking about?
The Black Panther, the one that was in the house. He got
shot. Oh, you talking about Fred Hampton?
Yep, Fred Hampton. I'm on my Fred Hampton. You feel me? We need ours.
R.I.P. Fred Hampton, man. Maybe that wasn't the right song. But,
yo, I just thought about
maybe that wasn't the right song.
Hey, my bro. Yes.
Seemed like a good idea before I pressed the
button. He said no. Hey, yo, hold on, man. Speaking of Fred Hampton, hold on 1 second. Let me share this screen. Let's learn a little bit about Fred Hampton if you don't know. Right? So let's share this screen. Let's get into this YouTube here. I don't know what this is.
And in the scene, Peter Parker, right? That's his name.
They don't got no shorts of Fred Hampton.
You know, you're talking a lot, and I can see what you're saying about the anarchy and the whole trip about.
Go to TikTok and type his name in.
No, I just had to. It was muted, so I had to take. I be muting it from the tab up top.
Talking a lot, and I can see what you're saying about the anarchy and the whole trip about that with the SDS, and yet, like, you and the people around you seem to be like always in danger. You know, you could be killed as you walked out of here, because this happened to a lot of people in the Black Panthers and all the black movements. And like, can you be sure that your movement, are you strong enough now, that are you going to go on? Is the Black Panthers, if you are killed, will the breakfast program go on just on a day-to-day type level?
Well, last year we started free breakfast for children program. And this year we gave those free to the people, and they're running those breakfast for children already.
And people.
Right. And our whole program is geared toward educating the mass of the people. And that free health clinic that we have, the people in the community are going to run that clinic. And after a while, we're going to give them that clinic, and we're going to move on to higher levels because we understand the difference between the vanguard and the people. We're not going to practice imperialism. We're going to keep out there.
Now, why they teach us that this was an illiterate man that wasn't well educated? The only thing he was good for war strategies. You all see how eloquent that brother speak about how there's talking about expanding and elevating the melanated community. Not just war, but in education. And fool, what he say? He said, yeah, man, we're going to get some workers for the hospital. And then after a while, we're going to give them the hospital because we're going to be doing other things. Why they don't never teach our kids about this when they talk about Fred Hampton? See, this is the information about our ancestors, so to speak, that we need right here. Right? Let's get into it, y'all.
And setting up some new examples, some new revolutionary programs that the people can basically relate to, because basically people are progressive and basically people are revolutionary. We're not worried about them killing anybody because I think that, they jailed Huey P. Newton and they ran Cleve out the country, Elvis Cleve out the country, and they jailed Bobby Seale, and we got David Head up there now, who's very capable, most capable of running the Black Panther Party, and they can just take all of them they want to. We're always going to have someone to fulfill that position, because that's the type of organization the Black Panther Party is. We don't produce buffoons, we produce leaders. But everybody in the Black...
Hey, brother A1, what did he just say?
We don't produce Black Panther Party members. We produce leaders.
We don't produce buffoons. We produce leaders. This is who we are as a black nation, as a people of our own. When you put us in a place, in a proper situation of our own, that's what we do. We produce leaders. It's only the ignorant, inferior man who have to come and use propaganda to dictate what it looks like that we do. This video is not even a whole 5 minutes long. Within the first minute and 43 seconds, this man has produced nothing but brilliance out of his mouth. And that's a minute and 43 seconds, bro. But yet they have you believe that the Black Panther Party was just a military campaign ran by terrorists, by what they call them civil terrorists. This is why we can't let the Eurocentric mindset and worldview dominate how we see our people. Furthermore, we can't let it dominate how we see the world itself, because we see that anything that the Eurocentric worldview doesn't see as its own, they demonize. And then that demonization carries us from century to century, from generation to generation. Northside, what up? What up? Thank you for the shout out, Brody. Thank you for the shout out. And so we have to understand this, man. We can't keep trying to operate in their system. We can't keep trying to, oh, well, if we play the rules of the game correctly, the rules was never set up for you to win in the first place. That's the issue that everybody be missing with that bull crap. If we just check on our local governments, if we just check on this type of government, if we go to the judicial branch, if we go to the legislative branch, wasn't none of this set up for any of us to even know anything about what's even going on. So you think they about to make some exceptions for you? Not in the least bit. Not in the least bit. Not when they can sit up there on TV and tell us to choose the matter of fact. Let me see if they got that on YouTube. Matter of fact, let me see. Who was it? Bush and who was the lesser of two evils joint? Bush campaigns. Let's see all his campaigns. Matter of fact, hold on, let me get it over here real quick. I'm gonna show y'all something about this. Let's get it. I ain't saying one no BIGO ready nothing. Myself to you campaign. Who was all of President Bush's opponents? If I could find that out, and I don't know who was all of his opponents. Who was George W. Bush, Dick Cheney? I don't think it was Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney was crazy, bro. Do y'all remember him?
He was doing the most.
That man, Dick Cheney, was off the chain. John Kerry. I don't think it was John Kerry. Who was it though, bro? Was it Jack Kemp, Robert Doyle? No, man. Was one re-election, Booker Kerry. It was a presidential election, and was it McCain? It wasn't John McCain, was it? Who was it? George Bush versus Anyway, I see. I don't like stuff like this because I can't. 2000. All right, so it was after this. Who was it? Who was his presidency in 2000? All right, so 2000, and then Obama got in the office in 2008, right?
Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry, again.
But Obama got in the office in 2008. So yeah, from 2000 to 2004 was what's his name? Was George Bush. Who was his? I can't remember that man's name. Anyway, I be thinking about that because I remember in school that was literally the headlines. It was the lesser of two evils. And like even as a kid, like that struck me as, what is this country coming to? We gotta choose two evil people. Like we ain't say a choice between an evil and a good person, but we saying the choice between an evil person and another evil person that we don't think is so evil than the first evil person. Like, that's crazy. I don't be understand it, man. And that be my issue with my people that want to just try to fit into this society so bad. They want to fit into this framework. They want to fit into this mindset so bad because, oh, well, this is just where we was born. This is just, yeah, but so that means it's fair that they kill your ancestors. They look at you like spit. It's okay that they get to control your life. Like, it's so funny how people, man, hold on. Yo, see, hey brother A1, you be talking about YouTube, and then man, y'all be having me go to all these YouTube videos because I promise you, bro, I YouTube it up. But because Dick Gregory said something important, bro. He was saying how like everybody wanna stay a part of this system, right? But like everything is okay when everything is okay. But the moment they start exterminating us, then it becomes an issue when we could have avoided the issue by just avoiding the problem. You see what I'm saying? Like, if we all wanted to be separated in the first place, like there's people, and it's crazy because this also changed my perspective. When I think I came across this when I was like 22, 23. When I found out that there were people who opposed integration, who was for segregation, melanated people, and I'm like, why? They were leaders. I'm like, why are they so for segregation? You know, what y'all want to be enslaved? What y'all want to be treated bad? And they was like, no, we don't want to be separate but equal. We want to be separate altogether. Because if you integrating and then you still saying separate but equal, then you still trying to throw some rocks on what you consider me to be. But if we have our own infrastructure, our own government, our own police system, then we don't need anything from you. And this is, and I believe, is that very trauma that we still suffer with today when it comes to building something great and monumental for our people. Because we seen what happens to the leaders that do. Right? We're just talking about Frank Hampton. Right? We just heard this man talking about giving out food to the kids, giving out a food drive and helping sick people at the hospitals and moving on to bigger and greater things, and they knocked him off. They called him a terrorist. They don't want us to have anything of our own. Anything. And the moment we do, they try to take it from us. And the moment they can't take it from us, right, they destroy it from the inside using conquer and destroying method. That's what they do. Or divergent method, right? We get everybody to look over here while we do something so heinous to you that by the time they look back at you, what Dave Chappelle say, man? Hold, let me cam up because it's getting real fast. Let me cam up. What Dave Chappelle said? Actually, Cat Williams. What Cat Williams said about the Dave Chappelle thing, right? He said Dave Chappelle walked into a office with his contract and he found out that his shows produced 10 times more than what the contract was for. He said Dave Chappelle wasn't having it. You know what I'm saying? He said, what you think my fans gonna say when they hear about this? He said, your fans are gonna think that you're a crackhead by the time you land in LA. And we got videos. We could pull it up right now. Oh, well, back in those days, Dave Chappelle was crazy. He didn't trust anybody. He locked himself in the room. He was antisocial. This was the narrative they were spinning. But they never once allowed at that time who they considered the king of comedy to have a voice of his own. They never allowed him to come out and say, this is what's bothering me. No, they just made all it. But this is what they do to us now. And what's worse about it now is it's not who we initially called the enemy. It's the people. It's so funny because King Black was talking about this earlier, a little about this earlier, about trusting people. And he was talking about, you know, you got to be careful when you trust people because sometimes you could trust the wrong person, right? You could have such a good heart. Me and A1 talk about this. Sometimes you can have such a good heart and you can trust the wrong person. And even that gives you a PTSD, so to speak, if I'm saying it, and if I can use that context for right now. It literally gives you PTSD when coming to trusting people again. However, when we go in and we got to look at when we're faced with things such as we don't have a history. Why African telling a melanated American we don't have a history? That don't even say. It's okay if the enemy say we don't have a history. That's their job. Go ahead, make a propaganda about us. But brother, you're supposed to be my brother. And you're going to look me in the eyes and say we don't have a history? Come on, now you're no better than the enemy to me now. Because you're looking at me as nothing more than spittle. The same way the enemy look at me. By saying we don't have a history. And then the disingenuousness of it all is the moment we start pointing around the world to our culture, the first thing they say is that's not culture. There's a people in Africa, Benin, Africa, called the Zulu people. If y'all are familiar with them, y'all know what I'm talking about. They dance really fast. That dance is a cultural dance, right? That's culture. I remember back in 2003, we had a dance called the SpongeBob. Baltimore, Maryland club music. We had a dance called the SpongeBob. 2006, the UK, it started blowing up everywhere. The moment we point to the SpongeBob as that being our culture, because we made that up, it came from us. Oh no, dance isn't culture. That everybody got that. Also, you're just gonna take away the importance of what I brought manifest to this planet and just look at it like that's some regular degular. But when we talk about Einstein's theory of relativity, oh, that belonged to Einstein, dog. Did nobody have that theory before Einstein had that theory? But then we can go back to Imhotep. Once again, brother A1, y'all know I always talk about Imhotep being a physician. But then when we step into the realm of physics and mathematician, see, we don't understand that Kemet produced the first polymath that the world has ever seen. And in so many categories, they leave his name out. So many. But yet again, we credit Einstein. We credit Elon Musk. We credit Tesla. We credit Thomas Edison. We credit these people, but we don't give no credit to Imhotep. We don't give no credit to Amenhotep. We don't give no credit for Akhenaten. We don't give no credit to the builders and who laid the foundation for these things to be even possible to conceive of in the first place. And then people ask, yo, why you get so passionate about this? Because when we look at life and the deeper richness of life, these people, we're seeing our culture with these people faces on it. And these are the same people that are telling you that you don't have a culture. So what does that do to us internally, mentally?
What
That
it
makes
does is
you
it.
believe. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say what it does is it creates an internalized inferiority complex.
Mm-hmm.
And everywhere you go, when you're like around white people, you start to feel inferior. Most
Mm-hmm.
people won't admit that that's what's going on. You know, they're too prideful, and they really don't even recognize it as that. But to
Right.
always make white superiority your problem puts you
Mm-hmm.
in the position of the person getting the F. Like so,
Exactly.
and then actions over time become behaviors, become your character.
You hit it right on the nail.
So, yeah, and then it keeps the younger generations from actually being able to come together behind a collective identity that they can have pride in. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
that's when you have people turn into gangs and things like this,
Mm-hmm.
etc. And people, it's a lot of different psychologists, sociologists that wrote books on this shit.
Yep.
Even the
Yep.
miseducation of the Negro in that book. Who wrote that? Carter Woodson. Is that his
Right.
name? I think he wrote that book. He was talking about how what you we need things to look up to have pride in.
To have pride in,
If
yep.
not, we be culturally lost out here. So
Yeah,
uh,
most definitely.
yeah, it's crazy.
But see, here's the thing though. The cycle, because there's people, and this is the disappointing part of it all. There are people who are our people who really care, but they are just so disappointed to the fact that they've just given up on a whole idea that we'll ever be able to break away from this cycle of mental enslavement. You know, we hear it all the time, man. They come up here, yeah, man, this is what it could be like, and this is what it gotta be like, man. But people still sleep out here in the world. You be like, yeah, well, let's do what we can do to wake them up. You feel me? Like, yo, we gotta get in these streets. If we realize that our people are in negative spaces and that these negative spaces are affecting our reality, and this reality is affecting the next generation, what can each of us do collectively to solve that? We don't have to, and this is something else, man, brother A1 had a conversation about. We don't all have to do the same thing, right? Some of us can work in the kitchen, just like Fred Hampton was just talking about, man. Some of us can work in the kitchen. Some of us can work as teachers. Some of us can work in, we all got our own roles to play. But when those roles synchronize and they lock into harmony, man, it becomes a freight train, man. And it's so interesting because when you look over a span of categories of, I want to use the word entertainment, but then I want to use the word life. But I guess entertainment would be more appropriate because I'm talking about sports, I'm talking about acting, I'm talking about these things. And the interesting thing is, whenever we see somebody who is successful in life, such as a LeBron James, such as a Kevin Hart, such as a who else? Ronaldo, right? Triple H, right? Whoever, somebody who's successful. Floyd Mayweather, right? They all have a team that is great at what they do, right? They don't have 2, 3 people who's good at one thing and then 5 people that's good at another thing. No, they have a team of individuals, and each individual is great at what they do. And the individual greatness coming together formulate a winning team. We see this in sports, right? When we see the Bulls, right? The 93, 96 Bulls, right? What happened, right? We had Jordan, we had Scottie Pippen, right? Which are 2 great players. Then they added Dennis Rodman, right? And they added Steve Kerr. See, it was all of these things. And I don't need y'all to be great at everything. Michael Jordan said that in The Last Dance, right? I don't need all of y'all to be great. What I need y'all to do is be great at what y'all are great at. So Dennis Rodman, I need you to be great at rebounding. Scotty, I need you to be great at drawing away the double team. You see what I'm saying? I need y'all to be great at what y'all are great in. Paxton, I need you to be great at hitting that corner three. Because once y'all great at what y'all great in, that opens up my game to allow me to do what I'm able to do. And what happened? They won 6 in a row. So we've always seen the formula. It's just, are you paying, what we was talking about the other day, brother A1, are you paying attention to be able to grasp the formula? Do you know what's going on? Can you read what's going on? Because once you can, then everything else become easy. You know, we was talking about this with the quantumolianism, right? Oh, we got Sister Issa Queen in the building. What's up, Sister Issa Queen? This is another sister from BIGO, Doula Concepts. You know, she coming with her debate coliseum with her own called Doula Concepts here on YouTube. Man, look out for. And also, she's an amazing debate host. Man, listen, she know how to bring that energy. She know how to lessen the tension of the mood when the Titans are going at it. She's an amazing debate host, and she's great at what she do. You know, and so I just wanted to, present my sister Issa Queen really fast. What's up, Sister Issa Queen?
Hi, how are you? Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Peace to the panel.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Peace, peace.
How you doing, Queen?
Good. How are you?
Amazing.
We just stop here. You know how I am, Sister Issa Queen. We just stop here getting our blackness on.
My favorite
add
spot.
something to what you were saying, Humble. I think the important thing is that we start educating our children.
Mm-hmm.
It's really going to fall on this generation. They have access to social media. Everybody is live streaming now. They have the platforms. It's important that they have the knowledge to start the change. But I think that that's a big part of the problem is that people are afraid to talk about it. They're afraid to talk about this topic. And our children aren't being educated. So that's all I wanted to add.
I most definitely agree with that, sister. And that's why we have to ourselves, like every Sister Issa Queen have witnessed, right? I have had to tell people that I don't have to go duck off to talk about what I talk about. My daughter hear what I talk about. I teach my children these things, right? My wife be sitting right next to me when I'm talking about what I talk about. So I do think that if we have children, then we should at least do our due diligence in teaching our children early in life what we learned late in life. You know what I'm saying? So I most definitely agree with that, sister.
Mm-hmm. Starting with the Constitution we talked about earlier. I taught my kids about the Constitution and their rights when they were small, and they're teenagers now. So they have a great understanding of what their freedoms are, and how to use them to their advantage. It starts with that. Sure.
I as well have something to add. And being humble, I'm always talking about being black first. And I think that's ideology that our people really need to take. And please, forgive me for the word black. Like if you want to say melanin, whatever it is you want to put for the diaspora of us, use that word. I'm just going to use black. And we need to have ideology that we're putting our people and our best interests at heart first before whatever other group that you might identify with. It needs to be black first because this world is so filled with anti-blackness that the more you kind of like fall into these other ideologies, the less you are helping the community. So I just feel like as long as if we start putting our communities first, like that's the first step to like actually making something happen for us. That's it.
Most definitely, sister. And you be having me over here cracking up, sister, because you was just so unapologetically you. she said, I'm gonna use black. Y'all can use the word melanin or whatever, but I'm just gonna use the word black. I ain't got nothing against that though.
Right, because I don't want the message to go over heads because we arguing about what to call ourselves, like or whatever.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. And I just feel like when it comes to like, I feel like the best way for us to get over the main hurdle that we are dealing with in life, which is the identity, right? We got a lot of issues, but the main issue in this life that we all have in common is that identity issue. We don't know who, what, when, where in this life that we are. And I'm using we as a collective. There are some of us who do know who we are. Very, very small amount of us, but but there's just so many of us who just don't know who we are. And when I say that, I'm not even speaking about always on a lineage level or a bloodline level. I mean that in a substance level, right? In the elemental level, right? That something that goes beyond what country you from, what state you from, what city you from. Right? The very fact that we are made of what scientists say star stuff. Like at this point, can we call ourselves galactic? Like, so that's the issue that I think we need. I don't know how we're gonna solve it. I don't know what mind frame we actually have to come from to solve it, but we have to solve that issue. And it don't even have to be a unified thing. When people like, oh, whatever, just like the word black and the word Negro, some people choose different terms over others. That's fine, right? But we need something that people are proud to call themselves, right? Without having to say it 500 times to beat it into our subconscious, we black and we proud. Say it loud. We black and we proud. Hey, but why do we have
Black
to
power.
do that? We had to do that
Free
because
Swab Boss. I think he at work. Black power.
Go ahead, bro. That's free black power. Hey yo. But why we had to do that? We had to do that because everything at that time that was associated with blackness was negative. So we had to remind ourselves If we can't do what's that phrase our ancestors used to tell us? I ain't gotta do nothing in this world but what? Stay
Stay black
black.
and die.
There you go. So it's like we had to remind ourselves for that because we couldn't be nothing else. And so if we couldn't be nothing else in this world, the least we could do is be black and be proud. You see what I'm saying? And so we have to bring that back, man. We have to bring that back. Like Sister Issa Queen said, right? It ain't always got to be melanated. You know, we ain't got to be black. It ain't always got to be Afrocentric. But it have to be something that we can attach to that brings us joy, that brings us passion, that brings us creativity, clarity, make us something that want to be a part of something. Everything that we're attached to, the enemy gave it to us. And they gave it to us in a derogatory term, and we ourselves had to make that into a positive thing. Right? The N-word, right? Yeah, we call ourselves the N-word, but we had to turn it into a term of endearment. We had to do that. They didn't do that. You don't see every time we call. And see, this is something that people don't understand either. Why is racism a difficult conversation to have? Have you ever called a white person a cracker? And if you have you ever seen their reaction to you calling them a cracker? They don't give two peas in a pod what you say about them being a cracker. Because it was never racially used against them in that manner. The way that the N-word was used against us. So naturally, we get different reactions. But see, we see white people will use that argument and say, oh, well, you can call me whatever you want to call me. That ain't going to hurt my feelings. But then we say, well, nobody ever called you this while they tied you to a tree and whipped you 33 times because of their religious beliefs. See, nobody ever ingrained that within your subconscious that this is the name that my forefathers was called. And that name was the name that their forefathers were called. And it just wasn't something that you called these people. They were being called this while being ripped apart from horses. Hanging upside down was being beat to death. This is called systematic trauma. So this is why white people react to the word cracker differently than how we react to the N-word. Because when we react to the N-word, there's trauma associated with the word. When they react to a cracker, it's just a regular word to them because there's no trauma associated to that. You see what I'm saying? Like, and so we have to understand that this is the power of racism. And this right here might start some arguments. This is why we don't have the power to be racist. Because we don't have the power to change another culture's reality. We don't have that power. Just by calling a person a word, don't give that power away. And so I land my plane with that. We got some new people. We got brother Lord Banu come up. What it do, Lord Banu? And we got Kojo. What it do, Kojo?
Peace. What's good?
Anybody want to piggyback off of that?
I do.
Yeah,
You got the floor.
I guess I want to help you guys out a bit because you guys are saying that you don't know who you are and so on and so forth. So I just want to help you guys out a little bit, and let's go back to
speak after him because I was trying to. Now I was trying to speak, but I'll speak after you.
Okay. Yeah, so let's go back to Columbus. When Columbus came down to America and said he found Indians. Now, to me, it sounds like Columbus already knew who Indians were because they were in Asia dealing with black people. They were in Spain, they were in Europe, basically. So by the time they came to America, they've dealt with a lot of black people who are Indians, basically. So when he got to America and said, these are Indians, that means that he's referring, or he's talking about someone who's familiar to him, so to speak, which shows that we are all one people. We were all Indians all over the place, whether you were in Asia, whether you were in Europe, whether you were in America, because Africa wasn't basically livable, so to speak. Nobody comes from Africa.
What?
We all migrated to Africa.
What you just say? Repeat that. What you just said?
I just said nobody comes from Africa. We all migrated there.
Hey, yo. This is no. Scratch everything you just said. Ho. We about to stick right there for a second.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I could prove it to you.
What you just
Yeah, take your time.
You said nobody come from Africa.
Let's slow it down.
Everybody migrated there.
It's about to be good.
All right, let me explain something, right? They say that America's the new world, right? Now, if America's the new world, that means that there was nothing there, nobody there, what have you. But apparently, after that, we knew they saw Indians there. But apparently, if they saw Indians there, then how is America the new world? That's the first question. The second question is, why would my ancestors tell me that they're not from Africa and that they journeyed there because of persecution? Why would they do that? So now you go ahead and figure out those two answers. I mean questions, and then let's go ahead.
But you didn't say anything historically accurate. I want you to know that. Yes, I would love to respond to this when you're finished, Rumble.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you want me to? Okay.
You sound like you need to come a little closer to your mic, Queen, if you can. Just
first off, I want to shout out Brother Yara in the comments. Thank you so much, Brother Yara. Hey, I didn't even see your comment, bro. I seen your comment late, Brody. I seen your comment late. I wish I'd have read it 2 seconds earlier, Brody. But so number one, right? I think I went over this before, and I go over this often, right? It's easy for our ancestors to say they always came from here and they didn't come from anywhere else, because that's all they know from their reality, from their experience, right? However, when we check DNA, DNA is a really real thing, right? What we find is that the people that say that they come from here, who are native and indigenous, we find out that those are Asiatic people. And so we know they didn't come from here. We know they we know they came across the Bering Strait. Now, number two, right? When we are dealing with Africa, and maybe you don't know this, but when the first Homo life came upon the matter of fact, my sister Issa Queen is, and so maybe she can validate this for me. My sister Issa Queen is way better than this than I am, so maybe she can validate this for me. When we start to see the first emergence of the Homo species, what we call America was in ice. Am I wrong, Sister Issa Queen, or am I correct? Maybe she can't. Maybe she can't. She can't come to the phone right now. But I'm pretty sure I'm correct when I say that when we start to see the first human species, I'm pretty sure. Actually, you know what? I'm 1,000% sure I'm correct, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because my brother God Energy got a presentation that deals with the migrational patterns of the Homo genus. I believe it's called the migrational patterns of the Homo genus. And it talks about how the first people on the continent that we call Africa first started migrating outwards. And it also talks about why they couldn't why they had to travel north and not south. because they couldn't get over that strait because it was covered in ice, so they had to go the other way. And so I know for a fact that when we first started talking about the first early homos of life, right? The Homo erectus and all of them, when they first started emerging, migrating, right? What we now call America was under ice. So that it would be impossible for your ancestors to say that if they was always here, but if they was here before time and all this, and they migrate from nowhere, it would be impossible, because I'm sure that they wouldn't be around during the time of the Arctic Ice Age. Thank you so much, Brother Yara. They wasn't here doing that. Matter of fact, it's scientifically proven. It's anthropologically proven that there was no humans here, or there was no humans that occupied this land during that time of the first migration of the Homo species. Matter of fact, Yara, you in the comments, you know a lot about this too, brother. Can you come up and devalidate, or can you come up and validate or invalidate what I'm saying, or clarify what I'm saying?
Well, hold on 1 second. You see, when you speak about all this, you have to put a time frame in there. It's not, you can't just say, oh, yeah, America was frozen and that was it. What time frame are you talking about? Because
I just gave you, I just said the early periods of the Homo species.
Can I just say something real quick? I wanted to just touch on a few things you were saying. One, before, when you said that we don't have the power to be racist, I think that is total malarkey right there. I think that we got the power to do anything that anybody else on this planet has the power to do, and to strip us of any powers of creation and organization and nation building is dishonor to us as a people. Another thing I wanted to touch on with the us having genetics that could be traced back to Africa, wouldn't that be the same way both ways? If we got their DNA, wouldn't they have ours? So to say that everybody is from this one place because this is the only human remains that have been found so far. What happens when they find more? Or is it said, like, are they done finding humans from earlier times? You feel me? So to say you know something for a fact is like human arrogance that sometimes we often get caught in saying that we know things to be absolutes when our reality is always changing because new evidence is always being found. So another thing that I wanted to say too, like at one point, weren't all of the continents together as one huge continent? So if that was the case, then everybody would be from the same landmass, right? And people can migrate outwards from that spot and be from just one landmass. And yeah, I think that was all of the points I wanted to touch on. But if the other brother wanted to speak, go ahead.
Can you put me on the list as well? Thank you.
I don't think he got anything to say. Go ahead, Sister Issa Queen, because I'm most definitely coming in.
So first, I want to ask you, Humble. You was asking me something, but I was having issues with my Wi-Fi. Can you repeat what you asked me?
I was asking when the early human species, right, migrated out of Africa, right, was what we call America today. Wasn't that under ice?
Not entirely, no. Not entirely. But even if it just still doesn't prove that the earliest Homo sapiens came out of America. And I could agree somewhat with Lord Banu when he said, science does change with new information. It's just that we've been finding human remains since the 20s, and we still haven't found anything in America that's older than Africa. So yeah, you could leave out hope, but if you're going off of statistics and probability, a betting man would go on Africa. That's just how I see it, right? And even the point about Pangea, well, human remains haven't even been found at the time of Pangea. There's no human anything during that time. We have, our big hello during, I believe, the Miocene. That's when you really started seeing like hominins. And don't quote me on that, but that's just how my brain is working right now. I think it is the Miocene. So I just feel like, for the most part, we're keeping out hope that it is in America, but in all reality, if you are functioning off of information and statistics and, scientific evidence, you can't get around Africa. You just can't. I'm done.
Okay. So I had to do some research real fast and looking some stuff up. And yeah, so I know I wasn't tripping, bro. So let me read this first, right? So the first thing I'm gonna read is by Lokabizinda L. No, what is this man's name? Hold on, source. Pedenza D. L. Tall, right? He is a person from the University of Georgia, right? Hold on, is this the one I want to read? No. Okay, here it is, right? So
Could you share the screen, Humble?
Huh?
Could you share the screen? Because the screen is not
Share the
nothing
screen.
is
Gosh,
showing.
matter of fact, yep. See, I be so used to being on the side of my thing. I got you. Hold on. Give me 1 second. So then everybody could be able to see. Okay. Hold on. Thank you. Let's get it here. I hate when all these things are in the way. All right. So now let me screen share this. And I'm gonna screen share one more thing after this. Right? All right. Academia. Okay. David Lipinski, a complete scholar from Desi, Georgia, from the evolutionary bio of early Homo, right? The takeaway of his report. Now, this is a report that he wrote, right? And the abstracts, when we get into the report, the one thing that we find out about his report, let's get into it. Early Homo, paleo. I'm trying to look and see where it said they left. Their first migration was out of Africa 1.8 to 2 million years ago, right? Which I knew I wasn't tripping. Here it is. Wait, is this? See, this is why I don't like doing these things. Hold on, let me go back because I want to give y'all something so y'all could read. Okay. Ahead, find Lipinski describes file school. What does it describes? Oh, here it is right here. Okay, site of Demazi, Georgia has yielded an impressive sample hominid carnel and precarnal remains documenting the presence of homos outside of Africa around 1.8 million years ago. Here report a new cranium from Damsky D4500 that together with an amendable D2600 represents the world's first completely preserved adult hominid skull from the early Pleistocene. And so basically what this is saying, and the reason I went down here because I want to make sure I know what it's saying, right? The earliest presence outside of Africa was around 1.8 million years ago, right? And they noticed because of the trackings of these skulls, right? Now, when we take that number 1.8 million years and we ask, well, what was going on with what we call America at 1.8 million years ago, right? And so this is why I respect my sister right here, right? Because she said, yeah, but not entirely. The whole thing wasn't covered in ice, right?
Hold on, humble.
Yes,
1 second,
yes.
please. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, now let's just say that what you're saying is right, and I know that it's wrong totally. Because
wait, what was wrong?
The 1.8 billion years where America was covered with in ice, that's wrong. I'll tell you why that's wrong.
How is that wrong?
Hold on, let me tell you why I'm saying that. Okay, right now, if you look what we observe in the earth, all those buildings that we see in America, all over the world, how old do you think they are?
They not older than 1.8 million years old. And if you say that, I promise you I'm going to challenge you to prove it. I'm going to challenge you to prove it.
Hold on. No, you're the one saying they're not 1.8 billion years old.
I said they're not older than 1.8 million years old.
So how old do you think they are? That's the question. Because that civilization obviously was here long before we came here. Right. So tell me, how long was their civilization?
Are you talking about the mounds? Time out. Are you talking about the mounds?
I'm talking about the buildings, the Tartarian buildings that we see.
Oh, boy, that's fake. Get that out of here. I ain't talking to you about no pseudoisms, boy. You talking about Tartarian buildings. We ain't no Tartaria. Tartaria don't even exist. Do you know the name Tartaria on a map? Hold on 1 second. Don't come up here and talk about no Tartaria and think you about to get away with that. Let me cam up. Do you know the word Tartaria on a map was just used for unexplored European settlements? Ain't no such thing as no Tartaria buildings.
Yeah, listen, we're looking at these buildings. This is not no Google or no history or history. This is what we see. So you can't tell me that you know Tartaria. When you go and look on the old maps, you will see the name Tartaria there.
And what did the name Tartaria mean on those old maps? Can you please describe that for me? Hold on 1 second, Lord Benu, because I'm about to crush his head real quick. When you see Tartaria on those old maps, what does the word Tartaria represent?
It represents an empire. It represents a civilization.
No, it don't represent an empire. It represents the places that they have not traveled to yet.
Who?
The European, the people that made up the word Tartaria.
Whoa. Wait a minute.
So people that
you're basing everything
you talk about.
You're basing everything that you're saying is so-called legit on European thought. Is that what you're telling me? Because the Europeans said it. It's fact. That's what I.
Now you know that's not what I'm saying, bro. You just seen me go up in here. You just seen me go in for an hour on Europeans. So you know I'm not saying everything Europeans saying is fact. But what I'm saying is the Europeans that first started adding the word Tartaria on maps used the word Tartaria to describe untraveled lands.
Who told you that?
You know what? I'm gonna bring it up.
Explain the giants then that goes with the building.
Ain't no
explain the giants that go. Oh, there was no giants. Is that what you're telling me?
This guy's wow. What?
Wait, can we kind of get back to the out of Africa
Have you
thing?
been
Because
around?
we getting
I don't
hold
think
on,
you've
we're
been
getting
around.
further and further
You
into
ain't seen
pseudo
anywhere
land, and I
except for
kind
your
of want
little
to
bush
get
that you
through
live in.
one whole
Hold on 1
conversation
second,
before we move to
Kojo.
another one. Cause like now,
So,
cause you went from talking about how, what part of North America was in ice. So can we go back to that? Cause
right.
now we in
Well, if I
Tartaria.
could finish
We're
reading,
still
because he
there.
did cut me
Hold
off.
on.
If I
We're
could
still
finish reading,
there.
hold on,
Now,
brother. If I could finish reading, because he did cut, because you cut me off. So it said around 1.8 million years ago, the North America was entering the early Pleistocene ice age. And large parts of North America were covered in ice, but the entire continent, exactly what Sister
Somebody got a
Easy
water sign.
was not frozen. And so here's the thing, though, right? This ice coverage was responsible for life as we know it. When I'm saying as we know, we talk about humans, right? They couldn't survive there. So it was unsuitable for life. This is how we know humans didn't come from that part of life, from that part of the planet.
I'll say something real quick. Like, how do you know if you weren't there, or if you can't do no research to prove this yourself? All you doing is going off somebody else's research and accepting it as truth because you believe them. Like, you don't know.
word. That's real talk.
So are you saying? So
At least
now
I'm
y'all
saying
just
what
saying,
I'm
"Hold on,
seeing.
time out." See, this is why I don't like dealing with brothers like y'all, because y'all don't know what side of the fence y'all want to stand. 1 minute y'all want to try. See, when y'all proving a point, y'all want to try to get all scientific and all
Hold on,
philosophical.
humble. Let him
But
finish,
then, hold
humble.
on, Lord
You cut
Benin.
him off.
But then,
I ain't saying
No,
no.
you cut him off, humble.
Go ahead,
Just be
Lord Benin. My
A1.
bad.
Yeah. Nah, all I was saying was just that, you know what I'm saying? When people present information to all right, we're using you right now, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say people like you. I'm just saying you right now, right? When information is presented, right, that you don't agree with, you only don't agree with it because you've been cemented in the information that you've deemed accurate. And then the only reason that you deem it accurate is because you accept these people's credentials and you accept what they say. You haven't done the experimentation or the anthropology or the DNA research to prove if this stuff is legitimate. You just subscribe to it. So to say that now we're in pseudo land is just an excuse to validate your subscription to European worldview and science. I'm not saying that we shouldn't believe in science or we shouldn't trust scientific research to an extent. All I'm saying is that we can't just totally reject an idea and say that it's malarkey or false because Europeans say otherwise, and I understand with that.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Lord Benu. Right, this
Yes, sir.
Tartaria, just like Kojo was about to say, is older than 1.8 million years, and they're supposed
Speak
to
up,
be
Banu.
a ancient civilization. Where is their writing?
Okay.
We've got
Well,
Let's start from the
observation
middle
all
here.
over the
Where is
place.
their
We
writing?
don't need writing because
Now we don't
we've
need
got
writing.
evidence all
What?
over the place.
so I could look at the buildings and I could look at different structures and different stories that they've told me throughout history. So when I look at these big cathedral churches that are being accredited to this Tartarian civilization, I don't know if Tartaria existed, but all I know is that they're telling me that during this time frame, the only building
Banu,
equipment.
you sound horrible right now. Your audio is choppy and staticky. Can you try to fix it?
Hello, can y'all hear me now? I think it's someone. I think it's me in contrast with something else because I hear it.
No, it was sounding bad just now to me too.
How about now?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. I think it was
Okay,
the
yeah.
ancestors, but maybe I'm tripping.
So what I'm saying is, right, when I look at history and what they tell me, right, and they tell me that these buildings come from a certain time period, right? And that during that time period, the only thing that they had to build with was a hammer and a chisel, right? And there's structures that are up right now that they can't recreate today without laser pinpoint technology. How am I supposed to believe that story or anything that comes along with it? You feel me? So it's my duty to question that and to say, well, now you got to prove where did this come from if you can't do it today with a hammer and a chisel. You need lasers to recreate this. How can you say that these people that just came over here that barely was heating up food, you feel me, knew how to build these structures and only built them to when they were living in shacks, but they built these structures that amplify sound that now when we study them, we see all of the technologies and the acoustic advancements that are in these buildings. And were you telling me that these people did all of that when they was living in little wooden huts and warming up with hay? Like, it don't make sense. So I'm not saying that it was Tartaria or whoever it was, but all I'm saying is that the story not adding up, and to accept it as truth just because these people have degrees or accreditations in certain fields that they were given by their peers, you feel me, to perpetuate these stories. Like, because we all know that if you're in a field and you step outside of the mindset that's being presented at that time, you'll be ostracized, and they'll scrutinize you to the point where you can't get no funding. You won't be able to present no research or papers or anything like that. So to go along with the narrative would be advantageous to your career. You feel what I'm saying? So, like, all I'm saying is just like, we can't just say that this information is accurate because nobody on this call is qualified to experiment on it and to prove it's right. You just got to accept it.
Can I ask you a question, Lord Banu?
Yes, sir.
How come all of a sudden now, when Africa is gaining some sort of respect in academia, everybody has a problem with them saying that black people doing something good after fighting for 355 million years to get them to say black people did something, contributed? Why is it a problem now? Why is it all of a sudden now they're questioning when black people contribute? All the time they're talking about the white man and the other man, they had nothing to say about it. Now when black people get a foothold, black don't matter, black is the problem. That ain't make no sense.
Yeah, that don't make sense to me. That don't make sense to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I still hold
on. Hear what I said. You didn't hear what I just said. I'm criticizing you because I'm saying when black was the worst thing ever, nobody have nothing to say about it. It was cool. Now when black is getting a foothold, everybody's skeptical. That ain't making no sense.
Wait.
You see, you're misunderstanding, my dude. You're misunderstanding. What's happening is that, okay, when you say black wasn't out here doing whatever, nobody was saying nothing. People were saying things, but it wasn't getting the amount of coverage because we didn't have the internet and so on and so forth. But now we have the internet. Yes, we're voicing our opinions, but we're not saying that Africans coming up is a bad thing.
Can I just cut in really quick?
No, hold on.
One second.
Hold on, sister.
We're not saying Africans coming up is a bad thing. Of course not. That's what we want. We want every black man to come up. That's what we want.
Let me repeat what I said and let me be more clear. What I'm saying is people like you guys was probably going along with the scholarship when black wasn't nothing. And now that black is getting a foothold, that's when you want to become skeptical. You can't do that.
Me?
Don't do that.
We're not skeptical. Who said we're skeptical? I'm not skeptical. I'm just saying what Humble is saying is wrong. That's all I'm saying.
How do you know?
Right, but this is the problem. What you keep on saying, what Humble is saying is wrong, is that you have no facts. You have no facts, no evidence, only questions for why he's wrong. And that's a part of the problem that I'm hearing. Hold on. That's a part of the problem that I'm hearing on both of you guys' side of the conversation. It's not that y'all are bringing up, information to combat what we already have. You're just bringing up questions because you're skeptical of the information that we already have. And be very clear, when you are driving your car, you are not you are not, skeptical of the science then. When you are on the computer and you are on panels having conversations, you're not skeptical about the science about that. But why is it when it comes to Black history, now we're skeptical about the science? That's crazy to me.
So I think
Well,
he.
I'm
I
saying
think both
that I'm
about Black
saying to
history.
you that if you're gonna do something, you do it right. And therefore, you can't jump hoops and think you're gonna get the right results. You have to first start with self, and you have to look inside of yourself where you come from, and so on and so forth, so we can build a solid foundation, not a foundation where
So
everybody's
how
got
do
different
you
ideas and so on and so
how do you
forth.
look
And
inside of
that's what I'm
yourself and
saying.
find out who you are? How do you do that?
I'm sorry.
What does that mean? And what does that mean in reality? Look inside yourself and find out who you are. Does that give you a DNA code or an ethnicity or like what? Or are we just saying what, civilization we feel connected to? What are we saying when we're saying that?
Says he don't know.
Okay,
He
so
don't
that's
know.
this is
It just
exactly
sounds
the
good.
point I'm
It
trying
sounds
to
cute.
make. So it makes it easier for people to find out where they come from. And when I'm saying to you that Africa, we don't come from Africa, that's what my ancestors. Look, I'm African. I grew up there. I went to school there. My ancestors told me this. Not just me. Ask any African. Do they come
So
from
are you
Africa?
saying
They
that
will tell
our
you no.
ancestors didn't tell us that we were from Africa? Is that what you're saying?
Say what?
Are you trying to say that our ancestors in America are telling us that we didn't come from there? Is that what you're saying?
No, no, that's not
But
what
What
I'm
part of
saying.
Africa are you from?
I'm because I'm confused on why you're saying, my descent, my ancestors told me I'm from Africa. So did mine. Like what are you
No, no.
saying?
I said my ancestors said they are not from Africa. There's nobody that
Um,
comes
Right.
from
That's what I'm
Africa.
asking.
okay,
Though, what part
so
of Africa are you from with your descendants? Where
right,
they
but my question would be, was your grandparents talking about 300,000 years ago or just their parents? What do you think that they were talking about?
Listen, this is what I'm saying. If we're looking at the
I heard what you
foundation
said. I'm
of
asking you a
everything,
question. I heard what you
yes,
said.
and
I heard you. And what I'm
I'm trying to
asking you
answer you.
is hold on. What I'm asking you is, were your parents talking about their ancestors from 300,000 years ago when, the first people was walking out, right? At least the line that we're talking about. Are you saying that your grandparents were saying they weren't of that line, or are your grandparents just saying that their parents' isn't from there? Which one do you think your parents were talking about?
I'm saying to you that our history even points to the fact that we migrated into Africa. We're not from
What
Africa.
are you okay, is this history from 100 years ago? Is it from 200 years ago? Or is it from 300,000 years ago? Which one do you think?
He don't know.
Well, I mean, you could put it from 300,000 years ago. You could put it from any time. I'm
So you
saying to
telling
you,
me that no, I want to know what your parents were talking about. When you're talking about how your lineage migrated from wherever they migrated into Africa, was that 100 years ago? Was that 200 years ago? Or was that 300,000 years ago? Which one?
well, I'm okay. Let me tell you, let's use common sense right here. Well, they're talking
Oh
about
my
the
God.
old
Like the
world. Hold
question
on,
just cannot be
hold
answered
on.
because the
Let me
answer
answer,
is
please.
200,
Ma'am, let
maybe.
me answer. Let me answer, please. We're talking about the beginning of this civilization. This is why they call it the old world, basically, and the new world. So if we're talking about the old world, then yeah, that's what we came. I mean, we was in everything started in Asia, and then they migrated down. Some was in Europe. They migrated down through persecution down to Spain. Some went into Africa, deep into Africa, and that's the history that we have.
Right,
that
I get
European.
that. What year is that history is what I'm asking you that you keep on jumping over because I think you recognize that the out of Africa theory is from 300,000 years ago. And you're telling me about something that happened 200 years ago. So what I'm saying is older than what you're saying. So what you're saying is null and void for the conversation. And I think that you
Well, no,
recognize that
because
the
you have
first
no
time
proof
I asked
that
you,
that was
now
the
we're
case.
running
You're going
and
by what an
we're
European
basically
wrote.
beating around the bush on what year, like to date, that you're talking about, so we can actually have a real conversation. But being that you're using words like Spain and Europe, that tells me that you're only talking about maybe the 19th and 20th and 17th century. You're not talking about out of Africa. You're just talking about your lineage, and that's
Now,
fine. But don't
hold
try to
on, hold
use
on,
your
hold on. No,
lineage.
no,
Don't.
no,
I'm gonna
no.
land with this. I'm gonna land with this. Don't try to use your lineage to debunk something that's over 200,000 years before the time that you're talking about.
Okay, quickly. Let me just say this, please. When I say the old world, I say the old world because there was a civilization before that, and that is observable because we all see the buildings. This is why I brought in Tartaria, basically. So that was a civilization before then. So when you say 300,000 years ago, then you're talking about before Tartaria. So if you're talking before Tartaria, Tartaria is all over the world. The buildings are all over the world. So are there the buildings? Are there buildings like that in Africa?
My brother, what you're doing is spouting European hogwash. That's not African history. That's nonsense that Europeans tell you when they want to tell you you didn't do nothing nowhere. They make up phantom
No, the
civilizations that never
Tartarian is
existed.
a black civilization. What are
Listen
you
to me.
talking about, my
Listen
brother?
to me.
Hold
That's
on.
European hogwash you spouting, brother.
I
You
wanted to.
sound like you've been in Europe way too long. You need to go
That
back
is a
home
black
and get a reality
civilization,
check.
my dude. What are you
I
talking
wanted to
about?
say something. I want to say something real quick.
Nah, bro.
Y'all was tying me in to some type of European research, and that is not anything what I was talking about. I don't know how that got misinterpreted or where
I'm
we
not
got
talking
lost.
about you, Lord Banu. It's not you I'm talking to. I'm talking about the other brother sound like he's spotting European hogwash. He's been in Europe
Yeah,
long. And he want to start his history with some
And I'm saying to you, the
with some
Tartarian
Europeans.
Empire was a black empire, sir. But you're
That
not
didn't
listening to me. So
exist.
how can
That's
that
fringe
be European
nonsense.
hogwash?
So what I was going
You
to
can
say,
prove Tartaria existed, or that's fringe
what I was going to
nonsense.
say, what I was going to say too is that how can you say that he's spewing European hogwash when in reality, majority of the things that we're saying is European study and European evidence from their conquest of the planet and how they interpreted the things that they found and what they're doing now. So to say that one is European hogwash, you could say the same thing for the other, like it's European hogwash. They're wrong.
Now, I will agree with you that maybe 25 years ago you could have said that, but now in 2026 we know better, and we're moving away from that idea that everything the European says is true. We're moving away from that idea. That's not
I
true
beg the
anymore.
difference. I
And it's
beg the difference
panels
because
like
we
this.
still have the call calling ourselves black in contrast to white as our identity.
Bro, we never
Black
historically
is not
contrast.
in contrast to white. We've been
Can
calling
you define
ourselves
black for
black
me?
I
before
want
the
to answer
white
that so
people
bad.
even showed up.
Can you define black American for me? The black
No,
and black American. What does it mean?
hold on a second. Hold on a second, Lord Banu. In ancient Kemet, they actually contrast black to black, which was Kem, which is dark, and then Deseret, which is lighter. There was no such thing as calling people white as far as skin color was concerned. That came in
Right.
way later.
But Kim
Way later,
doesn't
thousands
mean
of years
black.
later. Even the
Kim
Greeks
doesn't
didn't
mean
call
black
themselves
like you
white.
define it in black
Even the Greeks didn't use
American.
that term. They called themselves Greek. And that
Yeah,
was their form of supremacy. Anybody who wasn't Greek or Roman was a savage. You could
right.
have been
But
from
Kim,
anywhere outside of Greek and Roman. You were a savage. It has nothing to do with skin color. They were just egocentric. They didn't think anybody was better than them. And ancient people did not contrast black and white. They called themselves black, and black was sacred. There was no contrast to white. That word didn't exist in ancient Africa at all. in terms of physical description of people. You wouldn't find that nowhere. You could go Kemet, ancient West Africa. They don't have that word to describe people. It was never there. That came in during enslavement to deal with to put it this race thing to justify slavery. That's a very recent thing. The black and white contrast. Greeks and Romans didn't even contrast black to black. It was black to white. They contrast black to other black people. Ethiopians to what they call Egyptians. That's what they did. And if you read the documents, you know that they did that. The standard for black in the ancient world for the Greeks was the so-called ancient Egyptian, which was the people of Kemet, and what they call Ethiopians. That's it. There was nothing else. When you read documents, you know that, Lord Banu. They compared us to us. There was nothing else. There was no other comparison besides that. What happened? He fell off? Lord Banu fell off?
No, we're here, but I'm just wondering. So, how you explaining all these things that are going? I mean, you're talking about something written down in a book. Fair enough, but I'm talking about buildings, things that we physically see right now as we speak, basically. So, what I mean, whose evidence carries more weight? What are we seeing right now, or your fantasy writings by some European somewhere
by
that
who?
is trying to write
himself
into
you do know the civilization. The civilization I'm talking about, I always talk about Kemet, had writing long before other people had writing. So I'm not making nothing up. I could go and look
Who told you that?
The two oldest forms of writing are Medu Neter and cuneiform. Those are the two oldest.
Nah, man. They had the Canaanite writings. They had the Sumerian writings.
Canaanite is not older than cuneiform, brother. It's not older than cuneiform. That came much later. It's not older than cuneiform, and it's definitely not older than
when these civilizations came before Kemet.
Because it came after. Are you mad? There's only one civilization, which is Sumer, that they argue is older than ancient Kemet, and that's still an argument.
They were I disagree.
They were basically contemporaneous.
They had even the Khazarian Empire that invaded Babylon. Babylon was there before. They had Acadia. All these empires were there, so-called, basically before.
Well, it doesn't go back before Sumer. Babylon is not before Sumer, and it's
all
definitely
of these
not
are
before Kemet.
All of these are before Sumer.
Well, there's definitely nothing before Kemet. In that, the only argument that they make is that Sumer may be before Kemet by a couple of hundred years. There's no other civilization that they argue is before ancient Kemet. They don't argue that. It's between those two. That's the academic argument.
Kemet also is an European thought, because again,
the word
you look
Kemet
at
is not European.
All of the histories. When a man goes and conquers somebody, he doesn't take their gods. He rather gives the people he conquers his god. But when you look at the histories going back, these people are taking gods and religions from other cultures. I mean, who does that?
I think you have a gross misunderstanding of how history works. Like a gross misunderstanding.
Unless these people didn't know anything, so therefore they had to make something up, and therefore that's what they did. But Charlie,
you have a gross misunderstanding about what history is and science. In all reality, I think a part of the problem is because y'all keep on calling it white science or European science, but it's just science. Some of it is right and some of it is wrong. That's it.
Please, hotel. Let me come in. Hey, can I chime in? Let me chime in real quick, man.
I just want to ask a quick question to the lady. Who's doing the science? Because you're saying there's no European science, no black. Who's doing the science?
Good question.
Everybody. That people look like you and people don't look like you who do these studies. That people, these fields are now being occupied by people that look like us. It's no longer just Europeans who are qualified to tell us about our language and our culture.
Right.
We are making infields into Egyptology and other things where we were not 5 and 10 years ago. So it's no longer a white man going to tell you anything, because we can read for ourselves and draw our own conclusions.
We have scientific
Let's have our own
institutions.
conferences.
We have
that
science
don't include people that
institutions.
don't look like us.
Do we have science institutions?
Not to the level that they got. No, but we do have people who do have some small little institutions that's trying to make strides. But on the level that they have the institutions, we don't have that level. We can't match it. So with that being said, let me what's up, man? My name's Hercules. Just hopping in.
And whose level do we follow, sir?
Wait, hold up. I want to return back to what you were saying earlier when you was criticizing the ancient civilizations for being able to build these structures with precision, but yet you was talking about they living in shacks. Well, that's a Eurocentric point of view. You have to understand that when we're looking at these ancient civilizations, especially in Africa, especially in Cuba, their goal. Wait, let me finish, man, because I sat and I listened to y'all talk for the past 15 minutes.
I just wanted to correct something, because I think I was the one that said that, and I think that you misunderstood what I said. I wasn't talking about Africans.
But I think you should still wait till he finished, though. Don't stop.
I said they was living in shacks, but go ahead.
Yeah, but you kind of generalize it for the ancient world. But with the thing, so what I want to point out is that that's coming from a European, that's coming from a Western point of view, because we grew up with a Western culture, and we're looking at the world through their lens and not through an African lens. It's whereas in the ancient civilizations, especially on the continent with Black people, it was more of understanding, trying to live in harmony with nature and not trying to destroy nature. Whereas in Western culture, they don't care about nature. They want to dominate it. And so they would pollute and destroy nature, just to dominate it. So you're looking at civilizations that built structures. Let's just, talk about the Kemet and stuff, that was able to build these precise structures because they did have this knowledge, this advanced math, what we call advanced. We would say advanced, but it really wasn't advanced. They was at their period of time that they were supposed to be at. And they built the structures, the temples, but their houses was the same mud houses, the circular houses that you see in the rest of southern Africa with the rest of the people, because that's where they came from. And it made sense to build houses out of bricks, out of clay and mud, because it was cooler than building a house out of bricks. It kept the place cool when you're living in 100-degree weather. So this is the reasons for that. All right. So we have to look at it from their point of view and their perspective of why they would do things like that, instead of looking at it from a Western perspective. Okay. And the second point, we are getting on, like, we're not referring to ourselves as being Black. As the sister said, we've always, referred to ourselves as Black, because being Black was pure. Coming from an African perspective, it was a sign of pureness and righteousness. And we see that in ancient Kemet. And yes, you do have poems, and you have letters, and you have some of the kings where they refer to themselves as being Black, like the Apis bull. They call themselves Black. And we know this because this is just an African culture. When you look at the rest of the side of Africa, they identify with the land. And there's a brother named Kamalu. In his book, Personal Divinity and Nature, he shows you there was a relationship with the land. So when you ask them, what do you call the land? They would tell you, this land is called, Kemet, the land of Black land. But what do you call a person? Kemet too, Black people. And it's the same thing when you're in the Congo, and when you're in with Tree and Songhai, and the Songhai ancestors, Bibi is Black. Bibi is the word for Black, and it means pure. So when you ask them, what do they call the land? It's Abibi man. So what do you call a person? Abibi fo, Black. So they was referring to them as Blackness. So this is long before have contact before the European, because again, in African culture, being Black is righteous. It is pure. You're trying to mimic the creator, because the creator is Black. They looked at the creator as being Black. So they referred to themselves as Black. No, they didn't use the word Black. No, we know that. And we know, you know what I'm saying, when white people came along, you know, they created this hierarchy with this race stuff, and now everything's mixed up. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out because you can go through the languages and the culture, and you can see this similarity. But like I said, it's a great book called Personal Divinity and Nature, and where he's showing you that African people always associate themselves with being a part of the land, being a part of the community, you know, and identifying with the land. So that's why in Kemet, it was the land was called black and the people was called black. It was just an African thing.
Okay, can I respond to that? Can I respond to that? Because those are some things that I was saying when I was talking about the structures, right? I was talking about here in America, when these Europeans claimed that they built these structures that we're looking at today that are still standing. And during that time, the only equipment that they had to build with was a hammer and a chisel. And today, with all of the cranes, the cement mixers, and everything, they still can't recreate these structures that are built, that they're just claiming and using as churches and temples that were already here when they got here. So all I'm saying is I was talking about them, not us. I know that we had empires before they even knew how to bathe themselves correctly. You feel me? So that got lost in translation. I agree that we all see the world through a European lens, and certain people might look at our culture as primitive because of the tint that Europeans put on it to push their narrative. And the second point I wanted to make from when you said that about us calling ourselves black, you said it yourself that they didn't use the word black. It wasn't even in the definition. It was interpreted by somebody else that's what they were saying.
No,
black.
that's not true.
So when you define
means dark or black.
Okay, dark.
That's what
right?
it means. Dark or black. That's what it means. Dark skin.
So in the definition, they had
in terms of color, it can be interpreted as being very dark skin, super black.
Okay. So by being dark skinned, right? When you say you're a black American, right, or you're a black man, are you using the same definition?
They had two different words to describe blackness. No, hold on. They had two different words to describe blackness. Kem, which means dark skin, super black, and Deseret, which means anything other than Kem. And we still use those words to today in the same context, with the same tone that our African ancestors spoke about.
Okay,
we still talk about red skin as having some stigma of negativity in 2025 as black.
Red skin? They call me red. They call me red. When I came down south, they said I was red. I never heard that before. But I'm talking about when you hear the average person say, "I'm black, y'all. I'm black. Black power." You feel me? Black pride. What is that definition? Define that for me.
Well, that covers a great deal in modern English. Dark skin, light skin, red skin, yellow bone, all of that.
So can you
define the distinctions that the ancient ancestors did?
You said what?
It doesn't make the same distinction as far as a different word. Black is a very far-reaching skin tone, skin complexion, cornucopia of different shades.
In the English language,
a lot.
In the English language, right?
Yes,
when
it describes a lot.
All right, let me ask you this: are you black?
I didn't hear you.
Are you black?
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Define it.
Yes.
Yeah, but can I just say that, look, in Africa, we never refer to ourselves as black. I mean, even
stop lying.
Even in the West, if you're talking to a black person, you won't say, "Hey,
that's
black
not
man,"
true.
whatever. You just talk to the person because you know and understand where they come from.
But hold on real quick.
When you're in the West, amongst other people, that you get to be called black.
That's untrue. That's untrue. That's very untrue.
But hold on, before you get into that, you said you're black. Define it. What is black? Define it. What is black as in what you are? What is it?
as I said, you could be dark skinned black, you could be light skinned black, you could be red skinned black, you could be yellow bone black.
Oh,
All of
black,
that
but
is
a
the
black
definition of
American.
black.
But to answer his question, basically, we are descendants of the Africans that came over here. So me referring to myself as black, I'm identifying with the essence of the universe, the darkness
But
in the
that's not the
universe,
question that
the
he
God,
asked.
the Creator, who is
That's
black.
not the question he was asking again. He was asking in terms of you could be brown skin, caramel skin.
No. I don't care about your skin complexion. I'm not asking you about your skin complexion. I'm talking about somebody in America right now, a man in Detroit, Michigan, right now, that says I'm black, right?
It
What
means
is
of African descent. That is what it means. If you're
that's it?
asking me
It
that,
doesn't
that
have, hold on. It doesn't have to be from African descent. Can I cut in here, brothers?
Yeah, go ahead.
It does not
Yeah,
have to be of
mute up,
African
Anu. You got the
descent,
water
because
song.
you could be from South America and be black. You can be from Asia and be black. What you're talking about is genealogy of people, of the original people that first came out of, Africa. And you could be from anywhere and be black. It doesn't necessarily have to be from Africa. But when it comes to like being black, there's a whole lot of different definitions around it, because we are in a time period where we lived through racism and colonization. So of course, people changed the definition, but in its infancy, black meant pure. And black people were naming themselves black all the time. The Sagigas were the black-headed ones, those Sumerians that we love to talk about, right? Quebec called their whole land black. So this idea that is something negative with black, that comes from the European, at least the white ones.
Okay.
I think that we should not
See,
have an
I
issue with
disagree,
saying that.
because to me, it's somebody labeling you. When you hear the word black, it's somebody calling you that. It's not you calling yourself that. Like I said, we've
I'm
interacted
calling
amongst
myself
each other.
black. What are you talking about? I'm calling myself
Excuse
that.
me?
Now, if somebody
No,
else calls me
hold on.
that derogatorily, that's something
I did not
different.
say
That doesn't
nobody's
change
saying
the
it's
definition for
derogatory.
myself.
What we're saying is nobody called ourselves that until the Europeans did
But
that.
I just told you that Sagiga means black-headed ones.
In
That's
what
what they
language is
called
that?
themselves.
In what language is that?
Those were the first people in Sumeria.
Kojo.
And so, and we gave you
Yeah,
the
see, this is
example.
what I'm talking about. When you have a misunderstanding of history, you get confused on little things like that, right? There's a lot of black people that are out there. Big shout outs to my brother God Energy, but like he literally did a whole panel based on the black European and how Dove used to mean black, how Schwartz used to mean black. So people would literally move to Europe and call themselves Dublins, Schwarthy. All of these words are meaning of black. So this idea that white
the
people
meaning
were the
of
ones who
black.
gave us
Are they
this,
okay?
that's
What's a
European.
Swarthy. What language is Swarthy? What language is dub?
Do you know? Do you guys know
Does
that when
that
you look
matter
up,
They're
when it
sure not
comes down? Like,
African
what language
languages.
is the Sagiga speaking? Like
The only language.
you're making a straw man argument. You are using the fact that black comes in different languages as a way to say what exactly? That we wasn't calling ourselves black?
I'm saying the only language that I've heard on this panel this evening that is an African language is what the other brother said. Before that is because it was it was a name given to us. Oh, we're black. They call us black, so we say Obi before. That's why we say Obroni, because that's white. White means
So the
the same way
Sumerians
they named
doesn't
us. We
count.
named
hold
them.
on for a second. So Kojo, so you're telling me that when we're telling you that the word Kem means black, some white man made that up? Are you serious?
Well, yes, because it's Greek. I mean, it's Kem
Kem
Greek.
is
Hold on,
not
let me just
Greek. Be quiet.
hold on.
Kem is a Medu Nature word for dark or black. Go and read a dictionary, and it will tell you that the original use. Hold on. The original use of the word the original use of the word Kem and Kemet were a physical description in the pyramid text of Unas, calling him a black ram and a black sheep. It wasn't a place name. It was
So are you
describing him
saying to me
afterlife
that
as a
every
black
single
ram and a
word,
black sheep in the 4th dynasty? That's the first attestation of the word. It wasn't originally a place name. It was describing a deceased ruler. And if you read the text, you would know that. If you Googled, you would know that those are not European words. They come way before there was a Europe or Greek or Rome or any of
okay,
those people
fine.
that you're
So
talking about. So
okay,
read
fine.
before you
So
talk.
my question to you is, for example, blackboard or anything with the name black. Is that what you're saying to me? Is that's what they used to call that particular, well, anything black in Kemet?
Are you
That's what you're saying.
listening? Are you listening to me? That is what I said. That is the word for black. Yes.
And what's the
yes.
word for white?
There was no word for white as a physical description for people. It didn't exist. It didn't exist. It did not exist. There was none. There was only
This is all made up, my friend.
There was only two descriptions: the dark-skinned black and the light-skinned black. There was no word for white to describe people. And if you're African and your parents taught you something, you would know. If you go to Africa now, they still use the term the red one and the black one. They do it.
No, brother.
Until
Listen,
now,
this is all European constructs. Even we have languages in the same tree that you spoke. We have something called preko, which is pig. Preko is not an African language. It's a Portuguese. It's a how they call it?
Did you hear me use that word? Did you hear me use that word?
Say what?
Did I use that word?
No,
No,
I'm just giving an example.
Well, then you're giving a bad example because I didn't use any word that's considered European. And if you look it up, you will see that Kem or Kemet would be considered the oldest word for the term black. You're not going to find anything older than that written down. I'm sure if you Google
written down by whom? Who wrote that?
Is the oldest.
What language? You see, this is where my concern is. There's no language in Africa today that has that carries that words or the words that you're speaking, black and Kemet and all these.
Bro, somebody failed you miserably, because
really?
You could go to Africa now and ask them historically, was that word black used for people, and they'll tell you that. So somebody failed you miserably when they were teaching you.
I can go where?
Somebody
where
teach you something somewhere. Somebody teach you something somewhere.
Where?
Because the Greeks and Romans the Greeks and Romans thousands of years ago have a word that they can use to describe black people physically. So how you gonna say African stuff? They do,
because we didn't need to describe ourselves. We know listen, today when I'm speaking to you, I haven't seen you, but I know you're black. I haven't called you black, but we're talking.
Kojo, the word melanin comes from the Greek word melanos. It means black. They use that to describe Africans. That is the word that's the word for the most extreme black they could describe.
But y'all, you playing semantics, right? You're playing semantics. Unfortunately, we all live in colonized lands. That's why we speak English. Unfortunately, Kemet, right, was colonized by Greeks and both Romans. So the changing of the language and the definitions of words is inherent in the idea of the colonization that has happened. So you saying that black comes in all of these different languages isn't making your point. What you're really saying is black people in all of these languages have a name for themselves, when white people literally didn't get white people until the 1600s. So us calling ourselves black people is way older, like agriculture, beginning at agriculture times. And you're trying to conflate that with the idea of what Europeans turned black into. And I think you're doing us a disservice when you do that.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
No, he's talking to the other guy.
I'm
You can't
sorry,
be
both
talking
of
to
you
me.
have accents. Whoever is confused about why we call ourselves black and people being called black, whoever is confused about that, that was for you.
Well, I mean, that sounded very
definitely.
nice and it sounded good, but I mean, unfortunately, that's not correct because, again, like I said, you can say to the cows come home, oh, we called ourselves black, but there's no language that proves that.
Did you
There's
hear what I
nothing
just
except
said, or
for
are you
what?
just
Hold on,
talking? Did you hear
except
what I
for
just
what?
said? You
Hold
didn't listen
on,
to
sir.
nothing I just said, did you?
Sagiga.
Hold on, sir.
Two
Sagiga
of us listen.
means
Hold on, sir. Good man.
black-headed ones. What language do you think Sagiga is?
He
Hold
doesn't
on,
know.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
He
hold on,
doesn't
hold on,
know.
hold on. Who walks around calling themselves black-headed ones? That's the question I want to know.
The
I won't
people
call
of
you a
the
black-headed one.
people
So
who
why would you
call
call me a
themselves
black-headed one?
the people. That's the problem because you're talking faster than you're listening. That's part of the problem. Sagiga was the name of the peoples who raised Sumeria. You know, when you was talking about Sumerians earlier, that's the European name. They called themselves Sagigas, the black-headed ones. That's 4 times I said that to you. You keep on overlooking it because you want to stick with this European version of what black is. And you're doing us a disservice when you do that.
And
But
this
you
is
do
what my
know.
question is that you're not answering. If there's no Europeans around, who are they calling? Why are they calling themselves the black-headed ones? Why would they do that?
The fact that
Right.
you think that they have to call themselves black because of white people is a part of your brain conditioning, right?
But I'm
Because you
asking
think
a
that,
simple question. Why would they have to imprint?
hold on. I'm answering you. This is you talking faster than you listen. Again, the fact that you think that white people need to be walking around for us to notice that we were black and be proud in our blackness is weird to me. I could be proud of my blackness in absence of white people. You don't need a reason to look at yourself in the mirror and be proud of the color that you are.
You
You're
see,
missing the point, man. You're missing the point
Wait,
woefully.
can I share my
You're
screen?
missing the point woefully. Yes, we're black. We're proud, of course, but we're not walking around as that like a symbol to say, oh, yeah, we're black, especially amongst
you're
ourselves.
wrong. You are
Exactly. You're
wrong.
wrong,
You're not.
brother.
Yeah,
You're
This
you're
is,
missing
wrong.
it.
They have.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. We're talking before
bro.
any
Hold on,
white
hold on.
man came
Listen,
along,
listen,
any
listen,
kind of man came along.
brother.
Well, hold up. Can
I
I share my
just
screen?
gave you. Hold on. I just gave you 2 examples of texts that talk about blackness in a quote unquote spiritual sense that have nothing to do with that. That text is a pyramid text, and the pyramid text is an afterlife text. So it described him that way, as saying he was in a sacred image of something. You didn't listen when I said that. So you're arguing and running your mouth. You didn't hear what I said. He wasn't alive when they called him black, and they said it twice, and he wasn't alive. So it was sacred
Who called him
symbolism.
black? Who called him black?
It was written in the pyramid text of Unas in the middle of the 4th dynasty in ancient Kemet. He said, "For you had a black ram, born of the black sheep, nursed by
So
4
why
pairs
did
of
they
sheep."
have to describe him as a black? You see, to me, this is common sense. It's
Are you
not
not
just
listening? Are
I'm
you
saying.
deaf? It was because they saw black as something sacred. So they were making a sacred distinction, calling him holy, if you will. That's what they
Distinction
were
from
saying.
what? If we're all black people, what are we? I mean, trying to
Wait,
separate
Something
ourselves
is
from?
brother,
wrong with
hold
you,
up.
What are
though.
we trying to
I'm gonna say this
eliminate?
Jose,
again. Hold on. Let me say it slower. We saw ourselves as black, and because we saw ourselves as black, we were sacred. And in ancient Kemet, they compared light skin black to dark skin black. I'm gonna say it again for the 15th time because you didn't hear me. And they did not have to have people that you call white for them to see themselves as black. That's your problem. You lived in Europe too long, and somebody failed you
So what if
when
I
teaching
told
you
you
your
we're not
culture.
black? What if I told you we're not black?
I'm going to tell you, be quiet and go and read the text, because all the text told me that they were black, therefore I am black.
No,
You don't know
sir.
your culture
They were
to
black.
know that.
Listen,
all right, wait,
You
wait,
don't know
hold
we're
your
up,
all
culture.
hold
different
up,
kind
You
of
don't know
hold
your
up,
countries,
culture.
right?
hold
You don't
up,
know your
hold up.
culture. You
Let
don't know
me.
your
I just want to
culture,
play.
because if
Let
you
me
did,
play
you would
this
never
real
say
quick.
that.
First, let me play this real quick. Hold up, Jose. Let me play this real quick. Because like he said, wait, hold up. You didn't, I don't think you're not comprehending, because like he said, the ancestors, the being black was sacred. The creator is black. So, I mean, why wouldn't you want to mimic the creator? So that's something that they saw. So I'm just playing, because you said that there's no language for us calling ourselves black. So I'm gonna just play this real quick. This from Brother Abadale Kembo. Let's see. Can y'all hear that?
Nope.
Are you playing something?
Can you hear it?
That's what I was about to
No, we
ask.
can't
I
hear
can't
anything.
hear it.
Oh man, why you gotta say that?
I was in the kitchen cooking. I wasn't even looking at the screen. I came and shared your screen and then went back in the kitchen.
I think I gotta share. I don't think I hit audio. Let me try it again. Try the screen. Yeah, that was the thing. All right.
I got y'all in the earphones. Bro.
My bad. All right, so I hit. So let's see if y'all can.
Well, I gotta share your screen again.
Is it sharing?
See, we're on the panel right now, and we've never had a need to call anybody black. The only reason why we use black is because we've been referred to as black. Simple.
Okay, so all right, so
language, they have a word called BB.
Can you hear it?
Which translates to black.
Yep,
Same
we can hear it now.
I can right now. Oh, BB BB4, BB mine, BB Drew. That's the black in there. Now, anytime they want to say something is pure or powerful or fertile, they always use this as the adjective. So as in tree, we'll say, oh, pa, or whatever.
Yep.
That they use the word BB, they say it's black to say that that's good.
Right.
So they'll say, I know how to BB. That means give me the black water. That means give me the pure water. It's like saying sukrojen. You understand? If they want to say that the sun is strong and powerful, they say wane bibi. You understand? So their idea is that anything that's black is powerful. Then you go to ancient Kemet, what we now know as ancient Egypt. The people themselves never called that land Egypt. They called it Kemet, which translates to land of black people. And they refer to themselves as Kemetiyu, which means black people. It's the same thing as saying Abibi mine and Abibi for to this day. But their concept, the root word chem, which is to be black, that's also thought to be the root of chemistry. It's talking about the chemical reaction when you burn something, right? A piece of wood. That in their own concept, chem was associated with to be complete, to be perfect. You understand?
So we see.
My bad. So he was relating the word Kim, trying to explain how they saw it as being pure. And you see it in many African languages and cultures, the relationship to being black is why we call ourselves black, because we wanted to relate to being a part of the creator. And he was talking about the word I put on the screen right here, BB being equals black. And OBB Ni is a person, and IBB mine equals the black land. So it's like you said, I mean, you would say like we wouldn't refer to ourselves as being black, but you have to understand, yes, I mean, you're thinking about, if we all just living around, people, they weren't colorblind. If they could see a green leaf, green grass, brown dirt, I mean, you're gonna use color to describe things. And one of the things that he explained was that in the African languages, in many of the African languages, he showed that when you're talking about the land, which I mentioned before, it's always referred to as a black land. And since they identify with the land, they always refer to themselves as black people as well, because they're identifying, seeing themselves as the land. And right here, in Aladulawa, black person, Ila Adulawa, black land, meaning you actually what they call it land. And Donbi, you have again black person, and these are the language. This one I think is Congo, and he's saying it that identifies with the land, and you calling yourself a black people. So they did do that, and one of the reasons that they did it is because black was something pure. It was sacred. You know what I'm saying? The creator was black. You identifying with the creator. You want to be a part of that. You know what I'm saying? So this is just something, the black concepts that we had and our ancestors had back in those days, back then. But that's just my 2 cents.
All right. So let me just debunk that quickly, very, very quickly, because you see, the language that the dude spoke was Tree. That's Ashanti language. And the Ashanti itself, the empire itself, was only formed during the colonial when we came in touch with Arabs and white people. So therefore, when he says that, yes, he has a point, because now we need to differentiate ourselves. So therefore, all these lingos came into our language. But before then, when we had no contact, no. I disagree. I disagree with this Kemet stuff, because I know the reason why I know it's lies is because he linked whatever the language he was speaking straight to Kemet. No, sir. This is just all European thought. They're mixing everything in because they've been confused. But no, we weren't referring. I mean, like I said, we've been speaking on the panel. Nobody's referred to anybody as black, but it's because we're in an environment where distinction is needed. Yes, we're going to use that. And that's it.
Nah, I don't think, if you're right, if a distinction was not needed, then they wouldn't have called the land black. They wouldn't have called it that. They wouldn't have referred to themselves as black if there was no distinction needed at all. So I mean, and again, wait, hold up.
When you talk about Kemet,
again, you will have to prove that from you're talking about the Ashanti and how they came to distinctions because of the contact with foreigners. You have to prove that in all the African languages then.
But let me just say this. You spoke about Kemet. Remember, Kemet was invaded by the Hyksos, which means that they had contact with the Hyksos and the Arabs, basically. So therefore, if they call themselves the land of the blacks, then they were distinguishing themselves from the others. Again,
but it was started before they was even around.
No, oh God.
So you don't
wait. Hold up. Around. That's why they use that. Before that, there wasn't. Okay, Jesus. Sumeria, as the lady said, Sungali or whatever she called it, basically. Again, there was people around. The Babylonians were there, the Akkadians. These were not black people, so the distinction had to come in. This is what I'm saying. When it was just us, there was no, we're black or black land of the blacks or whatever. No, you know, this is why, and another proof, this is why when the white man first came into contact with us, he called us Indians.
No, first of all, that's not true, because Samaria and all these people, the people who founded Samaria were black people. She just gave you the name that they used to describe themselves. Okay, and first of all, we go back 10,000 years, and people in Kemet, before they even founded Kemet, they was already living in that area. Kemet was just the name of the kingdom. They was already living in that area. You could date back to 20,000 years. They had civilization. They was doing commerce. They was trading. So there was already a civilization there. Kemet was just a kingdom that was founded around 4000 BC. So you have people in Africa traveling back and forth from north to south. And this has already been proven, and they've been living there for 20,000 years, 50,000 years. There's that's civilization. All right. Now, other people then they branched out. You have people who branched out and went on to found Samaria. And then you had these invaders coming from the north. So you talking about a civilization, people that was already in existence before other groups of people, before these foreigners, these devils came on this planet, before they came out the caves. our ancestors was already living and doing commerce and trading.
Who are you trading with?
Each other, because they wasn't all from the same spot. Some came from Central Africa, some came from Southern Africa, some came from the East Africa. All right, and they met up.
And there was also trading with Sumeria, right? There's a long history of the settlements that became ancient Kemet used to, trade with the Sagiga people in Sumeria. So there is this lineage that's happening between these different people. And it also is way before, Upper and Lower Kemet came together and created a big old Kemet. That's it.
I know you disagree. With it, brother.
Well,
I know
she
you have.
just debunked you in 2 seconds.
No, she just said the same thing that I was saying. So I'm just say this because I gotta go. Wait.
Before you said Egypt when it formed Sumeria. She just
no,
said Sumeria was before.
I said the people. No, I said the Egypt Kemet was a kingdom that was founded. They were already living in the area before they founded the kingdom. They was already there. There was already life, civilization, people doing commerce and trading way before they founded Kemet. All right, and you could trace it back to 30,000 years. So I know you disagree with these concepts and this history.
The land of the blacks, they were just
hold up. I'm about to go. But I know you disagree, but I just think you I don't know, man. It just seems like more studying, you have to read up on the joint. Which is coming to it.
I think you need to check your dates.
I think what
the
he's trying
dates
to
that
say.
You need to check and make sure they align correctly because it doesn't.
He got to go, y'all. Have a good night, King Hurt.
I'm ahead of y'all. I'm hot at y'all, man. All right.
What I will agree with is initially Kemet for the land came during the 12th dynasty. It initially was not called that. I will agree with that. The whole land was not called that. There was a specific portion that we could point out that was called that at a certain time. So I agree with you, but that doesn't change the fact that they saw themselves as black. You're not going to use that to say they didn't see themselves as black until the 12th dynasty, because that's nonsense. That's extreme nonsense, because they had this black iconography all the time. Asar was dark-skinned. Ptah was dark-skinned. So they had this dark-skinned iconography as far as their deities were concerned. So you're not going to come over here and say, well, because they didn't call it that, they didn't see themselves as black.
Well, we're not arguing the fact that they were black. What we're arguing is that they did not refer to themselves as that.
You lost that argument about a half an hour ago.
Contact.
You lost that argument about a half an hour ago, because I told you about 10 times, Kem and Kemet mean black, and those are not Greek words. Those are not. You ain't gonna get past that.
Of course, I could get past that easily, because, like I said, the Sumerian they were dealing with people from outside, Arabs, Hyksos, and all these different type of people.
No, no, brother. Hyksos is a Medu Neter word. It means
whatever you want to call them, there were people that the Sumerians were dealing with.
You can't say the Sumerians call them Hekakasu, because that's not their language. That was specifically what the people of Kemet called them. You are conflating all kinds of history.
No, sir. I think you are.
That is an indigenous word.
I believe you are.
No, Hekakasu, or the corruption word Hyksos, is an indigenous Medu Neter or hieroglyphic word. That doesn't exist outside of the culture. It doesn't.
Your head is in the books and in Google, but what you're failing to understand is even that you've got it wrong, because like I'm saying to you, and even the sister saying to you that Sumeria came before Kemet, basically, and they were dealing with people.
But I will argue
Sumeria.
that
She just said
Sumeria
that.
is not African. I don't see Sumeria as being African. That is my argument.
Well, I didn't actually say that either.
Well, all right then. Well, all right then. Because I know Sumeria is not African. It's not considered African historically. They want to call it Afro-Asiatic and mix and say it might have been a mix of both. But there's a
Do you
nobody know
agree
that
with
there's
that,
not
sister?
historically African. They're
Because
not
she just
historically
said
African.
they were called Singali people. I mean, sister, talk to us. He's
That's not
saying
what she said,
they were
bro.
not
You
African.
ain't listening. You tripping. That's not
No,
what she
I'm just
said.
asking the sister. That's all.
She's not gonna repeat herself, and I'm just
I'm
asking you
sorry,
questions
I
because you're
missed
not
it. You
listening.
asking me what? I
She
missed it.
said the word was Sangiga, which some people
Sangita, that's
translate
right.
as
Okay.
them
My bad.
calling themselves black, but apparently there's an argument over whether that actually describes the people or not. There's an academic argument about that, about what the term
So
actually
what say
is.
you, sister?
I believe that they called themselves the black-headed ones.
No, they
There you
did,
go.
but there's an academic argument of if that's a description of how they look or if that meant something else. I've
Yeah,
heard
that's the
people argue
same.
that it
That's the
doesn't mean
same
that.
argument that they make when it comes to Kemet being a black land. If they were talking about the soil or the people, like that's a way to take away blackness from these people. They know what they called themselves.
Okay,
Like
I
I
would.
wouldn't call myself a blackhead if I didn't have a black
Okay,
head. That's just how I feel.
okay. I could agree with Kemet because I've studied that. I have no knowledge of cuneiform, so I can't tell you the nuances of that. But I know that when you talk about that black land and red land foolishness that came from Plutarch, who was writing under Ptolemy about his ideas of what the country was, and they had no understanding of the language at the time. He was just making up stuff as he went along. He made that up. He can't substantiate that in any primary text. They still can't substantiate that in primary. If you Google that, they're going to tell you they can't substantiate the black land and red land idea in text. They got it from Plutarch. Because he was talking all kind of madness because he didn't understand. He said that people didn't talk about that type of business outside. They only talk about their everyday thoughts. So what little they picked up, they took that and conflated that into that black land, red land nonsense. That's not substantiated in no primary text. They can't show me one. When you show the word Kemet, they can't show you no word for soil. They can't show you no word for silt. Those glyphs don't exist in the word. So where they getting that from? When the Greeks described it, they said they call themselves Chemia, after the pupil of the eye. Chemia is a Greek word for Kemet. They didn't say they call themselves black land, red land. They didn't say that. They said they call themselves after the pupil of the eye. And the text and the culture substantiate that the pupil of the eye is actually one of the words for Kemet. Then they made up a whole bag of nonsense to confuse people that has nothing to do with it. They can't substantiate that nowhere. If you read the text of Isis, of what's it? Of Isis and Osiris, it tells you that in the text. They made that up. They made up that
What
black land.
civilization conquered Kemet?
Several civilizations.
Name one.
Several different groups of people ruled in Kemet, such as the
Name one.
Assyrians, the Hekakasu, and the Greeks and the Romans were the last iteration
Right.
of what they would consider dynasty, the last of the dynasties. Anything after that is not considered dynasty. It's not quote unquote dynasty. They don't include the Arabs and all of them as part of that.
So let's take the Assyrians. When were the Assyrians around?
I'm not exactly sure. I don't want to lie and make up a chronology. I don't want to lie.
You're not sure.
I know the Hyksos was definitely around the 11th, 12th dynasty, somewhere around there.
Well, I said the Hyksos. You said no. That's a Greek name. So who are the people?
I didn't say that. I said the term Hekakasu or Hyksos is an indigenous term from the land of Kemet. It's a Medu Neter word. You can't take that outside and use that for Sumer. The word didn't exist in that culture. That's a specific
No,
word
what I'm saying to you, the Hyksos are not Kemetians or people from Kemet. These are totally different people who came into Kemet.
It's Heka
and also
Kasu, and that was for any foreign ruler. But they tried to limit it to these people that they were calling Aamu, or the Proto-Hebrews. But that term can be used for anyone who's a foreign ruler. They just happen to see it for those particular people and try to stick it on those particular people. But it can be used for any foreign ruler. That wasn't the name of the people. The proper name was the Amu. They were describing them as foreign rulers. That's not their ethnic group or their tribe. It's a general term to call them foreigners who are ruling in the country. That's it. It doesn't have anything to do with the specific name of the group of people. They were called an Amu, which is translated as some type of Asiatic person. From the Levant, Asians. Invaders.
Right.
That's what the term
That
meant.
means they're dealing with different people. That means that there were different civilizations around them, basically, while they were there.
I would say civilizations.
And I also put it to you
They may
that
not have been a
these,
civilization. They probably were not considered a civilization.
or empires, should I say empires? I'm sorry. But I put it to you that because these empires were around, basically, these empires are the ones that named Kemet, or Kem, or whatever it is that you're
Are you
saying.
not listening? That is an
No, I hear you
indigenous-
saying that it's in the Medunecha and all these type of things. But I'm also, this is what I said to you prior. In the Ashanti, see the video that the guy you just played? The guy said, in Ashanti language, we have certain words that are not, they're not African, so to speak. They're just adopted. Like, for instance, preko means pig, but it was adopted from the word
I'm going to
pagalaro or
stop
something
you
like
again.
that, which is Portuguese for pig.
Scholars acknowledge.
Listen to what I'm saying, sir. Don't cut me off, man. Just listen.
I'm going to cut you off because you're going to spend.
No, you're listening to
making a fool out
respond.
of
You're not
yourself.
listening to soak in what I'm saying to you. Soak in what
You're
I'm saying
wrong.
to you first.
No. Kem and
One
Kemet are
mic,
indigenous
one mic,
words.
Jose. You got to let
That's
him
it.
land his plane. You got to
No,
let
his
him
plane
land
has
his plane,
landed. It
Jose.
crashed.
I can't let nobody cut you off in the
No, he's
middle
going
of
to
your
waste another 10
thing,
minutes
and
doing it.
bro,
No,
it's
we
not
got to
about
stop you,
that.
A1.
The
A1, we got
rules
to
are to
stop
make
you.
sure it's fair for everybody.
No,
And
but we
can't
got to
nobody
stop
come
you,
in here
A1.
and tell you don't know what you talk. Look, Jose, I don't
They
like
tell me that all the
debating what the
time.
rules are. Okay.
I have to sit down and listen to it. So I'm cool with you. Let me.
Okay. You actually
I'm gonna listen
do.
to him. Then I'm gonna
Some
tell
days
you.
people don't want to listen to you, but they have to because there are
Okay,
rules.
A1. I'm gonna back up and I'm gonna listen to him.
Yeah, respect for that, man. Respect. Up. But yeah, Jose, you even threw me off now. But go ahead, say what you say.
You're wrong. Kem and Kemet are indigenous words that only go back to the land that we now call Kemet. That's where it comes from. It doesn't come from anywhere else. And when you're talking about where the culture comes from, they would say it comes from the south. I think academics would say that Kush was Sudan. But I think it was Sudan or Ethiopia, somewhere around there. That is where the culture came from. So all of that is considered indigenous. There's nothing outside of that where you're going to see that word in any culture. You're not going to see it anywhere. It doesn't go outside of the culture. You can't do that. They can't input that on other people. I told you when the Greeks were there, they said Chemia, and that is just a Greekified way of saying Kemet. Because the word they used before was melanos. But when they got in there, they Greekified the word Kemet. And they told you they call themselves Chemia after the pupil of the eye. And there is a word for Kemet that means the pupil of the eye. Anything about black land and red land, comparing that to Kemet can't be substantiated through primary text. You're not going to see it. They're making an assumption because they see them together. They're making a comparison. But there's no direct comparison between those things in the minds of the indigenous people at all. And if you Google it, Google will tell you that. If you chat GPT will tell you that. Somebody assumed that and made that up because they saw them together. The Greeks were just talking ignorance because they didn't know the language. That's it. That don't come from no indigenous standpoint whatsoever. You're never going to see that. You're never going to
So
see
why
that.
is it that we don't have this language in Africa anyway? This Medunecha that you're talking about, nobody has this language anywhere in Africa.
It was in Kemet. Kemet is in Africa, brother. It's
I'm
always
saying
been in
today.
Africa.
I'm saying today.
They
You got this.
reconstruct.
You just
They
mentioned Kush.
reconstruct, brother. They
Hold on. You
reconstructed the
just
land.
mentioned Kush. Kush. Sudan is right there. We know about Sudan. So where's Kemet?
Do you know Sudan has more what they call pyramids than Egypt? You don't even
We're
know
not
that, do
talking
you?
about pyramids, brother. We're not talking about pyramids. We're
The
talking about language.
language and the iconography extends to the Sudan and what we call Ethiopia. It extends there. I can
Extends
show
their
you
way.
that.
So
I
okay,
don't
why
I
why
don't mean
why
I don't mean to be disrespectful at all when I'm about to say this, but it just seems as if you don't know this history. And you have more questions than actual like information because I haven't even heard you produce any like evidence to back up the no's that doesn't make sense. That's not true. Like you're just saying things based on your opinion. And that's not how things should go.
Well, let me respond to that, and I will say to you simply that many a times we found Google to be wrong. Google's not God. Your history books are not God. Where they keep your books is called a library. It's all lies. So, lady, please spare me with the I haven't said anything or bro. Listen, what they've written, they're just trying to correlate and write themselves into history. Basically, that's why they gave you all this. No black man wrote this history, and there's no language, whether you like it or not, today that they call Medinecha, that or any African will tell you, oh, we used to speak this language from 300,000 years ago or 500,000 years ago. No, we don't find that anywhere. Even Sudan, as you say, that's close. The closest. They don't have a single word of this
Bro,
Medinecha
I
in
got a
their
question
language.
though. I got a question for him.
bro,
If all
all
of
over.
history and everything you've learned is a lie and all the textbooks are lies, where do you get your facts from? And how do you substantiate them?
Because I see, I mean, again, I use
You
observation.
started with because you
Huh?
started with because that's already bad. But go ahead.
Okay, so I'm saying to you, I use observation basically. And first and foremost, what I see, and we've already spoken about the Tartarian buildings. The Google will tell you, oh, the pygmies were here. Show me anything, any evidence of the pygmies being the first black people here. We don't see that. So again, you know what I'm saying? I'm not relying. What I'm doing is, yes, I'm listening to what Google's saying, but I'm using common sense, logic that they've given me, my higher sense to piece everything together, basically to
Okay.
come down. So
Let
I'm
me ask a few more
outside of
questions.
your realm
How do you
of thinking
determine how do you determine which history is a lie and which history is the truth?
because, again, like I said, certain things do not make sense. It's like picking up the Bible and finding all these contradictions. Come on.
So
Are you
let
still
me.
going to
Can
follow
you
it
give me an
100,
example?
100%?
So you use your
No,
own logic,
I won't.
even against recorded history, if it doesn't make sense to you.
So, sorry, say that again.
So if something doesn't make sense to you, you'll go against recorded history.
Yes, if it doesn't make sense, no, yeah, of course, I'll go against it. I'll ask questions, and if they're not what they call it, giving the right answers, then yes, I have to dismiss it. I'm not going to carry on with a lie. No, I'm going to have to find out what the real
Can
truth
I ask
is.
you? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
What
he's
Go
did
really
ahead.
your
not answering any questions. But go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. What did your family or your parents tell you about your African heritage? Have you ever been to Africa? When was the last time you went to Africa and sat down with an African elder? Clearly, it's been a long time. Because
No,
I know if you have been talking to
That
your
is so
family,
condescending,
they
and I
would
don't think you
never.
recognize how condescending you're being by asking Black Americans that question. Like, I understand that you have a closer tie to Africa, and I'm proud of you for having it. But this idea that you can just weaponize your African nature against us, like we're not descendants from Africa as well, is disrespectful. And it's part of the problem that we be having in the Black community with other people of the other diaspora. That's mad
sister,
disrespectful.
who are you referring to? Because
He
I've never said
he's
that.
an American though. Jose's an American, the one that said
She wasn't
that.
I
talking to
Is
me.
was
that? Oh, I
I
thought she
wasn't
was talking
talking
to
to
you.
him.
She wasn't talking to me.
Oh, okay. My bad. My
Because
bad.
All right,
Well,
go
I
ahead.
haven't weaponized any
Every
African.
time,
he's
it's
African.
every time I'm talking to him, he act like he don't know I'm talking to him. But go ahead, brother. You can respond.
No, no, now you're gaslighting. That's what you're doing. Please don't do that, sister. Don't do that. We're not doing that right here. No, it's information that we're bringing out. And if your information
No,
isn't
I
tallying
don't
up,
think you brought out
don't
any
gaslight.
information. To be
Right?
very honest, I
They can't
think the
bring this
most
up.
thing
So,
that you, I think the main thing that you have done this entire conversation is question and not necessarily bring out anything. So when you say things like, oh, that's false, you don't combat it with your own information. You basically tell us your opinion about why you think it's false. That's all I've heard you do the entire time you were
sister,
here. And
And
then
then when
on
I
top of
asked you,
it,
oh, go ahead.
uh-huh.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, ask away.
no,
Oh, you
but
got
what
it.
I'm saying to you guys is just simple. What you guys are going by is the information that is there. And I understand that. But if you broaden your mind and understand that there are many holes to this information that's there, then you're going to start to look into it in a different way. But you guys are going on like this information that's there is the right information, and it's not, because I've brought out the Tartarian buildings. You guys had no answer to that, but you're giving me 300,000 years out of Africa scenarios and all these type of things. And I'm saying to you, listen, we are black people. Yes, we were here first, all of us, basically. I'm not, listen, I'm with the Sankofa movement. That means all black people, basically. But we have to understand our foundation. And that's all I'm saying. We have to, I'm not being condescending to you. I'm not saying to you, oh, because you're American, you're not black. No, I've never said that. I'm just saying that we as a people have never referred to ourselves as black, because there's no need for that, especially because we know that. We know we are gods. A god doesn't call
Right,
himself.
but this we just spent 2 hours talking to you, proving you wrong on that. So the fact that you came back and said the exact same thing, it's like you're just basically giving us your opinion. So show me where it doesn't say that the Sagigas called themselves the black-headed people. Show me where it doesn't say that Kemet was the black land. Show me that. That's how you could prove your point. But other than that, you're giving me your opinion about how you feel about black, and I'm just not for it.
Well, I mean, fair enough. If you want to believe the European construct, whatever they've given you, that's fine.
That is
But
not a
please,
European
hold on,
construct. You're
hold
putting
on, hold on.
words
Let me
where
finish.
they don't belong. You did it again.
Let me
You did it
finish.
again. What I just
Let me
told you
finish.
about the Sagigas did not come from Europeans. So you trying to put that on me is
Let me
disrespectful.
finish.
You're not
Let me finish.
like, and I
Let
see
me
why
finish.
the other brother was cutting you off, because you're continuously saying the same opinion over and over again.
All right. So
Yeah,
let
I
me
was
just say
cooking. I
this,
didn't really
right?
catch that.
Again, I don't know if you're listening to me, or I don't know. I don't know. I don't think you're actually listening to me. But like I said to you prior, the Ashantis prior didn't have all this Bibini and all these things until we had contact with others, basically. So therefore, there was a need for distinction. This is a recent thing. Back then, when we're talking about Kemet, obviously there was empires around them. So obviously they had to define themselves. And these empires were before even Kemet became whatever.
Which empire? Which one? Be
The
specific now.
the
What
same
was out there before?
Sikita one that you're talking about, which are
No,
Sumerians.
Sakiga was not an empire. This is what I'm talking about. You're confused and you're using the information that I give you, that I'm not even giving you all of the information because you haven't looked up this information on your own and you're trying to use it against me and you don't even know what you're talking about.
Lady, you
That's
said
a part of the
that's what they
problem.
called Sumeria. You said that. You said that's what the Greeks or the Latin people called Sumeria. Whoever somebody called it
No, what I
Sumeria.
said
That
was
was
the
the Sigita.
Sagiga people were the founders of the place called Samaria. You know, the kingdom that you were talking about earlier. That's what I said. They founded it. I never said that they were a kingdom. I never said that they were an empire. I'm just showing you that even before Mesopotamia and Sumeria, that there was a group of people walking around calling themselves blackheads. That's what I was doing. And you missed that because you don't know that history and you're trying to find a
Well,
hole in what I'm
that's
saying
something you just
instead of
said. You haven't
actually
proven that
speaking.
either. So
Yes,
why are
I
you getting
did
on me
run the
telling me
play
that?
back. Run it back. That's exactly what I said.
Okay, sister. I'm not
I
gonna
told
argue
you,
with
you
you. I
listen
mean,
slow and
listen,
talk
I
fast.
use fair enough. I'm not gonna argue with you. I use logic basically, and my logic is not against you. It's against the information. So yeah, you say what you want. That's fair enough. But I'm dissecting the information.
Right. You're dissecting information that you haven't looked up. You're just listening to what we're saying and dissecting what we're saying instead of actually looking up the information.
But what's
Sister,
crazy is I'm confused about dissecting what you admittedly think is a lie. You think there's truth in the lie, that they always put some truth in it? Is that what you think? So you think that you've extracted the truth and discarded the fact
well, I mean, like I said previously, I
of
mean, there was
everything?
a civilization before us, and we can see the evidence right here. That's what I'm going by, what I can see. I'm not going by what somebody wrote or what somebody is saying it through some kind of technology or whatever. I'm just going by
Oh,
what
wait,
I'm
hold on, hold
seeing.
on. I
And
just want to
these,
pause you. Yeah, let me pause you right there. I just want you to repeat that. You said you're not going off of any evidence or anything that people wrote down or say that. Go through that one more time for me. I just want you to
yeah,
hear
I'm
yourself
saying
say
that
it.
I'm not going by what they're writing. What I'm saying to you is that, yeah, I've read what they said, I've heard what they said, but I'm not going by what they're saying.
Okay, so let me just characterize what you're doing now. You're going up to people and saying, "Hey, man, forget that history, man. You got to just broaden your mind, quote unquote." That's what you said. But if you broaden your mind, you'll be able to see the truth. And so it's like your
I'm
whole
saying to
history is
you, sir,
subjective. Hold on, your whole history is based off of your IQ level as level of logic, and when everybody else is supposed to go off of that.
no, brother, I'm just saying that I'm using logic, not IQ. Logic, what makes sense, basically. Now, again, I
IQ
will
and
give you the
logic are tied
example.
together.
Hold on, I'll give you the example with the Bible. We all know there's so many contradictions in there. So, I mean, unless you're still a Christian, then you're still gonna that will tell me that hey, it doesn't matter to you, lies or truth. You're just gonna go with whatever there is, basically, whatever is popular. So, I mean, again, I will use that scenario, the Bible. There's contradictions in there. There's stuff in there that's false. So, therefore, once you see that, you have to start using your own logic to dissect what they're trying to say. Why are they writing it like this? Why did they write that? What are they trying to make me think? And that's what I'm doing. I'm doing the same thing with the
You
history
just
that
have to
they've given us.
explain. You have to be able to explain that though. It's almost
But
like saying
I just
it's
did, and
almost
you
like when
understood
somebody
me.
blank puts the blanket statement, "Oh, it's the white man's science," without going into it to show you where the science is wrong and how they've manipulated it. Like just calling it the white man's science without actually doing the homework is irresponsible. Though. I don't know if it seems like that's what you're doing by just saying, oh, history's a lie.
No, what I'm saying to
But
you
so
is
we're gonna take
who
the
is
lie
running the
and rearrange
science?
it using our own logic.
Who runs the science, my brother? You said to me, "Oh, or you said there was only a small group of black people doing this, that, and the other." My question to you is, who runs the science that you read? Everything that you read is run by the major, what I'm saying, people that do the science. You know what I'm talking about. So, what are you talking about, brother? I mean, I could even say to you, okay, let's look at the science. The science, the actual calculation or the foundation that everybody uses, the times table, basically. That is what everybody uses to calculate everything. Basically, am I correct?
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but when I say things like um, things are culturally biased, I don't even use words like white man science. That's like really that just shows a lack of science comprehension.
No, I say that because, again, like I said,
I'm not
who's
trying to
running
insult
the
you, man.
science?
I'm not trying to
Who's
insult. I'm trying
running?
to
Who's
educate.
making up these
Uh,
figures that
it's
you're
okay.
talking about?
Hold on.
Who's coming up
I
with
got
the
you, bro.
definitions that you're reading?
But
That's what I
as
mean.
as I was saying, when I say things like people are culturally biased, I mean, some science or something is culturally biased, I can go in and show you how and why. So that's what we're looking for when you say things like, oh, this is a lie. Show us how, show us why, make it line up.
Well, I just asked you the
Other than
times table.
just
I'll give you a simple example, right? The
no, we
times
don't want an
table.
example. We want it per fact that you dish out.
That
Every
is a
time you
fact.
say
That is a
somebody's
fact.
wrong and it's
That
because
is
history is a
facts. I'm
lie,
giving you an example of the fact,
no,
if you
I
allow
feel
me.
you.
Okay,
I'm just telling
so
you what we're looking for. Every time you say history is a lie, we want you to show us how it's a lie and then show us the where you
okay,
have
so let's
evidence
look at the
for the
science
correct
part of it.
history.
The
Other than
science.
that, it makes it opinion. Is there
Okay,
any,
sir.
and then just because it's mainstream doesn't mean somebody doesn't agree with you if it's actually a fact. You can't think everybody's completely brainwashed. I mean, if it's out there, it's been researched. Everybody's not
Sir,
part of
let
the
me
big
ask you a
lie.
question.
You see
Let
what
me
I'm
ask you a
saying?
quick
So you
question.
gotta, even they're fringe scientists and philosophers and on every subject. So like, if we at least bring them. Like, you're not even bringing the fringe people. You like,
This is what
but
I'm
go ahead though.
saying.
You got it.
This
You
is
got the floor. I'm
see,
gonna mute
that's
up.
your level of understanding. But let me ask you a question.
Wait, what is
What?
my level? Are you saying that like yours is higher with no evidence, no
No, because
documentation? Your
you
understanding
require
is
me
higher?
to bring somebody. I mean,
No,
I ain't bringing
I
nobody.
didn't say
I'm telling you what I'm
somebody. I said
telling you.
something.
Can
A
you dissect
source,
what I'm telling you?
some form of documentation,
A source for what?
some archaeological find, some type of carbon. Like, there's so much you can do. Carbon dating, DNA. There's so much stuff that you don't necessarily have to bring a
You see,
person
this
and
is
quote
what
them
I'm
like they're the
saying to you.
authority.
Everything that you're talking about right there is false. Why is it false? Because the calculations in which they use is false. If your
Okay,
foundation
now
is
I heard you.
false,
Hold on.
everything is
Now you
false.
said that, right? Now here's what we want you to
Right.
do. We want you to show us how it's
Okay,
false.
give me a minute and I'll do that. Give me one
Thank you.
second.
Put
I'll
that
do that in a
presentation
second.
together. That's what we want
No,
because we
no,
can't
no, no,
let
no.
you
Let me
say
just
that.
ask you a question. Let me just ask you a quick question. What is 1 plus 0?
I'm muting up, bro.
You don't know. Okay. You see,
You,
you
you
don't
got the
really want
floor.
to know anything. You just want to argue. You just want to sit here and pretend like you
I
know
don't
something.
participate in circus games, but I do. I
Of
would
course,
love for
you've
you
got the
to
pre
back what
language.
you're
Of
saying.
course not. You don't.
No, I
I
would
know.
love for
You
you to
don't.
back what you're saying today.
I know. I know. You
Or
don't
any day,
participate
whenever
in
you get
circus
ready,
language.
the
I got
challenge
you,
is
brother.
out there, and take your time. Whenever you get ready, the challenge is out there. You know what I'm saying?
I,
But
I
other than
will.
that, continue your regular dialogue with everybody else. I'll leave you alone now, and I'm out of it. I just wanted
No
to.
problem. No problem, man.
I wanted to set that standard like that. You have to be able to back what you say. If you saying
You haven't
people
set a
are
standard
whole,
because you didn't even. I asked you a question and you couldn't even answer it. Yeah, I don't know. So
bro,
if you
that
don't know,
was
how you gonna
what
set
is
any
that the
standard?
standard to set? What standard am
Say
I
what?
setting to answer silly questions and to entertain
It's not a silly
anything?
question.
No.
You
I'm
said
actually
prove
setting the
something. I
standard that
was
I'm
about
not
to
about to
prove
keep
something to you. If you gave me the
right.
chance, I would have proven something to you, which is very, very important, which is a
And you couldn't have
fact.
continued without my participation.
No, I needed your participation because I'm
No,
speaking
you
to
could
you.
you right. Okay.
Hey, just to ask the sister that brought up the what was they referred to the Sagiga. Did you have any other? You had some any other sources on that?
That's a good question because she was very assertive in her speech. We would like to see what she's backing up with because she's saying I didn't bring no
No,
source.
it's a. I'm not asking because of that because it's is that it does it. There are sources that say that they clearly called themselves black-headed, but there's also some that also say that They used it to differentiate themselves from the gods that created them. And I actually had a theory that because most of the Sumerian gods, as well as like the Hindu gods, are Kushite, like kings and queens. And so that's why I was wondering if she had another source. I wanted to see if I could tie that into what I my little theory I had going on.
But this is what I mean when I say logic. Logic will tell you that the only way you will refer yourself, I mean, to yourself with your physical features is if you're different to
If
somebody or
if you talking sis, it's like you underwater.
say what?
I think she was talking, but it was like she was underwater.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I wasn't talking. I just have
Oh, okay.
terrible Wi-Fi at work. I'm trying to be on mute so y'all can talk.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay, okay. No, you good, you good. Well,
Yeah, but I'm saying, listen, logic alone, if you think about it, I mean, listen, use your head. Who in the right mind is walking around calling himself black if it's among black people? If you go to Africa, they're not calling, I mean, themselves, oh, we're black and this and that. No, I mean, you guys say it all the time. They don't even say we're African. So why are we going to be walking around saying we're black? I mean, it doesn't make no sense. I'm just you anyway.
But I've met plenty of African people that identify as black.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
say that again.
Arikana, from the Prime Minister of Burkina Faso, calls herself black all the time. And
Yeah,
so does
because
the council that they're under. They call themselves black. When we started the I'm black and I'm proud and the black is beautiful and all of that stuff, South Africa absolutely picked that up during apartheid. So, like
of
this
course.
idea that, because you don't identify as black, the entire black spectrum doesn't. Some people do, some people don't. I just don't feel like it should be a point of contention. That's what it shouldn't be.
I'm just saying we don't call ourselves black. I don't think that's a contention. I'm just saying you disagree,
But
we
I just
disagree.
want you to recognize
I
too when
mean,
you were
what you
talking
call yourself though is kind of irrelevant.
exactly, and when you were
We are
talking about the
carbonated
people,
beings,
you
carbonated beings,
right, but
because
when you were talking about the ancient people, you only mentioned the Ashanti. And that's cool if the Ashanti doesn't, identify that way. But are they the only tribe in Africa? Are they the only group in Africa? And when we absolutely gave you references to people that did identify that way. So I just think that you're holding on to this. They don't call themselves black is because that's how you feel. You're not paying attention to all of them.
I mean, and then regardless of it, whether it's realized once you get here or not, that's how the world is operating. Right? So we could do the copper colored and all of the extra stuff. You tell the police that. That's it. The niggas ain't trying to hear none of that shit with guns is drawn and all of that. That shit right out the window. So that's it. We know who we talking about. So it ain't even no like we here now, bro. At this point, we here. That's a conversation I think that we gotta have. But that's really a conversation for us to have because we here in a system where we wake up that way.
right.
So how we identify ourselves here is that we don't really have the luxury that what I mean. It is what it is right now. That's something we got to deal with amongst ourselves.
Yeah, that's true talk. I mean, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. I can't disagree. I mean, we go iron out all these little.
You got to think we black for a reason. It's like it ain't just because we woke up and said like we an amalgamation of a bunch of tribes, and a bunch of different people. Whether some are native, some is West African, some is European, whatever that may be. But we definitely an amalgamation of that. So it's like we don't know who's who to be calling this person Ashanti and this person whatever. So it is what it is right now.
Yeah.
So even if you think about West Africa, those them people wasn't always there. They took that.
I think one of y'all was trying to ask me something about like black and other um peoples that called themselves black.
Oh yeah, yeah, because you had brought up the I was
Yeah, I have
looking
walked
into
away.
the you do.
No, I was saying I had walked away when you were asking your question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I was saying basically I was looking into that tribe that you had brought up, the Sagiga, and so on one of the on one of the sources that was popping up, it was saying that they identified themselves as that. On another source, though, it was saying that they was using that to separate themselves from the gods that created them. I was wondering if you had any other sources of
So, the sources that I have about Sagiga, I don't think it ever, at least, all right, so let me see if I have it in my notebook because I'm at work right now. Give me one
okay.
second.
No, you good. You because I know you on the grind. And it ain't a trick question or nothing.
No,
I
I
got
want to
a I
give
got
you
a
the
separate
correct
theory. No, I'm just letting you
information.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no, I want to give you the correct information, definitely. Because I haven't heard of the it being distinguished from their gods. I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, that's when I was just looking at. It was saying it could be also a cultural identity. It was a phrase used to differentiate themselves, often within literal context or in relation
Got a
to the
bad echo,
gods
his screen.
who were said
Yeah,
to
I
have
just feel
created
like
them.
a lot of people, like some scholars, feel the same way as other people. Like, why would I need to have to call myself black if other people aren't doing that? And it's like, well, what if I was so in love with myself that I just decided to name myself after myself? Like, that is a way to go about naming yourself black too. You don't have to
Yeah.
do it in negativity. That's not the only way to go about this.
Now I wouldn't say that it's a definite, you know what I mean? Either way, I wouldn't disagree. I think the more so though, the reason why I ask is because I believe that the Kushites is the people that are the guys that they referring to, or the Cushitic Empire. I don't know if you familiar with Drusilla Dungeon, but she talks about the Kushite Empire, uh, also using some of her sources from Herodotus, running all the way from uh, like the Horn, basically, or you could say almost like the Nile, basically, Southern Nile, all the way up to India. And so a lot of like the Hindu gods
Yeah,
are
I think
actually
there's
Kush.
Indian creatures that call themselves black. But sorry, continue.
Hmm. Well, yeah, no, I was just saying, yeah, she was also stating not only were like the Sumerian gods were Kush, but she was also saying that the Hindu gods were also like Cushitic kings and queens.
That's
Real
facts,
quick,
though.
we got a
All of them
super
were black,
chat,
yes.
y'all.
Even the
We got
Chinese
a
ones,
super
Buddha,
chat.
and all the rest of them, yes, there was.
Pandemic says Super Pan Man is indeed awesome. Have a nice day. Shout out Pan Man. Appreciate you, brother. Have a good day out there as well. And back to you.
Yeah, so I think I can see it as a possibility, But I could also see it as them identifying uh who created them in a way. And so, and if they are, I definitely think we got an idea who they talking about. Especially when you get to the Nubian complex, right? And how you'll find the same technology at the same time that you find in Arabia. You'll find that also. Um, and what is that? Basically the Nile, the southern part of the Nile, though, like Nubia.
So did the sister bring out the information you asked her?
I was
Well,
just saying if he had anything else.
yeah, to be honest, the separating themselves from the creator thing, I don't know much about, so he would have to, school me to that. Um, but it does scare me that a scholar would say that, because if we're saying that we're black, that means that creators that they're separating from are white. And I don't think white people are creators. So I don't know how I feel about it. But again, I didn't read into it. So I can't necessarily, like, I will only be talking an opinion about it.
Oh no, the context they was using it in, they were saying that not that they weren't calling themselves that's what they were using to refer to the people, or not the people, but the beings that made them, the gods that created them.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, well, I'm cool with that. Again, I would have to read into it, but
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean, yeah, it's not. I just looked at it. I looked at the one that agree with you. I seen multiple sources that agree with you, and then I also seen that one. So that's why I asked you about the other source, just in case you had one I didn't see. And then I wanted, because I'm gonna check them. I'm gonna check them out later, because this could be some bullshit. I don't know. Yeah,
No, definitely,
I
definitely
definitely gotta
fact
check
check
it out.
everything I said. And definitely look for your own information. I implore
Well, they
everybody to
say
do
there's
that.
no smoke without fire. So if you found something, then there must be more.
Yeah, definitely. There's gonna be something there. I'm quite sure we could find something with the scholars that worked on it. Let me see. Iraqi Jews also exhibit close genetic proximity to the ancient Mesopotamian.
And also, not even just the Sagigas. I believe in the Shang dynasty, the Nakai, Nakhi, that translates to black man too.
Which dynasty?
In China.
China.
You know what? You know what's wild about that? That's near the Tibetan border, right?
But that's true. That is true. I mean, all over those places, there were black guys. I mean, were black. It was all
Well,
black. Even
that's
Europe was black. I mean, we go
well. The
places
reason
to
why I
get
say
Russian.
that,
Say what?
the reason why I say that though is because it's argued that E1B1A, well, not E1B1A, but the E marker split from D, uh at from what was it, DE? Or no, they saying that the E marker split into Bet. And the reason why they say that is because the highest concentration of what they call YAP positive, people with YAP positive DNA are in this area, in the Tibetan area.
Right. I don't know about that, but I just know that, yeah, all those people around there prior, I don't know how many thousand years back, but I know prior, even to the Tartarian Empire, I will go back there again. Yeah, it was all black. The Buddha the Krishna, all of them, they're black. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see if I can go back to my slides on it. Oh yeah, I got slides on it. Hold on. What was it? Let me see the name of it. Hey, y'all had a fire. Well, I'm looking for it too. I wanted to say, boy, y'all had a fire debate too the other night. I seen with Suave. I can't think of who the other guy was, but
Quantum
man, that
Truth.
nigga rebuttal round. Yeah,
Yeah, that was fire. That was
that was a
Quantum
hell
first
of a
debate too.
rebuttal.
So
Yeah, man. He came by and did that shit. I was like, okay, here we go.
yeah, I can't wait till
Yeah.
he get experience. I'm gonna put him through the gauntlet. We about to give him some training.
Yeah, I mean, all around, it was a solid performance all around.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
just
yeah.
what stood out to me is when he got into the rebuttal, it felt like that's when he was in his bag. I was like,
Which
he
one?
was
Who? Quantum or
prepared.
Suave?
The other dude,
Yeah, yeah. His rebuttal round was. I thought his second round was better than Suave's second round.
yeah, yeah, his rebuttal was that was on some Domo type shit. And they
And
had
I
that
think,
shit right.
and I think Suave had a better first round than him.
Yeah,
I thought he rushed his first round. Like when you yielded all that time, like you didn't pace yourself. I'm like you read through the shit like
and realized he
gave
had
you
more
space
time.
and no gaps, no breath
Yep,
to like let it resonate with people. Like you read it like it was some instructions or something. Like
just kind of went through it. Yeah,
man, like you should have. I told him like maybe you could have got a little preachy with it. So like so that's why
right.
I don't know. Yeah, he was reading like he was the damn AI for real. That's what it's crazy.
That's what I be trying to. I want to build, to build an argument where you can get emotional. You know what I'm saying? Like
He
you
emotional
ain't
about
gotta
this
just rely on your shit. You
shit.
know what I mean?
He
But it's
passionate
like,
about this shit. Trust me.
yeah, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, cause when you on the panel and you hear some bullshit, you supposed to you supposed to feel that same way when you in the debate. Like, I can't even believe this motherfucker just put this. I mean, you don't say all of that, but that's how you supposed to be taking it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, look at this nigga. That's how I be trying to put this nigga premise on the screen. Like, look at this shit he sent me, man. It's just-
Suave nice with it though, man. Suave nice. He did his thing. I wish he would have screenshotted that stuff instead of trying to show the phone.
yeah, yeah.
That's what he should have did. Screenshotted it and slid it in the presentation. That would have been better. But he did his thing.
You see, when you're doing a debate, when you're debating, it's kind of different because you go a whole load of the Google, the books, and all these type of things. But when you're dealing with truth, that's a different thing. And I think
Here you go. The truth is
sometimes
never wrote
when
down,
these
right?
debates come in, they confuse the truth with the debate, and sometimes they think, oh, because I'm doing the debate, I must be saying something truthful. When no, you're not. You just it's you doing the debate. It's not facts. It's not what you think it is because you've got it out of a book. Because many people write books and many people put stuff on Google. So I mean, yeah,
But that's what
truth
makes you a great
debate
debater, though,
things.
because it's multiple ways. Like that's just like, and I was actually trying to get that through to somebody who kept trying to jam a definition down my throat about the civil rights, and it's like we even got to the point now to where everything was pseudo. So now it's like we so heavy on definition, and it's like, yo, you can't look at the civil rights, bro, through the definition. Like, we just not gonna look at the word integration and then look at the word segregation to be like, yeah, we good at segregation. Like, no, that's not how that works. That's in the context of Jim Crow. You're not getting like, eh,
What type of stuff you like to debate, bro?
um, man. To be honest, anything for real, but my main stuff is probably the pseudo stuff, like the quantum physics. Uh,
If you hear something, just let me know if you want to do something over here. I'll pay $50
yeah,
for
yeah.
the draw for the exhibition, so y'all do get paid for y'all work. The cash apps come fast.
Okay, okay.
If you got somebody, just line them up and holler at me. You know,
That's a bet. That's a
or
bet.
let
Yeah,
tell Swad to message me or something. He'll straight call my phone.
I gotta send you. I'm gonna definitely send you my picture though, for real. I'm gonna send you
Yeah, if
that.
you do that, yeah. If anybody want to do that ahead of time too, Titans Debate League at Gmail. I'll go ahead and get ahead on the graphics. So
Yeah,
when you do get somebody, it's pretty much already done. I'll make your character and put you in the background until we find somebody to place against you.
yeah. I've been trying to make sure I tap in more, see who I can catch and see. 'Cause I done heard some solid out of conversation, so I'm like, yeah, I know I'm gonna lock in with somebody for sure.
We be in the Facebook back chats too. I mean, in the group calls and shit. A lot of action be back there. That's probably where you will catch more of this. You know, most of the debates really start back there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Sometimes they start right here too, but it's more back there.
You
They on
can't
a
beat
call right now. You feel me? We on here live. They on a damn call right now arguing about something.
that. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna tap into that. Just what y'all think. Good. Let me see. What you on Facebook under the Italian?
No, my A1AONE is the first
Oh,
name,
okay.
last name Richardson.
Okay. I'm tapping in. So I'm off for government.
You said Georgia full government?
Yeah, yeah, you see me camera
Hey
metro.
man, don't you hate that shit though? I hate how they be trying to make people do that.
And that was my fault. I was the last nigga with a Facebook, bro. So I didn't know what I was doing. I was filling that shit out like a job application. I ain't know that.
Yeah, well, I just want to say, listen, the Sankofa movement, return and get it. It's yours, everything. That's what we need to do, and it starts with the mind. Basically, you have to start tuning your mind. This is nothing to do with debating. It's to do with self and knowing yourself, so that when the time is right, we return and get everything that belongs to us rightfully.
Hmm.
We'll be prepared because
I
mentally
like how
and
that sounds.
spiritually we'll be there. The Sankofa movement to get on board.
Let's go. We rocking with you though, Santa. So anytime you want to come do a presentation and drop some info, let me know, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
You know they're gonna try to tear you apart, but I will give you the floor any day of the week. Any
Yeah.
day of the week, you can have the floor, brother.
Yeah, we love it, man. It's all good, man. But listen, we got to pull everybody to that understanding before, because I mean, the thing is all about alignment, and alignment starts with, again, like I said, the mind. So we have to start putting certain information down, and start aligning yourself properly spiritually, so that when the connection comes, it's easy for you to connect. You don't feel like, oh, he's African, I'm American, or he's Caribbean and this and that and the other. No, we're all the same carbonated people. And yes, we can connect on that high frequency, so to speak, so we can return back to the motherland and build ourselves up again to come back and claim everything. The Sankofa movement, return and get it. It's yours.
Real quick, I want to go to a word from our sponsors. This Saturday, only here on Titans Debate League,
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I want Yara. I already see it.
You said you got Yara?
I owe Yara a few of them.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Yara. He's hopping in the ring this weekend, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, Yara is a debate cyborg.
Yeah, yeah.
So all he do is debate.
He just debated this weekend, I believe. He going up against PhD Leandre though. This one about to be, yeah, it's gonna be fun.
He in for one. Yara, what he gonna do is argue his ass, bro. He ain't gonna concede the shit. He find a way not to concede. He's like, bro, the
That's real
possibility.
talk.
He was like, bro, so you've been arguing with me about a possibility this whole time? I'd have gave you that.
Yo. Yeah, yeah. Well, we're gonna have to see who's gonna drop the information because yeah, it's you guys are going based on the Google thing. That's why I'll do a presentation, but to get a debate is
It's the
it's
best
gonna
off
be
of
kind of
Google.
difficult because
Nah,
say
you
what?
can't come in based off of no Google on me. What you mean, like Wikipedia?
What you guys going off of? The books, the light.
I mean, like you got a lot of you got actual libraries on YouTube. I mean, on Google.
That's what I'm saying. I'm coming
Because you got
outside of that,
sources
and you
with
guys
what?
ain't. Yeah, you guys are within that, so it's gonna
You
be
just gonna shoot
difficult.
from the hip? That's what you saying?
Yeah,
Well, you can do
yeah,
that. It's
it's gonna
people
be
who shoot
difficult.
from the hip all the time.
Say what?
People shoot from the hip all the time, whether they admit it or not. You can
Yeah,
do
but I
that.
don't want to. Nah, that's Yara. Yara would do that for you.
Yeah, you shoot from the hip. I ain't gonna stop you.
Yeah, yeah, uh, nah.
So you just backing yours up with your logic. That's all you back your information up with. You don't use your logic to decipher the information. You just use logic in general.
Well, I mean, if I'm talking to you, then I'll have to base everything that happens on what you say. If I'm doing a reading for myself, or if I'm looking into something for myself, then I can look into Google, whatever, you know what I mean, and then I can make my own assumption up, basically, based on the information in front of me.
So you just gonna make it up as I go.
Well, no, I mean, okay, like for example, like they say that the pygmies were the first people, black people on the planet, basically. So
One
me,
of,
I'm say what?
one of.
One of. Okay, so I'm asking, where's the evidence of these pygmies?
In it's in number one, the women that the people took when they went into West Africa. So the pygmy, or well, you could keep saying the pygmy, but the Twa people, their women were L2. The E markers women were L3. When we crossed over the Sahara, we took their women, and that's why they're in the jungles today, in the bushes today. Even the San people, we pushed them all the way down into South Africa and into the cave. So yeah, you most likely aren't even a real African. That's the funny part. You most likely an invader. This some crazy shit. So yeah,
But
that should
aside
be an
from that,
evidence.
what
Invader is
evidence do we
crazy
have
though.
right now that the Twa are one of the first people that were here? What evidence that can you give me? I mean,
The bones in Morocco,
the
their
who?
DNA, the bones in Morocco, their
Bones, did you say?
DNA. Yeah,
But hold on.
yeah. The Khoi, the San, and the Twa people. Yeah, those are your real African.
But you see, again, I will dispute that because again, when you read your books that they provided, I mean, you know about the Irish legend, right? The leprechaun
Right,
and right, and what do you call them people that day? St. Patrick's Day. Do you know
right.
about that? Yeah, that's talking about these 12 people whom they massacred, and the rest of them run from the to Africa, basically.
So so you saying that they started outside of Africa?
Of course,
That's a possibility.
that's the
That
Irish
don't.
legend. That's the Irish legend that they have in Ireland right now. I mean, as we
Yeah,
speak.
but that's much later though. Even if that is true, like you know how much later that is.
You're right. You're
You don't even
absolutely right.
get white people. You don't even get them people until 6,000 years ago
You're absolutely right. I agree with you on that one. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
genetically. So it's like, nah, you got yeah, you got the Twa people. Yeah, they that when they did that, that was more likely, and I don't disagree that they did it. I think that was more likely though. But I don't think it was just the Twa. I think it was the Omo Valley civilization as well.
And where are these people today?
They
Are you
still in
talking
the
about
Omo
Muslim
Valley.
people?
Nah, more so that they're actual Ethiopian people, but they live in the Omo Valley.
Right. So again, let me ask you a question. Where do you think, should I say, white people came from? Are they from Africans?
Uh, I mean, I mean, it depends on what you call the app. Like, technically, no, no, technically, no. Yeah, the
Explain.
people that they would have came from would have already had mutate. Because technically, if your genes mutate outside of Africa, you aren't an African. And so they state that they genes mutated outside of Africa. So no, even the people that they would have came from.
So what if I told you that there were people being engineered, but in the lab, basically, around Sumeria, the empire of Sumeria, basically, which is around today, Asia. This is why we get the name Eurasian and so on and so forth, basically. So there was where the mix came into it, basically, and then everybody started
You got the
picking up.
Eurasian speed. I would, or the Indus Valley. Yeah, I don't totally disagree with that. Uh, Actually, when I used my debate, when I was saying that Africans weren't what that West Africans aren't African. Uh, the point of that debate, though, that was I was actually going through some of the shit that Elijah Muhammad was pointing out, and he literally said that 6,000 years ago, that's when they come into existence. He says 6,000 years ago, and then when we look at genetically, 6,000 years ago, that's when you get that combination of blonde hair, blue eyes, and white skin come together. Uh, then he also talks about us coming from East Asia, you know what I'm saying, and then and traveling into Africa. And so when you look at what happens with the E marker, uh, that's actually what they saying happened. We came in with E marker and L3 came in and uh, began to basically colonize Africa.
Right. I'm surprised you had a debate on that because again, these things that you're saying, it's not in your usual, history or whatever. You know what I mean? So how
No,
people, yeah, you're gonna put that across to people and somebody say to you, I mean, like today, I was saying we're not from Africa. Everybody was jumping up. Hey, what do you mean we're not from Africa? How many years ago was that? Blah 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 blah. But I mean, I get it. But it doesn't necessarily mean to say because we're not from Africa, we're not Africans. Yes, we're from everywhere, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying what was being said to me, so to speak.
right. Yeah, genetically, it kind of shows. I mean, you could tell the people who were like real Africans. Um, they still are just hunter gatherers. You know what I mean? Like the Twa people, the San people. Those are the people who was always there. Like that's why genetically those are your haplogroup A and B and stuff. But when you get us, we come in uh with agriculture and stuff, which is why you
Right.
get
You see,
like the
but this
Yoruba and
is where,
them.
sorry to cut you for a second, but you see, the confusion comes in when we look at the observable things that we see, i.e., again, the pyramids, the big buildings, and so on and so forth. You
Mhm.
get what I'm saying? So when you mention all these things, it doesn't tally up with what we're actually seeing.
Right, right.
This is why I
Yeah,
say you gotta have, I mean, that the logic basically to attach to the information that's there, because without that you're never going to get the real truth, because we can't discount the civilization that was there before all this Kemet and Sumeria and all these things came along.
right. But and so that's where the debate come in at is that I'm not trying to debate a part of the information that's factual. We're using the facts of the information, and I'm saying that okay. So I might say based off of the information that we have with evolution, there's that's my there's I believe that that's evidence for intelligent design. And you might say, well, no, it's not. And so now I got to use logic. You know what I mean? Now I'm trying to use logic on why I believe evolution works with intelligent design.
Right, right, yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, because at some point your logic has to kick in. I mean, you've got the information there, but I mean, at some point the logic has to kick in. And again, I'm going to repeat again. Forget the big English, but I'm going to repeat myself again. It's like the Bible. Again, we know that it's not accurate. So if something is not accurate, then why are we using it as a point of reference? If you understand what I'm saying, why are we using it as anything? Because it's not accurate. But yes, if you want to pick up information from it, basically, so long as you're on the right lines, you know what I'm saying, not relying on the book as truth, then yeah, we can have a conversation basically, and you can bring in the Bible quotes here and there to prove a point. But not to make up a fact. If you're going to use it as an example, fair enough, but not to say, oh, it's fact, or if you understand what I'm saying.
Nah, for real. Nah, I get you. I get you. Yeah, nah, sometimes people only want to debate and stop at the fact. You know what I mean? But to me, that's, you know, like we already know that. It's the next step. That's the point of science is it ain't, they don't just stop at what they know. It's to see what's beyond what they know.
Right. Well, yeah, science is another thing altogether. But again, I would say even that Yakub thing that you brought in, that's not mainstream information. So when you say something like that, they're gonna look at you and think, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! Wait a minute, that's
Right.
not in any way." If you understand what I'm saying,
Right. No, I think it's definitely I think mythology is the way that we use it's like we over exaggerate stories in order to remember them stories. And so like the natives here, they had a story up in Oregon about like a guy basically that used to rain fire, and then they finally like sacrificed to it and it became this, it became a lake. But that God that they was talking about was a volcano. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, was it exactly the way that they said? Nah, but there's definitely truth. You know what I'm saying in that mythology.
right? Yeah. Yeah, and this is why I say the logic has to come into it because again, at some point you have to use your logic to break down the information that is there because we have to understand that most of the information that is there is not being put there by us, is being put there by other people who especially are describing other people.
Peace, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay, cool. Sir, when you say logic, what do you mean? Like, have you studied logic formally or no?
I'm saying thinking, use your brain.
But that's not thinking. Just thinking doesn't necessarily mean you're using logic.
Yeah, I say logic because you're using information.
Yeah, but what's the
When
difference
I
between
say
thinking? What's the difference between thinking and logic? Using
that's what I'm
logic.
saying. When you're thinking, you're just thinking. But when you're using your logic, you're dissecting something
And how do you know you're doing it correctly?
based on the information that's presented to me or what's in front of me.
Yeah, but how do you know you're doing it correctly? So if I give you factual information, how do you know that your conclusion will be true?
That's what I'm saying. By based on the information. So if you say, oh, 1 + 1 is 5, you know what I'm saying, then I'm gonna say, explain how is 1 + 1 5? I'm not gonna say, yeah, 1 + 1 is 5. That's what I mean.
So what I'm asking you is like you have no training, right? You have no formal training on how to know when an argument is valid or invalid, or a good argument, a bad argument. You're just making it up.
You need training for that, my G.
Yes. Yes.
No, you don't.
Yes,
It's
you
called
do.
understanding. It's called understanding something. It's again
No. You know, there's an academic field that does this though, right?
academic field. Which one?
Well, math is one, philosophy is another, computer science is another, law is another, rhetoric is they touch it a little bit, and psychology touches it a little bit, but not as thorough as philosophy or math.
And your point being,
That it is a studied field. It's not like you could just, well, I'm human, I know logic. That's not how that works.
oh yes, that's how it works because you're born with a brain. I mean,
No, that's not how it works.
hold on. So wait. Can you decipher things?
Can I decipher things? What do you mean by decipher?
Well, I mean information. Can you break down information? You must be
Yeah,
able to break down information because you get around. You do things.
yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm being logical. That means practical.
Right. So illogical is when you're breaking down certain information that is you're just trying to make sense of something.
Yeah, but that's just being practical. What's the difference? Why are you saying logic though?
No, it's not being practical. It's being logical. You're trying to make logic out of what sense out of nonsense, so to speak.
No, but without training, you can't really do that because you're not going to know when you're doing it correctly. You have no
Well,
checks
no,
and balances.
I disagree because I will say to you that everything that you hear is nonsense until you make sense of it.
Why is that?
Because you have to break it down again.
So if I tell you 2 + 2 is 4, you have to break it down. Like no matter what I say, you have to break it down. Whenever somebody speaks to you, that you have to break it down.
Well, it's what makes sense. So,
What do you mean by what makes sense?
The
Like
general consensus
a lot
says
of
2
things may
times
not.
2, 2 + 2 is 4. So yes, I agree with you. 2 + 2 is 4. Simple.
So if it's something that you never experienced before, how would you know the inference that you're making is correct?
Because you're gonna have to use logic.
How, like if you don't know logic, how are you going to do it if the information you never experienced before? You have no way to look it up right now, right? Like let's say we're going through some situation where you don't have your computer, you don't have the ability to look it up. How would you reason from that information if you don't have experience with it?
No, I don't think you're making the right example. I don't know, but
why is it not the right example?
No,
because
you're
it
not
seems to
making
me
sense.
it seems to me that the way you're reasoning is the only things that you know, and that's how you reason. Like if I know something already, then I can reason for it. But if I don't know it, then I can't reason it. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, that's what it sounds like to you. That's correct. That's what it sounds like to you. But that's not what
I'm asking you, how do you reason about something you don't know about? And you basically telling me it doesn't make sense.
No, hold on. Everything, well, most things that I would confront, I have an idea about. And if
what
I
if you
don't
don't?
know,
That's what
then
I'm
I'm going to
asking
go and find out.
What if you don't have the ability to find out right then and there?
Right then
That's what I'm
there.
asking you. Yeah, right. Like if we're having a conversation about classified military materials right now, and you don't have the ability to look it up, how would you not have the conversation, or are you going to still use your logic? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, sometimes, listen, this is language. This is English language, and English language is not my first language, So if somebody says, "Oh, what does this mean?" Basically, I might know it, but maybe the way they frame it or what have you, for whatever reason, I say, "Okay, I don't know." You tell me, and if you tell me it comes to mind, then yeah, we go ahead and we speak. But if it doesn't come to mind, I say, "Okay, fair enough. I didn't know that. Let's carry on, or let's see where it takes us." Basically, let's see what angle that you're trying to approach it from, and we'll carry on probing and seeing whether what you're saying is the right thing.
Yeah, but if you have no guidelines to find out what I'm saying is true or not, or if the inferences I'm making are good or not, how are you doing that? That's the issue. Like that's why I'm saying it's an issue because if you're not trained to do it, it's not going to be intuitive to you.
No,
like
sir.
some things that are
you.
logical are not intuitive.
That's you. That's
no,
you.
It's not
That's
me.
your
It's not
level
me.
of understanding. Mine
no, it's
is
not
different.
me. No, it's not me. I'm telling you, I am trained in the field where you are not. Right? So we're not the same.
And so far, everything you've said, I've comprehended, and I've analyzed.
Yeah, I haven't done anything yet.
You haven't said anything, even though you claim to be in the field or experienced or what have you.
Well, I'm asking you a question, and you don't seem to comprehend it. Right? You seem like you're
answering your question, sir. I mean, how else can I answer your question? You said to me, if I don't know something, I just told you, if I don't know the question right there and then, I will say I don't know. And then you will tell me. And if I do know, then yeah, we carry on. And if I don't know, then you explain more.
Right. But what I'm saying to you is if we're having a conversation about something you don't know, how would you know if I'm not deceiving you or not? How would you know the conclusions that I come up with are good conclusions or not?
Because that will be based on how you say it and what you say.
But if you don't know the information, how would you know? That's what I'm asking you.
How would I not know then? What, you're going to just come up to me and just give me something that I don't know? I doubt
yes.
it.
No, yes. That's what
no.
that's the scenario I'm asking you about.
No, but it doesn't happen like that.
It does.
It doesn't happen like that.
It may not happen that way constantly or frequently, but it does happen eventually.
Well, that's what they call a straw man argument right now.
No,
you know
that's not a straw man argument. It's not even an argument.
Man. You're just punching out air, so to speak, because you just try to find something to, trip me up. But
no, I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not trying to trip you up. There are no trick questions with me.
No, but you asked me the questions and I've answered you. So what else do you want?
Yeah, but you're not giving me solid answers.
I am. I answered you clearly.
No,
clearly. Unless you bring an example that I don't know, that you and then we.
That's what I'm. That's the question I'm asking you. Like when you reason about something,
I don't know what you know, and I don't know what whoever knows. So until they bring me that, then we have to wait till that scenario.
But
comes
you have no principles to stand on. This is my point. If you don't know how to reason, you don't have because you don't have the training.
No, you see, that's where you're wrong.
And that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking the question that I'm asking.
So
you're freestyling.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are you trying to say to me that your opinion is above mine?
No, I didn't give you my opinion, and I would never say that my opinion is better than someone else's. No,
but you have the training. I don't.
Yeah, but my training has nothing to do with my opinion.
Well, then why are you asking me these questions, brother?
I want to find out what you mean by logic, because a lot of people misuse the word.
So you
especially in YouTube space.
You tell us what logic is. Come on, please.
No, it's a academic field of study of correct inferences, right? So if I have information, just like you were saying, you have some of it. If you have some information and you want to analyze that information, you need some guidelines or principles to analyze the information to start with, not just your life experience, not just the books you read, right? Logic has nothing to do with just studying and researching. That has nothing. There are principles of logic, what makes correct reasoning different from incorrect reasoning, and that takes study. I don't know how to say it better than that, because if I gave you examples, you probably wouldn't understand them.
Please do give me one example, just one.
It's hard to do without actually showing you what it is. As far as formal logic, because it's not into
you're tripping on yourself, man.
I'm not tripping on myself.
Listen, no disrespect, brother, but yeah, listen, you come in here going on like you're, well schooled, well learned, and all that, and that's great. But hey, when it comes to just plain old breaking down information, I do it too.
Yeah, but you have no way of checking it. There are no checks and balances. The way you're describing yourself and the way you described how you use logic, there are no checks and balances. Right? You could be wrong. You might be right. There's no way for you to even know. No way for you even to check it.
You said I could be.
Already wrong. Know it. Like, unless you already know it like the back of your hand, you probably wouldn't even engage in the conversation.
Well, you're saying I could be wrong. So you're preempting something before it's even said in your head. You've already made up some kind of assumption.
No assumption. That's a possibility. It's not an assumption. You could either be right or you could be wrong about something, right? Is there a third possibility?
No.
Okay, so how is it an assumption? It's not an assumption. Those are literally the only two choices you have.
Or wrong. That's what I'm saying. Rather than looking at understanding what I'm saying and then making the judgment, you've already made a judgment that
I didn't make a judgment.
Wrong. So therefore, you go by that.
No, I didn't make a judgment. I'm giving you the possibilities, the only possibilities that exist. If you make a statement, it's going to be either true or false, right? If it's a meaningful sentence or a statement. There's no third option. Unless you could tell me what that is. I'm not assuming anything. Those are literally the only two choices you have. That's a factual statement.
Okay.
I mean, so
Yeah,
there
without,
is some misunderstanding about what
no. You
logic
said you
is, I
wanted to
guess.
know what the logic was. I've told you what the logic. I mean, how I use my logic. So, have you got any objections?
Yeah, the way you're using the word logic is like blasphemous to me. It's like if I say I'm a doctor and I have no medical training, like what do you mean you're a doctor? It's like, what other field can you do that with? Like, can
So
I be
what
an
you're saying
accountant and
basically is,
can I be an accountant and never studied accounting? No training, but I'm an accountant.
so what you're doing is you're trying to chastise me for just me using my own brain rather than
No,
following your
absolutely not.
guidelines.
No, absolutely not. I'm not chastising you because you're using your brain, but your word choice is the issue. So I think you're just using the wrong word. Just like if
So
I
what
say I'm an
word?
accountant and you ask me, do I have accounting experience? And I say no, then the next question would be, what makes you think you're an accountant? Right?
Okay, fine.
Right.
So
So
what
when you
word
say
would you?
logic and you have no training, that's kind of crazy.
Okay, sir. So what word would you say I should use instead of logic, please?
I would say I would go with practical or something else of that nature. You
Practical?
try, yes, you're trying to be practical. When you're trying to figure things out without training, that's what most of us would do. Try to figure it out. Try to find the best practical way to get the result that you want, because you don't have the guidelines and you don't know better, right? So like, it's not about intelligence, right? So I want to get that clear. I'm not talking about intelligence, right? This has nothing to do with IQ or anything like that, or how smart someone is. It's about how a human being or any animal would try to figure something out, especially if they have no training, right? You can't figure things out if it's above your level, right? A dog can't do certain things because it's a dog. Pigs, however, are much higher IQ, allegedly, right? They could think higher abstract levels, similar to humans, right? So again, how they reason is about practicality, not principle.
Brother, what's your name? I can't see it, man.
It's Roy Chess.
Ah, Roy Chess. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Roy Chess. Roy, listen, let me just say this, Roy, man. I mean, yeah, fair enough. I'll give it to you, man. If that's what you're saying, that's what you're saying. We're gonna be here all night if I'm gonna be, refuting what you're saying. But my way is my way, and I know for a fact that there's only one way to break down information, and that's using logic. If somebody says, "Hey, there's three people in a room," that's logic tells me there's three people in a room. One, two, three. As simple as that.
Why not math? Why you use logic? That's just math, wouldn't it? That's just addition. You're saying all math is logic? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying that the three signifies the amount of people in the room. It's
Right,
not
but you
nothing to
added
do
them
with math.
together. That's necessarily logic to you?
Say what?
All you did was add them together, right? 1 plus
No,
1
I
is
was
1.
just being over. I was being extra. I was just being extra. That's all. Three is three, whether I count it or not. Three is three, my brother, Roy.
Yeah, but you're saying it's logic, though. It's like it's math to other people. That's just math.
Okay,
Numbers
I
are
mean,
math, right? When you're
no, I'm
dealing
not
with
gonna say
numbers,
okay because it's not math. Nah, it's not
what
math,
is
Roy.
it's not math? What is it?
No, it's logic. It's logical
That's
that
not no. Logic doesn't deal with numbers like that. That's math. That's absolutely math. Because if you have 3 people and I take one of them away, is that not math? You would have 2 people left. Is that logic still, or is it math? You think I'm
Doing
nitpicking, don't you?
subtraction here. I mean, I'm the 3 is 3, Roy. Nobody's taking 1 away. Nobody's taking 2 away. Nobody's taking 3 away. It's just 3. That's all. 3. If I added it and it confused you, then that's my apologies. 1, 2, 3. I mean, it's the number 3. I didn't mean to add it up. I was just being extra again, like I said. But 3 is 3. So I mean, yeah, anybody can. I mean, most people do that. They can, yeah, analyze things and come to a conclusion. That's just everyday stuff.
Yeah, but my question still was, how do you know when your conclusion is correct? Like there are things that are not intuitive that you would think that they're correct, but it doesn't work out logically.
I hear what you're saying, but again, like I said, based on the information that is presented to me or in front of me, I will make my logical assumption or opinion or what have you, basically. But it sure won't be what is in front of me, because that would mean I agree with what is in front of me. Therefore, I would not need no logic whatsoever to kind of, break it down if there was something, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah,
But
I
you have no
guess.
way to check it if it's correct or not. That's so yeah, you can come up with a conclusion, but how do you know it's correct? That's the issue here. That's what I'm asking. There's no doubt that
Yeah,
anybody could just come up with a conclusion, but how do you know it's correct? Like if your life was on the line, how do you know that this is correct? Like if you're wrong, you will unalive, right? How do you know that this is correct? This conclusion of yours is correct. If your life was on the line, is there a way for you to determine that? Is there
all
checks
right.
and
So
balances?
let me give you an example, Roy. What is 1 plus 0?
1,
Okay. And what is 1 times 0?
0.
Right. Is that logical to you?
Is it? I wouldn't use the word logic. It's just math.
Does it make sense? Is the question.
Well, making sense is not synonymous with logical. So does it make sense? Yeah, because if you're trained in math, that's what you're trained to say. Yes, it makes sense.
Well, no, it doesn't make sense because, again, if you're you see, they train you in something that don't make no sense, but you follow it because you've been trained, and this is where me and you differ. I
So
don't
you're
follow
saying
what's being
so you're
trained.
saying it doesn't make sense? 1 times
No,
0 doesn't make sense?
okay, 1 plus 0 is what? 1.
1.
That's
Yeah.
adding. So if you have something 1 and you have nothing, and then you get 1, fair enough. But
Yeah.
1 times, that's multiplication. So it's you're supposed to get a higher number than the addition. So why is it that you get 0?
Because you can't multiply by 0. That's why. Like you can't multiply by 0 and get something higher than 0.
No, sir. Logically, if you've got, okay, I have an orange, 1 orange, and I multiply it by no orange, what do I get?
How are you multiplying? So the thing is, I see the issue here. In real life, it's hard to sometimes do the multiplication, especially with the so-called number 0. So you can't multiply by 0 in the practical sense. So if that's your objection, I can understand that.
No,
But that's
sir.
just again just being practical.
No, sir.
You can't
Because if you
multiply by
multiply,
0, but also if you add 0, it don't increase the quantity of the number you start with.
Right, but
so then it
So
shouldn't be
you
called
got
multiply.
so here's the thing about that, and here's the thing about realism versus theoretically. right? If you have 9 apples and you add 0 apples to them 9 apples, then you still have 9 apples. However, if you have 9 apples and you multiply those 9 apples by 0, you're supposed to, by realism, still have 9 apples. Now, because we have this multiplication principle in the multiplication with the 0 thing, then they say, well, you can't multiply by 0 and everything that you multiply by. Well, basically the thing is you can't multiply something by nothing because there's nothing to multiply anything to. But the falsification in that is if you take the nothing away and you add the something where the nothing is, and then you multiply nothing by that something, you still have something. So it makes sense if you say 0, if you multiply 0 bananas times 5 bananas, right, you're going to end up with 0 bananas because you started off with 0 bananas, right? And
Brother,
so if you
why
multiply
you
0
turning the whole thing
bananas, hold on
upside
1
down?
second, I got you. I'm gonna land my plane, bro. Hold on. So if you multiply 0 bananas by 5, right, it's still 0 bananas. It doesn't matter how many times you multiply it. Now, if you take 1 banana and you multiply it by 5, then you get 5 bananas, right? If you take 5 bananas and you multiply it by 0, you should still have 5 bananas because you started off with 5 bananas. That's not how theoretical mathematics, or me and Roy Chess talk about this a lot. That's not how theoretical equations work. So theoretical equations aren't based in reality. And that's what y'all was just discussing.
Now, brother
One
Humble, I'm
one
disappointed
scene
in
is
you,
based
man.
in reality and the other scene is based in theoretics.
I'm disappointed in you, brother Humble, man. You call yourself a scientist and you study science, and this was the best you could come up with.
But that's literally what y'all discussing right now. I actually just got back, by the way. But based off what I heard from both of y'all, that's literally what y'all discussing. Brother Roy Chess is literally saying, well, the reason why 0 times whatever equals 0 is logical, reason is logical is because it's math. But what he's not saying is theoretic math is not based on reality. What you're saying is this is not logical because it's not reality. And that's a correct premise because theoretical math is not based in reality. This is why y'all are able to sit here and have this debate. You're coming from a place of reality. He's coming from a place of theoretical math. Which one is more valid when it comes to existence? Reality is more valid because when it comes to
Thank
theoretical
you.
math, I can make anything up, right? Matter of fact,
Yo.
brother Chess, wasn't we talking earlier and we was talking about the if then, right?
Yes.
And so I can theoretically say, hey, if 50 volcanoes go off at the same time, then this will happen, right? And then Roy Chess will come and say, well, Humble, is this factual or theoretical? I can only answer this is theoretical because it won't ever happen. This is an equation that I can only make happen based off of my theoretical assumptions, right? But this is not something that we can look at the world and say, okay, well, this is something definite that's going to happen in reality. No, those are two different things. So this is the conversation that y'all are having. The fact that you was having a conversation that you didn't know that you was having is disappointing to me. That's crazy.
Hey, Roy, you got anything to say to that? What Humble's just saying?
I think he was referring to you more than me.
No. I'm just talking
You
about
and
his
Roy
breakdown.
Chess was literally so. Roy Chess, did me and you not have the same conversation you having with him?
No, we
Similar,
did
yes.
not.
Similar.
Thank you, Roy Chess. So I know
No.
exactly where you're coming from.
Humble. He said similar. He didn't say the same.
Yeah.
He said similar.
Okay, I know similar and same aren't synonymous. I know that, but similar, right? Equate to shared qualities, right? So when he say similar, right, he's speaking similarly because we were speaking about, because the conversation y'all are having, though y'all were literally using words like real life and made up or imaginary, like what Roy Chess was saying, y'all was having the conversation along the same lines as me and him was having, versus theoretical math and counting in real time. That was our conversation. And what I was explaining to him is, when you do theoretical math, it don't overlap with reality because it's theoretical. We can make anything up in theoretical. That's why we have impossible numbers. There's no such thing as an impossible number in reality, because if it was a real thing, then it wouldn't be called the impossible number. We don't call things that
I think it's
are
an imaginary
possible
number.
impossible.
It's not impossible. It's imaginary. I think you
An
mean.
imaginary number. Okay,
Yeah.
got you, Roy. Just an imaginary number, right? And so we don't call things that are based in reality imaginary.
No, but the reason why there's an imaginary number is because certain equations won't work without it. Right? Certain science equations won't work without it. So that's why there's an imaginary number.
And
there's no specific number that will make the equation work. So they came up with an imaginary number.
And that's crazy, because where do you see imaginary numbers in real life?
They do.
I'm just going to say we imaginarily sold 10,000.
Physics uses it.
Oh boy.
Physics uses it a lot.
Say
I think the Schrodinger's equation uses an imaginary number.
Hey, Roy Chess, we imaginarily have 2,070 viewers watching this stream right now.
There's no way. What do you mean? Like right now?
Right now, in imaginary land, we got 2,007 viewers watching the stream right now.
Repeat that number. You said 2,000 or 200?
2,000.
2,000
people. Yep.
From where?
From imaginary land.
Oh, okay. I thought you was being serious for a second. I thought you meant like streaming somewhere else, like besides YouTube.
But see, that's the same concept, right? I can theoretically say it.
Yes, you can. Now I took it as a literal, like you were streaming it somewhere else. I didn't get it, but I got it now. I mean, that's crazy. What platform are you streaming on? Like what? You got me for a second.
You guys are funny, man. Very funny.
That's crazy.
So, hey, Humble, can you chime in what this gentleman was saying, Roy, about logic?
You said chime in what he was saying about logic.
Mm-hmm.
So Roy Chess' position is a logical explanation is not always a truthful explanation. So yes, you can have logic behind your premise, but just because you have logic behind your premise don't make your premise true, which is a factual analysis, right? Just because something is logical don't make it true, right? There's a lot of things that's in theoretical physics that is logical, but that don't make it true, right? And so this is what his position is on logic versus reality, right? Me and him the other day was talking about how you can start from an illogical premise or a premise of fallacy and get to a conclusion of truth.
Okay.
And so, yeah, that's what he was talking about. That's what he be talking about.
Well, listen, logic. All right, let me ask you this. Can you use logic to break down information?
You asking me or you asking Roy Chess?
No, I'm asking you, Humble. I've had this conversation
okay,
with Roy already. Roy, I know Roy's position. I just want to know your position.
Oh, okay. Can you use logic to break down information, to grasp information or to understand the concept of certain information. Is that a better way of putting it?
Yeah, understand the concept of
Yes.
what the information is trying to give you.
Right. Yeah. I would agree with that.
Right.
Logic is a
So,
way of grasping that.
right. Royce. So what was you talking about?
Yeah, my only
According
comment.
to Roy, hold on, humble. According to Roy, I'm not in a position to use logic to break down information because I'm not trained.
Well, also because I just told you why. Roy Chess believes that just because you come from a place of logic. Hold on 1 second. Okay, bet. Shout out to the brother Suave Boss. You already know. Shout out to the brother. They over there watching. We streaming to his platform. That's an amazing brother right there. You know, big to the community. Shouts out to the brother. Shouts out to the brother. We appreciate you, Brody. Um, most definitely, most definitely. Um, dang, what I'm saying. I was saying, so Royce don't believe just because something is logical that it is correct. And so you're coming from so what he's doing to you is attacking your position of presupposition that because something is logical that it is correct. Right now you have to defend the fact that if something is logical, then it must be correct. Or you could say, well, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is logic is one tool of correctness in reality that we use. I mean, however you want to frame it, bro. I ain't framing your premise for you or nothing.
Yeah, I get that, man, but he's not saying any of that. What he's saying is, I'm not qualified to use logic to break down the information because I'm not trained.
I didn't say you were not qualified. I don't know, but let me take that back. If I did say that, that's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean it in that context. I mean that if you have no training, there's no way for you to verify if your reasoning is correct or not. So without that, that's why I asked you about a life and death type of reasoning situation. How would you know if the reasoning you're using is correct without the principles? And the answer is you wouldn't.
Humble?
Right, but that's literally what I keep telling you. Why are you saying humble? I'm telling you the same thing he telling you. Hey, you gotta prove to him, or you have to show. If I can screen share if you like anything, but you have to show him that anytime we use the tool logic, that it results in a correct conclusion. He's saying that there's sometimes you can come from a place of logic, and even if you come from a place of logic, your conclusion is incorrect. You have to show where that's not the case. Or you have to put the burden of proof on him. Ask him to show you when that's the case.
Yeah, but I already said to the man that, listen, based on the information that is presented to me, that's what I will use to break down or to come to the conclusion, basically, whether the information that's in front of me is right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
what is
Roy
that based
Chess
on?
got. So me and Roy Chess was we was actually again talking about. So we was talking about objective and subjective, right? And we was talking about if your subjective understanding of the world is factual, and if that is true, then when somebody come and update your perception of the world, then that mean that your premise wasn't factual in the first place. And me and him went roundabout. And the example we used is, say if I lived in Antarctica, right, with only white swans, right? Now, because I live in Antarctica with only white swans, if I'm only seeing white swans in my life, I believe only white swans exist, right? Now, this is my logical premise. Only white swans exist. Why do only white swans exist? Because growing up in my life, I've only seen white swans. Very logical conclusion, right? However, Brother Roy Chess come to me one day with a black swan. And I say, hey, Brother Roy Chess, what's that? And he say, oh, Brother Humble, it's a black swan. Now, was my information that I already had about swans, was that correct or incorrect?
It was incorrect.
Okay.
Let me
but
just say
it was
this.
logical.
Fair enough. But let me just say this. The white man can do it basically with science and say, oh, I've come to this conclusion, but tomorrow I'm gonna look into it some more and tell you something else, and you buy that. But when I present you with information and you haven't even brought anything to dispute my information, but yet still you say, no, what you bring in is not, how do you know it's right? Excuse me?
No, I think you're missing what Roy Chess is saying. Roy Chess is saying just because you're arguing from a position of logic does not make your conclusion correct. That's his position. So you can come and say, okay, well, this is based in realism, this is based in realism, this is based in realism, and realism is logical. Okay, all of that's fine and dandy. But I can also go in realism and show where illogical things also show to be correct and logical things are shown to be incorrect. And so if this is a truth, then you'll have to come back and show me where every time I use logic, I get a correct conclusion.
Well, you see, you're talking on based on assumptions. You haven't shown anything to say. Basically, this is what I mean. I get what you're saying, but it doesn't hold no water in this court, because again, we were going on absolutes, and with absolutes, you can use if I break down information until you prove me wrong. Yo, we don't have to be sitting here talking about, oh, whether I'm right or wrong. No, bring your information to prove me wrong, and then yeah, we go from there. But you can't say, oh, because you use logic, that means that there's some doubts about it. Basically, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be right. What if it's right?
Yeah, if it's right, you could be lucky. But without a constant principle to follow, sometimes you're going to be right, sometimes you're going to be wrong. That's the point. That's why there's a set system of how to do it. It's not just freestyle.
So you're not going to give me no credit for me breaking it down. You're going to tell me I might be lucky.
Yes.
No.
Well, I mean,
if you can't repeat it multiple
I broke
times,
it down, brother. Nobody did it
but you
for
gave
me.
All right, so even if you do one, if you get one right, can you do 10 in a row? Right? And because then that shows me that you don't have a steady principle, that you're just freestyling, that you're winging it, you're making it up as you go. That's not logic. That's just you guessing.
Well,
logic is a structure.
I'll do 10 in a row for you.
If you do 10 in a row, then I'll ask you to do maybe a few more, and then I'm going to ask you what's the system that you're using, right? Because then you've shown consistency, and then I can just ask you what. See, the thing what logic deals with is inference rules, right? Without inference rules, there is no logic. That's how you make a derivation. That's how you break things down. I can start with this statement and I derive that statement. So without inference rules, you're not going to be able to do that consistently. And there are names for the inference rules. That's why I'm telling you that you need to be trained in it. You have to know the names of those inference rules and how those inference rules work. That otherwise you could guess right and you guess right 10 times in a row, but you're not going to be able to do that successfully 100% of the time. Maybe you did it 50% of the time, 80% of the time, but it's never going to be 100%. And that's the issue with science. And Humble and I have had that.
Let me just say this, Royce.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so would you say that it's logical that giants walked this earth?
I wouldn't say it has anything to do with logic. That has to do with practicality, being real. Like that's something that's practical. Whether someone existed or not, or how tall they were, that's a practical observation. That has nothing to do with logic. Logic is about making inferences and derivations and doing it correctly.
Right now we don't have evidence of that. So I'm asking you logically, using your brain, maybe, I don't know, I'm using logic wrong, I doubt it, but logically using your brain, do you think giants walked this planet?
It's possible. I can't rule it out, right? Because I have no evidence either direction. Right? To say that there's no evidence, therefore it doesn't exist, that's not logical.
Okay, so that's beautiful. But so let me just say this then. If I say to you that there is evidence that giants did walk this place, and I prove to you, or I tell you the evidence, what are you going to say? Am I lucky, or does logic work the way I broke it down? I mean, what
if you, like I said, if you can't do it consistently, depending on different subject matters, right? You're going to need inference rules to do that, right? So if you cannot do it consistently, I would test your logic allegedly with different scenarios. And if you can continually get the right answer using your logic, then yes, you're not lucky. You have a system. And
then,
you know,
rather than saying that, oh, maybe your logic you might be right or you might be wrong, I think the best thing you should have done was think of some scenarios and test my logic. That would be the best thing to do. And if I've gone through your logic, then you have your answer right there, rather than coming and saying, oh, we don't know if your logic is right or at the end of the day or wrong. I mean, that's neither here nor there.
Rules, you won't know. Without inference rules, you won't know.
So that's what I'm saying. You should have come with. You should have came with something that would test that, because without that, there's no way of you knowing whether my logic is right. But then I've already proved to you that my logic is right, because I've just asked you about the giants and you've concurred. So therefore, that's proof that my logic works. And so therefore, and also that I've debunked some of what you guys are saying by saying
all you did was get something right.
100 million billion years and whatever. You know what I'm saying? As in we, the civilization that we are today.
Yeah, but you didn't debunk anything. You just happened to get lucky. Like I said, you have no inference rules to even name. Like if I ask you, how did you go from point A to point B? You just say, well, I just thought about it. You don't even know the inference rules.
Well, no, sir. No, sir.
So that means you got lucky. Like you can get lucky 80% of the time, but you'll never be 100%.
Oh, God, man. Come on, what are you doing, man?
Right, that's what proper logic deals with.
What do you want, Roy? Blood?
And I don't even like to say the word logic because it's improper. Right? When people use the word logic today, they mean mathematical logic. Right? So they don't, all logic is not mathematical. Right? I don't know if you know that or not, but it's a shortcut for saying mathematical logic. Right? I don't know if you know that. But there's no such thing as logic. Logic is not a monolith. There's different logical systems, many logical systems, right? So one logical system may be different from another. So the inference rules are different, right? So when people say logic, it's just because they hear people say it and they're just repeating stuff. It's a lot of misinformation going on.
Okay, if you say so, man. But I'm telling you, whatever's presented to me, I use my logic to break it down. And therefore, and again, I will use the Bible again as an example. This is about the whatever.
Yeah, but you have no inference rules. You have no way to convince inference rules or convent, you have no way to establish that the inference rules you're using work 100%. So you can get it to work. It's not the issue of getting it to work some of the time. Can you do it all the time? Then you can
Yes.
say you have a logic.
Yes,
and you're
I
right
could do it all the
time.
time.
You can do it right all the time. You do it
All
correct
the time, yes.
Okay. But you have no
Yeah,
inference.
so far I've been doing it, and so far, yeah, all the time until such time when maybe I can't. But so far, yeah, all the time.
Oh, you're just lucky.
I don't call that luck, because
Of
hey,
course you
listen,
won't.
everything I have to look into things before I can have some kind of knowledge. You have to go by knowledge first and foremost before you can be able to get the wisdom to be able to decipher what's the right knowledge and what's the wrong knowledge, basically. So yeah, it takes thinking, and it takes strategic thinking. It's not just
What you're telling me though is just you're freestyling. Because
no,
like
sir.
if you understood what logic is, mathematical logic is, it's about it's not about the content, it's about structure of the argument, how it is formed using the connectives, right? And there's a specific way to do it. You can't just do what you want. It's not involving research and reading and grabbing dictionaries and definitions. It's not about that. That if you are online right now and you go into Google and type in mathematical logic, you'll see that it's about structure and form. That it's not about English sentences and English words, that they sometimes use symbols only. So it's not even in a readable language because they're dealing with so-called logic, not content, right? So if I asked you about like reparations or something, you might have some knowledge about the word reparations and whether we should get it or not and such and such. If I ask you about capital punishment, you might have some knowledge about that. But when you look at mathematical logic in its formal sense, there are no English sentences there. All you will see is symbols, letters, and some logical connectives. And I don't think you understand that part. There's a system to it. It's not about what I know. It's how does the system work, right? As far as the content, it's not about content, right? Debates are different. Like the most debates are only about content, and there's another side to it. There's a structural side, and then there's a content side. And what I offer, at least on this platform when I speak, is people should be aware of there's a structural side, a skeleton side of how to form an argument correctly. This has nothing to do with researching the topic, right? I don't know if I'm making myself clear here. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Of course, I understand what you're saying, but do I agree with what you're saying? No, but I
Why would you
understand fully what
disagree?
you're saying. Yes,
So why would you disagree?
because again, you're going around about trying to say that logic is just confined to maths, and I disagree with that. Logic is
No,
just
no,
logic.
I didn't.
Thinking.
No, I said a specific type of logic deals with math, and that one is called mathematical logic, and it is part of math. So I'm not
Yeah,
saying
but
all logic
I'm
is
not
math.
dealing with mathematical logic. I'm not dealing with that at all.
Yeah, but what logical system are you dealing with then?
Brain power, thinking.
Just thinking. But then there's no checks and balances to what you think, right? There's no checks and balances that you could end up being wrong. Now, if you were a leader in let's say a military group or something like that, and you make a wrong decision, you can cause people to be harmed, injured, or unalived. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Right. So how would you know that the decision that you're making for the group, you included, is correct? How would you ensure that the people that are looking up to you, that this is the right decision, that it's so-called logical? What would you say to them?
Because it will be logical based on the information that I have in front of me. Simple. I'm going
Yeah,
off the information.
but you have the same information they have, right?
Yes.
All right. So if three of the people underneath you disagree with your conclusion, what happens? Walk me through that.
Then they'll have to tell me why they disagree. As you know, I mean, it's as simple as that.
No, they tell you why. So what happens? Like if they tell you why, and you could still override them, right? You still might do that, right? Like, yeah, okay, I hear you, but I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it my way anyway, right? Is
That's
that
what you're
what you're gonna
assuming.
do?
You're
No, no,
assuming that. You're
no.
assuming
I'm asking you that. I'm asking you that. I'm not assuming that. I'm asking you that because we already know that it happens a lot. A lot. I would say more than 50% of the time, that's what happens. That the leader is just gonna do what he wants anyway, even if people tell him that I think it's wrong or they disagree with him. He still be like, I rank you and do what he wants. But so I'm asking you, how would you handle that in that situation? They give you
Well,
three people give you reasonable objections why they think you're going the wrong way. How would you now decide what to do? Because now there's your way and there's three other ways that people are suggesting. How now you have four ways to consider. Which way do you choose?
okay, so therefore there has to be decisions on the table. So I look at it like this: if the four people or three people, however many people, are all saying the same thing, then I have to look at that very strongly. If they're saying different things, then I have to look at them individually. Basically, it's just using your logic to break down the information that's in front of you. It's as simple as that, my G.
Yeah, so now you have three other contentions to deal with outside of your own. So what do you do? I'm asking you how to walk me through it. How do you dismiss somebody's evaluation? Like they tell you what it is, let's say ABC, whatever it is. How do you dismiss it? Because you still have four choices to make, and you're only going to be able to make one. So you have to eliminate three, right? Eventually, you're going to have to eliminate the other choices, no matter how many you have. Even if it was just two, one of them has to be eliminated, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you eliminate the choices? That's what I'm asking, using your logic. Well, they're all reasonable now. They're all reasonable, right? They're all possible. How do you, they all have a high percentage, let's say, of being correct. How do you now go about making the decision?
Well, again, it's like this. If I feel strongly that my decision is correct, and I examine the rest of the choices and they're just as strong as mine, then we're gonna have to break up battalion. And then if we're all ending up at the same place, then we just have to take different routes, basically. And you look out for yourself, basically, because you believe in your choice, so go for it. It's as simple as that. But if it's a collective thing, then we're gonna have to put the situation on the table and say, yo, we're gonna have to make a vote. You know what I'm saying? And whatever choice is the strongest, basically, we try that as a unit.
So you mean vote like everybody gets an equal vote? Like if it's
of course.
If it's 7 out of 10, that way gets whoever gets 7 out of 10 gets their way.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it will have to be based on logic, not on emotion. If it's logic, then yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if you're just putting it up to vote, that's not necessarily logic, right? Because if you have four choices, and somebody, let's say Humble gets 7 out of 10, he's the highest number, so we're just gonna go with his.
No. Okay,
so
we're not saying, we're not doing it like that in terms of Humble gets 7/10 and one gets 8. No, there's three opinions on the table, basically. So, or 4, 5, what have you. If let's say 4 of them are the same opinion, or 3 of them are the same opinion, then we look at it basically because they're the same opinion. So obviously that's going to be just as strong as my opinion, basically. So we're going to break it down between us, basically, and then we're going to go logically with what eventually we'll come up with something and logically move accordingly. But if it's separate, let's just say 2 have one opinion and then one somewhere else and there's another somewhere scattered, basically, then to me, the two, we have to deal with the two and say, yo, why are you two thinking this way, X, Y, Z? And we look at the two. It's just, I mean, come on.
Yeah,
It's
so
based
you
on the
still,
information that's in front of you. That's I keep saying that.
yeah, but you're still avoiding the, if it's 50-50, like you could be right, you could be wrong, 50-50. In other words, both more than your option has the same weight.
Right.
Not,
What up, y'all? Let me just take this time really fast to shout out to the brother Suave Boss, you know, for allowing us to stream to his channel. I know my brother coming out of Gary, Indiana. Let's get it going, you know, Suave Top Titan. I also want to shout out some people in the comments. We see Brother Milk Dud in the comments. We see Sister Hey Goddess in the comments. We appreciate y'all engagement. Y'all already know. And of course, we got our brother Roy Chess. He be on the panel and in the comments. We appreciate your double engagement, brother Roy Chess. And so with that, we're going to take a real quick word from our sponsors, and then we're going to let y'all get back to it.
Yeah.
Let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it.
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
Most definitely. Shout out to the brother A1 as always for giving us such a powerful platform so we can come out here and, you know, lift our voices, you know, express to the people. And so we're gonna get back to brother Roy Chess and brother Kojo. Let's get it, y'all. Let's get it.
So real quick, are you one of those case by case scenario thinkers?
Yeah, case by case, yes.
Instead of having a constant principle?
Concept of what?
A constant principle. In other words,
constant.
Yeah, constant. Like it's not case by case. So mathematical logic, for instance, is not case by case. There are constant rules that it uses to derive information, regardless of the case. But you're what they call freestyling because it's case by case. There is no constant.
Well, you cannot have anything constant because every case is different. So you have to approach it as such, or else you're going to have
Why is every case different? How do you know every case is different? How do you know every case is different? Have you experienced every case?
It's again, hey, listen. you guys said it's thinking people that set up this platform, and I agree. You have to think. You can't just eat up everything that's been given to you. Even if they give you a set of rules, you still have to use your logic to, um, I don't know, circumvent them rules
No,
and
it's not
navigate through the
authority. It's
rules.
not authority rules. It's not like my supervisor gives me the rules and then I just accept them. These are rules that have been demonstrated over time, over thousands of years or hundreds of years. It's not like, your boss gives you the rules and you have to accept it. It's something that is discovered by human beings and shared. It's not an authority situation where, they're imposing, you better do this or else. That's not the case here. Right. So when I
Well,
say constant rules, I don't mean like somebody in authority giving you rules.
no, I understand what you're saying, but I will say this. I mean, if something doesn't make sense, regardless of what it is, it doesn't make sense. And I will challenge it because I'm using my logic basically to break down the information for me to come to the conclusion that the information in front of me does not make sense or has some discrepancies in it.
Okay, so are you aware that you could experience something today and you use your logic and then a whole 10 years go by, the same situation happens, but now your logic gives you a different answer. How would you explain that? Because you're using your logic about the same event, but it's 10 years apart. Why is the answer different 10 years later from the one that was previous? Because that's what you're leaving yourself open to if you don't have a constant. That, I could say one thing today and then tomorrow I say something different. Or 10 years from now I say something different. It happens all the time with regular people. How would you answer that?
I said earlier, I deal with things case by case. That means that I will evaluate everything information by information. So as it's presented to me, that's how I break it down. I can't, go into the future and predict something that is going to happen 10 years from now. I just
No,
deal
I'm
with
not asking you to predict. I'm asking you if it's a hypothetical, right? Two things happen, right? One, let's say today you make a decision about capital punishment and you say you're against capital punishment. 10 years down the line, an event happens where capital punishment comes up again, and you and I have the same conversation, and now you say you're for capital punishment, or the opposite of what you said previously. So how am I supposed to take your logic? Because your logic gave me two different answers at two different times. Is your logic reliable?
Well, I could say the same for science then, if that's the case, because science
Yeah.
gives us a scenario and then 10, 20 years later it changes its mind again. I mean, are you
Yes.
questioning them?
Yes, the same way. The same thing applies.
Right. So then if that's the case, then why are you asking me? We're doing the same thing.
No, but I'm asking you because I didn't know that was
I'm
your.
using logic to break things down. You're using science.
I'm not using science.
Okay, mathematical practicality.
I'm not using something practical either.
Well, you said
I
mathematical
don't
then.
know
So
what
let's
you're
go
using.
with that.
I'm using logic, not you. You're telling me that you can use your logic to come up with something and then contradict it in the future, and you're saying it's okay, like it's not a problem. That should be a problem. That is not consistent. Like I would never tell you something like that. So because I'm logical, I have to remain consistent, unless I admit I was wrong. Right? That happens. People can be wrong about something. Like, Roy, you said this 10 years ago. Okay, I was wrong. That's different. That's not to say that the logic didn't work. It's just I was wrong. I made a human error. But what you're saying is you're sounding like your logic is an absolute, but then it changes over time because it's a case by case basis. That doesn't sound reliable.
Hey, listen, you and Humble are good at putting, what I'm saying, stuff like words, speaking for people and stuff like that. Because I never said any of the things you said. But hey, it's all good. I never said that. Like you brought up the scenario and then you went with it.
Yeah, I'm asking because I asked you about the case by case. That's why I brought the scenario up, right?
And
Since
then you added the case by case.
no, that I asked you about
To
case
make
by
it
case
sound
first.
good.
No, I asked you about case by case first, and then I gave you the example because you believe in case by case. That's why I did that. I didn't do the example and then give a case by case. That would make no sense. I wouldn't know that's what you believed unless you told me that. Right?
Okay.
You would have to tell me that for me to give you that example.
Right. Well, I'm gonna say this, Roy. I mean, look, again, I can't say enough. I use logic to break down information, and if the information is not adding up, then yeah, I'm gonna have to query it. Just like you said, if I say something today and then 10 years time I change my mind, that means there's a reason why I changed my mind. Whether I was wrong or the information changed, anything. But there will be a reason why I changed my mind, which is cool. I mean,
So what does
yeah,
that
but
say
it
about
still
your
boils down to
inferences?
the fact that I'm using logic to break down the information that is there.
Yeah, but why does your logic change? That is the issue.
I just said, I mean, I could be wrong, or the information that I had at the time could have changed as
Yeah,
we
but
went into the
that
future.
means your inferences are wrong, right? Your inference rules are wrong. That
Well,
means they're not reliable.
not necessarily, because I gave an answer based on the information that I had
Yeah.
in front of me.
So you made
So,
an incorrect inference. That's why you ended up giving the wrong answer, right? And then you changed it, right? So the inferences is the problem. It's not you thinking is the issue. It's the inferences that you're making. You're going from this statement to that statement. That process that it's called the inference, right? The inferences are not correct. That's why there are inference rules, and you don't know inference rules. So you're kind of freestyling.
right, this is a conversation. I don't believe you can win because it's
It's
like
not about winning.
well, I mean, whatever it is you're trying to do, it's not going to work because again, you just putting
You're not
stuff
going to
together.
donate to my charity? No, I'm joking. That's what this is all about. No, I'm
You're
joking.
funny. Yeah, man, Roy, but it's all good, man. Listen, you're putting up a good argument, but it's just not good enough. That's all. But it's cool. I mean, again, logic. I'm using your logic to debunk you.
No, you're not.
Yeah, because that's all I have. I don't have anything else unless you bring something that you feel that you might be able to prove me wrong. You know what I mean? Then yeah, we can. You can go for it by all means. But I don't think you'll be able to find anything because, again, like I said, if something is got holes in it, it's got holes in it, and you have to break it up. It doesn't matter what principle you're using to break it up. You have to break it up and arrive at the right thing. Now, whether people agree with it or not, then that's up to the individuals. But you've broken it down. At least you're not going with the same wrong narrative that you've been given. Simple.
Yeah, but the issue that is the issue. The issue that I'm having a trouble explaining in a sense because I don't have any examples or slides to show you, which I can
Hold
do.
on 1 second, Roy Chess. Hold on 1 second, Brody. I want to give a shout out to the brother Ill Doctrine. Thank you for giving a donation $9.99. Let's read this. It say logic is a system through which ideas are evaluated to identify and avoid thinking errors. Saying illogical about implying thinking is only a manner of speaking that borrows credibility from logic. Illogical is about
No, I'm
the
logical. I think
thinking
that's what.
is only a manner of speaking that borrows credibility from logic. What you was about to say about that?
No, I think he's saying I am logical. Like he put the M too close to the logical.
Okay, got you.
Like
Good
I'm
one.
logical.
And
Yeah.
logical about simple thinking is only a manner of speaking that borrows credibility from logic. Okay. Most definitely, most definitely. You know we appreciate you, brother. Hold on, let's give a Spartan Warfare. You know we love your engagement in the comments. We love your donations, brother. We appreciate you. Because of that, let me look real fast. Hold on. Let's get a word from our sponsors here, y'all. Let's get a word from our sponsors here. And shout out to brother Suave Boss once again. You know, hey, those Gary, Indiana folks, y'all. Listen, man, they some ride or dies. You know,
is that a state?
Gary, Indiana, yeah.
That's the whip. That's the boondocks.
That's the boondocks. He said that's the bonies. It's a one doesn't use logic to break down information. What's the topic, Milk Dud? Roy Chess and Brother Kojo is talking about logic. You know, Brother Roy Chess is great with baiting people in of talking about logic. You know, he's good at that. Okay, it's a piece of love to the Tighten Up. You know, we appreciate you, Brother Milk Dud. And so with that, we're gonna go with a word of our sponsors real quick, and then we're gonna let you brothers get back into it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Maintain your composure. Y'all can bang and go harder.
What up? What up? What up? Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. I believe it was the brother Kojo that was speaking.
Yep.
Go ahead, brother Kojo. Let's get into it, Brody.
Yes, I. Yeah.
This
Roy,
the barbarian. Hold on, really fast, Coach. I don't mean to. Okay, shout out to the barbarians. We got the barbarians in the building. Okay, I got you. You said you listening at work. Okay, no problem, no problem. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, cut them up. We see you. Cut them up, court. Let's get into it. All right, go ahead, brother Kojo.
Yeah. Okay, let me do this right. Ladies and gentlemen, I got my brother here, Royce. He's talking about logic and how you have to have some kind of system to be able to break down information using logic. I mean, I'm here saying to my brother that, listen, information can be broken down using logical thinking, should I say, and not no principle thinking, so to speak, because information, when you use your brain, you can decipher what the information is trying to tell you. And this to me is what I call logic, breaking down information with logic. My brother here says you need mathematics and going and principles and all these type of things that you need to break down logic. I disagree strongly because, again, we're all thinking people. We all can decipher, information on a basic level. So why can't we break down information Why do we need a system to break down information? And so, yeah, this is my stance in this conversation. Yeah, we don't need no principle or mathematics. I mean, there's a science to everything. I agree, but the science is the thinking, the logics. That's the science.
Can you analyze this for me? Thank you for sharing the screen, Humble. Can you analyze this for me? What do you make of it? Does it make logical sense? Is this good reasoning or is it bad reasoning? Can you see
that depends on who's reading it. To
you?
me,
I'm asking you.
yeah, to me, if you say all dogs are mammals and no cats are dogs, then it makes sense, logical sense that there's no cats that are mammals, basically. I mean,
Okay, so
yeah.
you've established that the conclusion is true, right?
Yeah.
Or the premise is true?
Yeah.
Okay, so every statement that you see happens to be true, correct?
Not every statement, no.
Which statement is false up there? I'm talking about the ones here, not every statement in the world. I'm talking about the ones I'm showing you.
Yeah.
All of the statements are true, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and you think this reasoning is good?
Do I think it's good?
Yeah.
What do you mean do I think it's good? It is what it is.
So is this reasoning something that you would do in real life? You would apply in real life? Is this your logic? This is what you would come up with? If I'm giving you premise 1 and premise 2, would you come up with the conclusion that's listed there?
Well, you saw when you asked me, what did I do? I read it. I said all dogs are mammals, and if no cats are dogs, therefore no cats are mammals. Though it's a wrong premise, it's a wrong conclusion, but I believe, I mean, according to this, yeah. Okay, according to
so
this.
Tell me what you think. You think the conclusion is wrong?
No. According to this, it's right. Yeah.
So is this good reasoning or bad reasoning?
What's that got to do with anything? I'm talking about breaking down the information to see whether it's right or wrong.
That's what we're doing.
We've established that.
Isn't that what we're doing? We're trying to break it down and establish if it's right or wrong, right? Now you are aware that there's a reason why I'm giving you this, right?
Of course, there's a reason to everything. So yeah.
Why do you think I'm giving you this?
Because you want to prove a point.
Yeah, what point?
I don't really know, but
oh no, really fast, y'all. Really fast. If I can, really fast, y'all. So, Kojo, you had a conversation before you got to this point with Roy Chess. And before in the conversation I had with you, I literally broke down Roy Chess's position and his premise, right? And now he's diving into what his premise is, and you're acting like, man, you did not just have this conversation 30 minutes ago. His premise is you can, even if you start from a faulty or illogical premise starting point, right, you can still get a accurate or factual conclusion. So the point he's making by showing you this is, although premise 1 is false, premise 2 is false, but the conclusion is true.
No, the premises are actually
that's not
true.
what we're talking about, though. We're talking
the
about
premises are actually true, Humble.
Huh?
The premises are actually
premise
true.
2 is true.
And premise 1 is true. Both premises are true. And it turns out that the conclusion is true, actually. So all of the statements are true.
Are cats not mammals? Am I missing something?
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Hold on. Yeah, you're right. The conclusion is false. I'm sorry. Yes. I read it wrong, actually. So that was my
I
fault
got
there.
that wrong as well to
Yeah,
start
I read
off with.
wrong.
So it's cool. But the point here is that we broke it down using logic, which is what I'm saying.
Right, but you have to tell me what's wrong with it.
No,
Outside
I'm not
of
saying I'm not saying that anything is wrong with it. I'm just saying that you use logic to break down. This is what I use, logic to break down information. So as you put this information here, I used logic to break it down, basically.
yeah, but I'm asking you what is the breakdown? So the fact that you already know that cats are mammals, is that how you broke it down? Because you started with that information before I gave you the example, right? You already knew that information.
Right.
So if so I can give other examples. I'm just giving you an example of a fallacy, and I want to see if you could spot it. So yes, I'm giving you an incorrect argument, but I want you to break it down. What's wrong with it? Other than you already having knowledge of the world that cats are mammals. Because
Well, that's the
I can
only
make it
obvious thing that stands out
that
to me.
all of the statements are true, and it will still be the same fallacy. I can give you a different example. I can give you a lot of examples of fallacies. And this is what I mean by it's not intuitive. Like sometimes it's not intuitive, because if I give you something that you're not aware of, you're not going to be able to tell me right or wrong right away, because I can give you terms that you're not familiar with in the conclusion, so you wouldn't know.
But you
Well,
see,
hey
this
Roy
is the
Chess,
point, though.
you can't make presuppositions like that, because
Right.
you might use certain terms and he might do know those terms.
No, I can
Right.
guarantee that he won't know the terms.
Try, test them out on.
That's what I'm saying. You got to bring something that you think I don't know, and then we go from there. Because I mean, yeah, that's the only way you're gonna know how I'm gonna break it down, basically. But yeah, other than that, I don't see how you're gonna do that, basically. So yeah.
I'll give you another example. Hold on. Did somebody say something?
No,
it's on you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll give you another example. Hold on. Let me get something.
I mean, I could say, for instance, if you look at Tartaria and the Giants, okay, well, the Giants, okay, logic tells me that we see the buildings with all these big entrances that suggest that we didn't build them. That's one. And two, they weren't built for us, because these doors are gigantic. They're huge, you know what I'm saying? So these are evidence that logically tells you that, okay, there was a civilization here, or something was here prior to us being here, so to speak. That's logic. That's how you're breaking down logic, if you understand. Despite the fact that Google might say, oh, black people been here 10,000, 30,000 billion years ago. You know what I'm saying? Unless they're talking about the Tartarian civilization, then fair enough. The giants, then fair enough. But other than that, you gotta break and you gotta make that known then, if that's the case, if you understand what I'm saying. But yes, black people were here first, and we were giants before we came along. That's just logic. Again.
That's what you call logic?
Oh yeah, you're using logic to break stuff down. So therefore, whatever they're telling you, it's not like you're just saying, yeah, just like what they did in the classroom, where they gave us every kind of thing and we just soaked it up. No, this time we're adults now, so we question. Especially if we feel that there's something not adding up.
Yeah, but how do you know that the conclusion that you're drawing is always correct? Especially if it's case by case.
Well, it's based on the information. So, like I said, a simple question. Do I believe there was giants that walked before us? I will say yes. Why do you say yes? Because of the buildings, basically. the pyramid, the Great Wall of China, all of these things. These are evidence that there was other beings here before us.
Have
Not
you ever
other
heard of?
beings, but our ancestors were here as giants before we came along.
Have you ever heard of a murder mystery?
Of who?
Murder mystery.
Yeah.
So you've heard of, let's say, murder cases where maybe the body was not found, but they claim that the person was murdered. Have you ever heard of a case like that?
Well, what's that? What's the CIS or whatever they call them? That program.
So I want you to apply your logic here. So, like, if you know, if I accuse Humble of, you know, unaliving somebody, but we can't find the body, did Humble do it or not?
If you accuse Humble of unaliving
Somebody, yeah.
Well, that would depend on where Humble was, where the murder took place, whether you can tie Humble to the vicinity of the crime, you know, all those type of things. Yeah, and then you go.
Yeah, but what about the body?
Fingerprints.
Do you need the body?
Well, I mean,
because if I say he unalived my brother, how would you know that that's true? How would you know that my brother's not in Tahiti, you know, somewhere sipping Mai Tais?
Hey, this stuff, like I said, again, you need fingerprints, XYZ, and again, unless there's evidence like blood or something like that, basically, that they find on the scene or on somebody's clothes or something that ties them to the scene, then there's no way of finding out basically what happened.
So did he do it or not? Are you am I allowed, or is he getting arrested and charged for murder or not?
Well, then that would depend on his whereabouts, like I said, and what he says, and so on and so. I mean, there's got to be a lot of different scenarios that will have to be taken into consideration before a conclusion will be taken. But ideally, you're going to need a body because that's where you're going to get the maximum sentence. But the rest is just circumstantial. Then you're going to just be, clutching at straws. So therefore, you're not going to get a maximum sentence. If you are going to get a sentence, it's going to be something like, if you do get one. But I mean, yeah, that all depends on evidence.
So you only have minimum evidence, and you still have no body. What using your logic? What is supposed to happen? What do we do with it?
Like I said, you use the evidence.
You're gonna let him go free, and then while you're figuring out this, you're gonna let him go free, or you're gonna have him in custody.
I'm saying you're gonna use the evidence that you have to draw your conclusion.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, you have limited evidence. I'm telling you have limited evidence. You could, let's say you have evidence that he was at the location. Like what is that going to do for you? How is that going to help you?
Not much, but I mean, it's something to go on.
Yeah, but what are we going to do with him? So are we holding him or are we letting him go?
I mean, you can't hold him on that. You have to bail him. In other words, you're gonna let him go, but you gotta keep him close so that while investigations are going on, so to speak.
So you're gonna have to rule out that if you never come up with any more evidence that he's gonna be a free man, right? You have to either stop that or have that as an option. Because if you don't get any more evidence, what do you do? All you get is that, let's say, 2 pieces of evidence and you get nothing else for a year. So he's just going to be walking around free? Maybe 2 years.
Well, yeah,
you have no more evidence.
You're going on the fairness. I mean, again, you're going into law and all that stuff. That's beyond.
No, I'm asking you about your logic. You don't need to know law. Yes. I'm asking you. I'm not talking about the law. I'm asking you in your logical system. What should we do? Not the law. Just what you say. Your reasoning. How does your
Why would
logic
you?
work?
Why would you? Anyway, but I mean, it's simple. Like again, like I said, the evidence before you. Is there witnesses? There's all
No
kinds of different
witnesses.
things.
There are no witnesses, man. Come on.
Well, then I mean, again, like I said, I mean, what?
So
Put
it looks like he's
yourself
gonna
in that
get off.
position.
It looks like he's getting off, or what?
Well, hold on. Put yourself in that position, and let's just say they accused you, and there's no witnesses and anything like that, but they're gonna hold you. Are you gonna be happy with that?
Probably not. But I understand
Well,
if they do. I understand if
there
they
you
do.
have your answer.
But I'm asking you about your logic, not mine.
But that's not breaking down. I mean, look, I'm talking
I'm asking
about
you to break
breaking
it
down.
down. That's what I'm telling you. I'm asking you to
Hold
break it
on,
down.
hold on. I'm talking about breaking down history, and all these type of things that have to do with this earth that we live in and how we got here and so on and so forth. That's what I'm talking about. Those type of information is what I'm talking about breaking down logically with what is there, basically. Not law and somebody murder and all that type of thing. That's just you have circumstantial, you have like your real evidence and stuff like that. That's
Are you
something
telling me
different.
your logic is not able to handle this? Because that's what it sounds like.
Well, no, I mean, anywhere you go is going to be the same. But like I said, when I say logic, it's more breaking down writings,
Writing.
writings of history, whether it's biblical, geographical, whatever, you know what I'm saying, scientific writings. That's
Oh, it
what
has
I'm
to be.
talking about.
It has to be written.
Well,
It
yeah,
has to be
because
written. Okay.
that's what you guys go by, what's written. Ain't that what you go by, what's written?
Not necessarily.
Was Einstein's theory of relativity written before he wrote it down? Before he wrote it down?
It's written down, brother.
It's written down, but who wrote it down? Einstein wrote it down. It wasn't written down before Einstein wrote it down.
Well, before he wrote it down, who else know about his
That's the point I'm
relativity?
making. So something don't have to be true. They don't have to be written down to be classified or labeled as true. Like that. That's why I use Einstein a lot, right? Because a lot of times when Einstein was doing what he was doing and he was making the predictions he was making, doing and even back like Edison and um 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 Newton, the tools that we have now, they didn't have back then. So a lot of equations they was coming up with, they was just theoretical. It wasn't until they was writing them down, they didn't even know the equations they was writing down was absolute until years later, until these people passed away. And then we finally developed the technology to actually study what these people were saying. It was like, oh snaps, they telling the truth. But the amazing part of all of that is, how did they know if they had no way to physically study it? It had to have come from somewhere, right? So is it safe to say that when the mind is in a state of clarity, we can get sparks of enlightenment? That's what history shows, right? And then from those sparks of enlightenment, people who get these write it down. And then that's how we get this information. You see what I'm saying? But we can most definitely conclude that if something is true or not before we've written down, because even there's things that are written down that are false, right? The Bible, for an example, right? Just because they written the passages of the Bible down centuries and centuries ago, that don't mean that the passages in the Bible are true.
All right. So, Roy,
Yes.
be a witness to this. You see, when Humble was speaking, Humble said we didn't have the tools that we have today. So now, you see, me using my logic, I'm going to give you an example of how I use my logic. I'm going to ask Humble, if we didn't have the tools that we have today, then how did we get all this technology, this free energy, these big buildings, and so on and so forth that we see around us today? How did they come? Because they came before us.
Which buildings? What you talking about?
These big cathedrals and pyramids and all these gigantic.
So these things was used by natural resources, stone. Most of them, these things came around during the Stone Age, and when civilizations were using stone. Let's make no mistake about it. Why the pyramids are different than the mounds is because the Cometians built the pyramids because they could, not because they had to. The people that built the mounds built them because they were sacred to them. You see what I'm saying? So we see that they had stone usage of tools, right? But they didn't have telescopes, they didn't have microscopes, they didn't have things to measure waves and things of that nature. So they didn't have those tools. Like even when I'm talking about um Thomas Edison, when I'm talking about Newton, when I'm talking about um Einstein, even in these eras, they did not have the tool. There was no tool for E equals MC squared to measure that when Einstein made that equation. There was no tool to measure relativity when Einstein made that equation. It wasn't until much later that we developed tools to actually prove those theories. That's why they were theories, because we couldn't prove them. Correct. Those theoretical equations. They were theoretical. The equation of relativity was a theoretical equation until recently, until we had the tools to actually measure if this was an actual fact or not, or if this was something that actually existed in reality or not. You see what I'm saying? So that's how we know, that's how they built those things, because they had toolery, they had stonery, right? But they didn't have the measurement technology, far as measuring waves, far as measuring atoms and protons and neutrons and galaxy. Like they didn't have those tools.
And so, therefore, what did those tools do for you? Because, I mean, as we look today, no, listen, none of those tools can even help them build any, not even one of those buildings that we see today. Not one of them, with all the tools we have today. So, again, Roy, see the
Yeah,
logic there?
I wouldn't
It's
agree
just
with that.
I'm using the logic to break down the information.
Right, but
In
here's
which,
the but see what Roy Chess was doing earlier, right, is exactly what I'm about to do, right? I'm about to point out the fallacies in your premise, right? Number one, um, you have to understand that you don't need tools. You don't need the tools that we have today. You didn't need them to build the pyramid back in the day. That's a fallacy. Just because they could build a pyramid meant that they can measure an atom. That's a fallacy. That's not what that means. You see what I'm saying? So you're equating um structural building and stone usage um and certain mathematicals to assume that because they had access to this, they also had access to other information. which we don't have evidence that they had access to.
See, again, I would say what you're saying there is false because it wasn't only stone that these buildings are carved in. It's not just stone, my brothers. It's a marble, basically. And even the marble doesn't come from the places where these cathedrals are. They come from miles away.
Is marble
So
not a
they
type
must
of
have
stone?
had better tools, you know what I'm saying, to build, first of all, transport all these marble down to these places and then build these magnificent structures, basically. Man,
So I have a
that's
question
logic.
for you.
Logic
I have a
tells you.
question for you. Let's see if your logic help you here. Is granite not a type of stone?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So then how can you say they didn't use stone, they used marble, as if marble wasn't a type of stone? That's a fallacy right there.
Okay, fair enough. I'll give you that one. But at the end of the day, the logic still stays the same. They had better tools than we do today because if we did, we'll be building better structures than we are doing today. And that's just logic. Logic alone will tell you that. I mean, come on. You're not going to argue that fact, are you?
I would say they had tools. They clearly had certain tools back then that we today didn't understand. Sometimes we like there's a method about their cutting the stone, right? They say they use sunlight, and which is a logical explanation when we get to the accuracy in the cutting of the right angles of the stone. Right now, that's logical. But now, because they use sunlight, water, and chisels to cut the stone accurately, does this mean that they had advanced technology that we don't have today? Absolutely not. You see what I'm saying? Like, no, we have much better technology today. You see what I'm saying? Now, what they did do was they utilized what they did have more precisely than we do today. That's something I can say, right? And the reason I say this is because when we build structures today, we build them off of stability. Okay, that's cool, right? But when they built structures in Kemet, they built them off of um foundational elemental um structuring, so to speak, right? So if I can give an example, when they built the Temple of Ma'at, they didn't just build a temple and it was like, okay, this is the Temple of Ma'at. They used the mathematic precision that goes along with Ma'at to build Ma'at, to build the Temple of Ma'at. In that way, the very Temple of Ma'at is Ma'at itself. That's the difference in the structures back then and the structures now. We can have a cathedral today, right? But we won't say that that cathedral is literally the embodiment of God because it was built with the sacred geometry and mathematics of God. No, we wouldn't say that. We'll say the temple is or the cathedral is a cathedral to God, is a place where people come to worship God, but the cathedral isn't God itself. It wasn't used with the mathematics of God to build the structure. It was just used, you know, to go and worship God. That's the difference. So again, when we try to say because they had access to stones, meaning they had access to other advanced technology, again, that's a fallacy.
Well, I'll say to you, Humble, that you are not schooled when it comes down to the Tartarian knowledge and the Tartarian civilization because you've made two essential errors. First, by saying that we have far better technology than they do, and then the second one was uh, um, the stones and stuff that they cut are what foundational, whatever it is that you're saying that they're doing today. I don't see that because again, you talking about these stones. Listen, the technology that you first and foremost, let's deal with that. The technology that we have today is all based on the technology they had then. Everything we have today, they had then and more. The internet, they had it then and more. They had scooters, electric scooters. They had cycles, electric bicycles. They had unicycles. They had all kinds of different. What do you call that one? The one you skate in the air. Them hoverboards. They had all of those type of things going basically, and they had free.
Where they have hoverboards at in history? Please show me a time period. We need this.
Never. They never did. They never did. They never did.
But I also want to know, when we're speaking about Tartaria, right? As you keep mentioning and bringing up, right? I want to know where in history did these people reign? Where is the evidence in history that these people reign in certain locations?
Well, listen, we're talking about the petrified mountains. You think these mountains are mountains? No, these are giant trees, which
No,
they
no,
cut
no.
down.
Don't go off the course, Brody. Stick with the
Um,
Tartaria thing.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about because everything was big. You know what I'm saying? Our
Oh, you
trees
think
were big.
Tartarians are giants?
Correct.
How big was these giants? Were these the giants that were in the Bible that the Bible speak of?
Well, I mean, logic will tell you that yes, that those were the giants, and that was us.
Oh, I see where you come. Y'all Christians gotta come out of hiding, bro. Y'all
I ain't
come
no
on
Christian,
out of
my brother.
hiding, bro.
I
What's
am
up
not
with
no
y'all,
Christian.
man?
Like I said to you, listen, there's evidence all over the world, basically, about these giants, the heads. Go and you see, this is
You
I
know.
don't want to do
Hold
your
on
work for
one
me.
second, Kojo, real fast. Let me introduce the brother Jose. We got the brother Jose on the panel. What
What's
it
up?
do,
What's
brother
up?
Jose? How you doing, Brody?
Good, good, good. You do know, in order to acknowledge those giants, you have to acknowledge that there was supernatural being called angels that bred with humans. Because those giants were half angel and half human. They were not
You
fully
heard him
human.
say logically they were the same as the giants in the Bible. So he must believe that those giants was the produce or progenitors of angels. He must believe that. And if he
No,
believes that, then
no,
he's a
he don't.
Christian.
We know he don't. We could tell that the brother clearly is not familiar with a lot of the literature that we're talking about. Because he's really just talking. He is. And we know he's just talking when he's going to agree to that. Just like that.
My
Because he's
man Jose
agreeing,
talking about taking the
he's
shot.
agreeing to a biblical story. And yes, the fact of the matter is they do have giants today. There's a such thing as medical gigantism. Shaq is medically a giant. That has nothing to do with any biblical story. They have they're people who have certain disorders that cause them to grow that way. And like Andre the Giant had a disorder that caused him to never stop growing, and eventually it killed him. That is what he died of. That disorder killed him. He was in pain all the time, and nobody understood that.
Yeah.
So that has nothing to do with any biblical thing. That is a disorder. I believe it's a pituitary gland disorder. We can explain that. And there probably are people who were in excess of 8 feet tall who live, and they have a genetic explanation for that. They don't stop growing. They have this overactive pituitary gland that makes them continue growing, sometimes sometimes forever.
Right.
Sometimes it overstimulates growth, like Shaq, and he just stops at a certain point. But the others who Andre the Giant, that's what killed him. He died from that disease.
Right.
And to answer the other query, they recognize that the people of ancient Kemet did trial and error because they found the bent pyramid alongside the other beautiful pyramids that we have there. They found one that's bent. So they know that they tried, though initially when they tried it didn't work. So they came
I'm
back.
sorry, Jose. Get into
And
it.
it might be, if I'm not mistaken, it might be more than one pyramid like that. But they have at least
Yeah.
one that was bent. They call it the
You got the bent pyramid, you got the step pyramid. So when you look at Kemet and you look at that pyramidal system, you realize that their pyramids happened in stages. And the previous pyramid or the later pyramid always is a step more civilized than the previous pyramid. So first we have the bent pyramid, then we got the step pyramid, then we got the great pyramid, right? Which when we look at these pyramids, we see each one upgrade structurally and more stably. So we see them learning how to build these things. It wasn't one day magically they just learned how to build them and they started building them. No, so that was a great point, brother Jose. Let me drop your bomb for that, Brody.
Thank you, but we also need to understand pyramid is an insult to the architecture. It's called a merkut.
It's called a merkut. I appreciate
Right.
it.
A pyramid was some type of European rice cracker or some type of madness like that. Then we also understand that when you look at, I think the book is called The Rock Tombs of Mier, you realize that they were mixing mortar and actually putting it onto these statues to make these statues when they show you them building these statues in the book. They show you them rolling up balls of something that obviously man-made and mixing certain things. So we know that they have plasters and mortars and other things that they were mixing together to build up these statues. It wasn't all of them were not necessarily just natural limestone and things like that. They show you. Have you ever seen that book, Humble, The Rock Tombs of Mier?
No. Who wrote that book?
I'm not sure, but if you go and download it,
what is called?
The Rock Tombs of Mier. It's about how
you spell it? Rock Tombs?
Oh gosh, I really don't know. You're probably gonna have to just ask it because I really don't. I'm not sure how to spell it, which is bad. Right.
Hold on. Maybe it'll get
it. What you do? It's about Pepe Ankem. It talks about Pepe Ankem, who was actually and what his name actually meant, because the Kem was actually part of his name. So
Pepe Kem?
Pepe Ankh Kem. So Smash was actually going over it because when there was some video about a woman in the museum trying to say that he was a servant, and the term Kem meant servant, but in actuality, he was and his family were high ranking, and Kem appeared in his name. That was part of his name. So basically, we call him Pepe the Black. And when you look at it, was actually his name was in a Shenu, and the Kem was actually part of his name. They tried to say that was a nickname or something of the sort, but that was part of his proper name.
Oh,
and they had others with the name Kem. Say it again?
Are you talking about the
No. This was a man whose name was Pepe Ankh Kem.
No, I'm saying, so there's a text called the Per Ankh, right, which tells the story of Pepe, and his life. Hold on, let me get into it.
No. That's the Nasut you're talking about.
Got you. Okay.
Pepe Ankh Kem was part of a family where that name, where that was his name, and then they had the one who was called Pepe the Younger and Pepe in the middle, and it was a whole thing about that. But they were royalty. I don't know if they were born royalty or if they were adopted royalty, but and it shows you them building these monuments, and it shows you the names, and it breaks down all of the different titles that they have. So what I'm gonna do the next time I come on, I'm gonna get a proper spelling, because I don't even know if I can spell.
Okay.
I don't even know if I could. I don't even know if I could find the book in my library. I think it's MEIR.
MEIR.
Yeah, I think that's it. And it's 4 volumes of the book, and it talks about these and it talks about these words. They have pictures and glyphs and different things of the words and they show them building monuments and statues and how they were,
You
putting
know,
things
it's
on the
funny.
back and putting things on the front.
Oh, sorry. Carry on.
So I think it's about 4 or 5 volume sets.
Okay.
And they actually show you them building the monuments in the tomb.
Yeah, you know, it's funny.
Hmm.
To me, I've, it's kind of it's like listening to you guys. I now see that you guys, as far as this information is concerned, you guys are not ready. You're learning still. That's what you're doing. You're not really up there yet when it comes to it. Because if dude here is giving you
Oh, he
all
throwing
this
it
chemist
out.
stuff, you get what I'm saying, and you're swallowing it up like it's it's the
So
be all and
prove
end
me.
all.
So
Then to me,
prove me.
that says
So
to me
prove me
that you
wrong.
guys really
So prove me
nah.
wrong
You
that
know,
they
you
didn't
Hold
know,
on,
have.
Jose.
So
Let him land his
no
plane, Jose.
disrespect,
You
but
gonna
you
get in
guys
there
keep
now?
on learning, man. But one day you get to a level where you understand that nah, all of that stuff there that you're talking about is nonsensical, so to speak. It's not real.
so
It's not part of the history.
how could
Let's
it
let
be?
Jose get in there. Get it in there, Jose.
How could it be nonsensical when you could actually find primary text and facsimiles of the text and reproduction of the text that actually say what I just said? I didn't make it up. They translated
Oh
that
no, of
text.
course you didn't make it up. I know that you're following Google. You're following the European thought, which is what you're
No, no,
regurgitating.
no,
We
sir.
understand that.
No, sir. No,
Well,
sir.
I
I
understand that.
actually, I actually read the text and translation of text and try to understand what the glyphs mean. You don't do that, so you should stop talking and stop trying to act like you know so much. Talking
Hold on,
about the
Jose. You
African and like you don't need and like you don't even know your own culture. Like you don't know your own culture. You just talking. That's not cool. You can't do that. You can't come on here and just talk. And try to insult people. You
no,
haven't
sir.
quoted one
I ain't
text
trying
yet.
to insult you, Jose. Come on, man.
But you haven't quoted one text yet. And if I could share my screen, I would take you to some of the text and show you that. But I can't share my screen. But I'm quoting.
Jose.
You haven't quoted one text yet. You haven't
Jose.
quoted a
Jose.
text.
We've been talking for hours now. I haven't insulted anyone, but you alone come along and say I'm insulting you. Come
You
on.
did.
Let's not
You
try
did.
and use the
You
don't
did.
try and sway the
You did.
conversation with
No,
that
you
type
did.
of lingo.
You did
No,
insult.
use
No,
the
no, no.
information
You did insult
that
me.
I'm talking about to kind of, what I'm saying, break. All I'm
But you,
saying is that
but
look,
you did insult me.
no, I did not. I'm saying that, listen, I now
Yeah, you did.
understand. Okay, if I did, I apologize.
No, 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 no,
But
no.
I'm
Don't
just saying
apologize
that you
because you meant
misunderstood
it.
me,
No, no, no.
Jose.
I speak English very well, and I heard what you said, and it was a condescending tone that I don't appreciate.
Okay,
You don't know
so
what
I'm
I
saying
said. No,
to
no,
you,
no, no,
I
no,
didn't
no,
mean
no.
it
Don't
like that.
apologize. Stand on
No,
what you
I'm not.
said.
I'm not
Hold
doing
on
that.
one
I'm just saying.
second, y'all. 1 second, y'all. I want to just give a quick shout out to the people who rocking with us in the comments. We see you, Jay Snakes. We see you down there. She said, "What's up, goddess?" We see Hey Goddess talking about hoverboards. Look at her down there, yo. Goddess be keeping chat active. We appreciate you, Goddess. We appreciate your engagement. Also, I want to give a shout out to brother Suave Boss. We streaming to his channel. We appreciate that brother, hard working, very intellectual, very funny a person now on YouTube. He keep you entertained, he keep you wanting to watch. Always thinking what's the next thing that's gonna come out of his mouth. Great brother right there. Once again, I want to give a big shout out to the brother A1 just for allowing us to have this space and have this freedom on a platform that he built from the ground up with his own sweat, blood, and tears. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate the brother. And with that, I want to go to a word from our sponsors, y'all. Let's get it. Hold on, let me get that. I done scrolled up too far. Let's get it.
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a pair of red dimes in the box you in. Don't matter paradigms, your clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the clash of the tigers. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet.
All right. We back at it, y'all. Hold on 1 second. I'm over here chopping it up with my brother on the other joint. You know, we over there talking business too. Over at the homeland of BIGO. You know what I'm saying? Come on through as well. You know, if y'all ever feel inspired, most definitely download it. Y'all could catch me over there when I'm not over here. You know, putting that game down, spitting that information. You know, over there is a more comfy place. So, you know, we over there, we kick our shoes off, we chill back, we eat our popcorn, and you know, we talk our trash and have our fun and laugh our guts out. You know what I'm saying? So,
can you put a link in the back?
Huh?
Can you put a link in the back?
A link?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a link for it?
Comments on the private chats.
Oh yeah, the private chat, either or. I mean, but the private chat I would like for sure.
All right, I got you. Hold on, give me 1 second.
I'll check it out.
While we doing this,
man. Shout out again, like you said, to Suave Boss and A1. Yes, man. Keep it coming. We out.
No, we're not exiting out. You know, sometimes we be going for a while, and I just got some ads up in there. You see what I'm saying? Just to keep the show entertaining. You feel me?
Did A1 fall asleep, Humble?
Huh?
Did A1 fall asleep again?
I'm not sure. A1 might be here. A1, bro, do you here?
I'm sure he fell asleep again.
Oh, he probably fell asleep again. Hey, listen, you know, sometimes I get in my mode. Y'all know how I am. Listen, definitely when I see some good conversation, I get in my mode. And once I get in my mode, I don't even worry about that. Listen, we in this lane right here. We try and get it.
Yeah. He's somewhere there, right?
Yeah.
He'll jump in when he wake up, right?
When he wake up, he most definitely a jump in. I'm trying to get to this link so I can share it in the back chat for y'all. I actually might just have to. What I'm gonna do is.
So Roy tested
Hey, let me just say quickly though that
the hoverboard thing, I got that from Back to the
Yes.
Future, man. I was only playing, man.
You funny, Brody. You funny, Kojo. Of course, Brody. Hey, listen, I want to also say this, right? I also want to make this known too. Hey man, this is a tough environment. You see what I'm saying? We Titans over here. Matter of fact, let me even get to this. This what we do over here, right? We stand in these coliseums and we go head to head. We stand on our squares, but after the dust settle and clears, we brothers, we sisters, we rock out. You know what I'm saying? We have good times. This is what we do. This is how we have fun. And I want to show the generation that come after us, right? There's more to life than just dribbling the ball or rapping a lyric. You see what I'm saying? We can have fun in other ways than hanging out on the corners and just following bad examples. You can now sit in a house and you can gather some valuable information, some practical information that you could take out here in life and you can utilize. You see what I'm saying? So most definitely I want y'all to really, the ones on the panel, I want y'all to really gain a grasp that what you're doing right now is not going unnoticed. You see what I'm saying? Hey, there may be some people next week that come and check out this video and be like, dang, that man Kojo was cooking. You see what I'm saying? That boy Roy Chess was over there doing this thing. You see what I'm saying? So we appreciate y'all, man. We most definitely really do. Definitely you, brother Roy Chess. I appreciate you, Brody.
No problem. I'm just trying to share options, and I would like to get certain information out so that people can improve their thinking, their reasoning skills.
You know you can't teach people common sense, right? Some people just don't
You're
have it.
funny, Jose. You're funny, man, Jose.
No, you can't teach people common sense. You can't.
Well, there's some people I can't reach probably, but I have hope that
You just
maybe
have to
out of
do
100, maybe 10. If it's more than that, that's great.
it.
You
Just
know,
do it, man. Just do it. You get it.
You know what? You know what, right, Chess? You did
The
when you did
power
that
of thought, the power of thinking, manifestation. That's what I was saying to you guys. Logic. You use the brain, you get a lot done.
Yes, we hear you, but we're
You
still
did.
going to challenge you, Coach Kojo, that I think you should dive deeper into some of these texts. You should just say something. You need to dive deeper into some of these primary texts or close to primary texts. And I think you'll start to see more point much better. Because I could tell you haven't made an attempt to read any text from ancient times.
All
I know
right.
you have.
Hey, brother Roy Chess, I'm putting the link in the I'm putting the link in the private chat. If you have access to the private chat, just go back there, click on this, and this is my joint on BIGO.
Okay, I'll check it out. Hold on.
All right. So for all of y'all, matter of fact, I can also put this in the regular comments as well. So if y'all want to go, check it out, download the app, come check us out on BIGO. Once again, man, shout out to the brother Suave Boss, man. He did an amazing job in his previous debate against Quantum. Quantum also did an amazing job. Hey, man, one thing I want to say about brother Suave Boss, I said this the other day, but his comedy niche in this debate arena, that's a really strong niche to have, and I don't see it being easily defeated. You see what I'm saying? Because it's something out of the ordinary. Not everybody have it. And brother Suave Boss wittiness really catch you off guard, bro. It's amazing to watch. He really have a skill for that type of debate that he bring, and it's really entertaining to watch. And if y'all can, I don't. Hold on one second. When I come back, I'm trying to put my phone in the charger. Let me see if I can see this real quick. Okay, yeah. So Argument League Black Nation. If you're in the comments, go check out Argument League Black Nation. That's the brother Suave Boss. All right. I sent it in the comments. I sent it in the back chat. So if y'all want to go check that out, go ahead. And we're gonna get back to it. Who we have? We got Brother Jose in the back. Brother Jose, you want to get in there? We actually going on 2 hours. We actually going on 3 hours, y'all. So I think I'm actually about ready to shut it down.
All right, man. Just I'm very thankful for
Most definitely. Before I
participating.
shut it
So,
down, though, hold on 1 second. Before I shut it down, though, I do want to get everybody closing remarks. You see what I'm saying? Hold on, let me do this really fast. Let me put my backdrop up here. So if I can find it, what's going on here? Why I can't find my stuff? Oh, here you go, right here. I got it, y'all. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I want each of y'all to give y'all closing remarks. Starting with Roy Chess. Go ahead, brother Roy Chess.
Yeah, well, again, thank you for the time and the platform, A1 and Humble. You guys have been so kind to let certain people come up here and give their views and thoughts. And, this it's underappreciated because a lot of panels, like I said, they gatekeep. So there's no, I don't know if there's gatekeeping over here, but there's not that, it's not so obvious as other platforms. But this is a very friendly platform from what I see. Now there are others, but this one is very nice. And I think that it's just going to get better. I think that people are doing presentations here to get certain knowledge out, and that's allowed. And people could take what they want with those presentations and do what they want with them. But a lot of other a lot of other channels are not doing that. So I think you're going to get more as far as debate stuff and debate topics and debate tactics here than just random, just presentations about anything. Most of the presentations are relevant to debate topics or tactics of debate. So it's a very good platform to get new information. If you just don't want to hear about debates, you want to learn more about it. If you're just starting out, because a lot of people are just starting out here. A couple of people started out here, right out Humble. This is their first, like Quantum. It was his first debate. Yeah. There's another person, I can't remember their name, that was their first debate. So like if the other leagues have maybe more experience and stuff like that, they've been around longer, but you can get your start here, and it's easy to do, right? So that's a blessing. So I appreciate the platform. I do still want to make some more contributions. If anybody will have it, it's up to you what you do with it. I want to bring some things that you probably haven't heard, you're not used to, as far as debate and reasoning.
Right.
And that's my thing. So I thank you for the platform to even have me be able to do that.
Almost definitely. And I just want to add a quick thing in real quick. Brother Roy Chess, no, mean this with no ill malice. You see what I'm saying? I mean this with all love, bro, all love. I kind of envy you a little bit, Brody, because I feel like we kind of switched spots. You see what I'm saying? Because when I first came, that's what you was doing was what I wanted to do, and I thought you would be doing what I'm doing. I'm like, dang, man, I got. But everybody know I often say love being a host, love the opportunity to being a host. But everybody that know Humble Mystic, y'all know I'm a dog. Y'all know I love to get in that arena. So when I be up here hosting, man, I do want y'all to know I do be restraining a lot just because I do want to remain unbiased. I know sometimes here and there I do get in there and challenge the information, but that's just the natural debater in me, the natural intellect in me. But man, I love when I watch, man, y'all be amping me. I swear it's like watching NBA finals, man, when y'all go at it, because it hyped me up to okay, get it. Like I want to do that. I want to be like that. So man, y'all be doing your thing. Y'all be doing your thing for real. And so I just wanted to give you them flowers right there, brother Roy Chess.
Thank you.
No problem, no problem. We're gonna move on to brother Jose.
Yeah, just want to say, good conversation. You guys have a good night. I'm getting old and I need to go and lay down and sleep, right? So I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, brother. All right, brother. We appreciate you, brother. You know we appreciate you, Hey,
Yeah,
Jose
man.
about to be my uncle for real. Listen, y'all going to think I'm just saying Uncle Jose, and I'm really calling Jose my uncle because he really give off uncle vibes. That's really my Uncle Jose for real,
That's
yo.
why I changed the name. That's why I changed the name.
That is
Actually, you made me change the name, huh?
mm-hmm.
All right, man.
Listen.
Later.
All right, bro. I appreciate you. We going to move right on to brother Kojo.
Yes, I. Yes, I. Peace, 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 peace. Listen, respect utmost. Yeah, man. Suave boss, A1, humble. Yeah, man. Charlie, everything is up and running. So yeah, we're gonna keep it that way. Good conversation. Also, can't forget the ladies that came through and had the conversation. Yeah, man. We appreciate you. We might agree to disagree, but my thing is always, use your whether you call it logic, whatever it is, but always check the information, And yeah, with that, I just say respect.
Most definitely, most definitely. And brother, I gotta most definitely give you respect for coming in here, standing on your square, Brody, doing your thing, not backing down, being really understanding, right? Being willing to actually listen to the other party, not going off the hinges, not using profanity, really keeping self-control. Those are some great skills, brother, and just keep on improving, bro. Keep on improving. Let's get it. I
Up
appreciate
and
you.
running, up and running, up and running.
Most definitely, most definitely. All right. Last but not least, y'all know who it is. It's your brother Humble Mystic in the building, man. This was an amazing show tonight. In my opinion, we started off the day a little rocky. But we had some new people over here in the space. They really don't operate in this space. This was their first time, so they didn't know how everything happens. But sometimes you trust the process. Not even sometimes, all the time. Trust the process. And when you trust the process and you going through the motions and you really getting into it, then you come away with something beautiful like we had tonight. This is the very definition. This panel right here is the very definition of turning chaos into order. Because I'm not even gonna lie to y'all, I was a little bit stumped early. I didn't know what to do. It was all off. Hey, it was not what we planned. But because we had some amazing people come on up here, and because of the amazing advice of the boss man himself, brother A1, man, listen, we got this thing back on track. We got it rolling. We got some amazing people like brother Kojo up on the panel, coming in here, hitting the streets, hitting the scene hard with his facts and standing on his square. You see what I'm saying? So, and that's what we always love to see. I want to just call out some appreciations. We got Milk Dug, we got Milk Dug. We want to appreciate you for always engaging in the comments, always coming through, checking out the live, supporting the live, sharing, subscribing, liking, thumbing up. We can't run without you. We appreciate you. Of course, brother Suave Boss. I want to appreciate the brother for always showing up, always being here, always supporting, never giving less than 100%. You know, we got Sister Weathers here. Yes, ma'am, I do utilize holistic practice. That's actually a live that we can get to, sister, if you still in here. But we got Sister Fatima. I want to appreciate you too, sister, for always, coming through, engaging in the comments, letting us know that you here and we see you, and let us love on you a little bit. We got brother Jay Snakes. What up? What up? We got Sister Hey Goddess, And so I just wanted to give y'all some shouts out just to let y'all know we appreciate y'all. We see y'all. We care about y'all. Keep doing what y'all do, because it's the reason that y'all do what y'all do is the reason we're able to do what we do. You know what I'm saying? Until next time, tighten out. Y'all know how I'm about to end this off with this. Matter of fact, let me actually go back here too. Right? Of course, we gotta give a Big shout out to Brother Ill Doctrine, always supporting in the biggest way, in the most logical way he could see fit. So, we got to shout out to Brother Ill Doctrine for the super chats. You know what I'm saying? Thank you so much, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. And I just want to let you know that your work is not going null and void, brother. I most definitely appreciate you. We know Brother A1 definitely appreciate you. And the brothers on the panel, brothers and sisters on the panel, most definitely appreciate you. So with that, we're going to put on our exit song and we're going to rock out. Tighten out, Brother Humble Mystic. Let's get it.
Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. They talking, you listen, that's family. They don't tell your business, that's family. They calling your phone, coming looking for you. They say that you missing, that's family. They don't need permission, that's family. When you hurt, they can feel it, that's family. Let them come while you're cheering, that's family. Let them come when you living, that's family. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. Hey, ain't nobody fighting around here. Ain't nobody shooting around here. Everybody that's around here, family. All love, no